Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Beast Control, Hatching the Ancient Dragon at the Beginning. Chapter 81. After Kong Siwei left, Li Chenggen put the aquarium away. This aquarium is also a space product. It looks small on the outside, but in fact, the volume inside is several times larger than Li Chenggen's dormitory. There is also a dragon-shaped logo produced by Dragon Palace in the corner. Only big players like Shanghai Dragon Palace don't care about this kind of space device. Li Chenggen sensed it with his mental power. Good guy, there are hundreds of fire-greedy fish inside, enough for him to make hundreds of sea flame-greedy fish feast. He has also seen the sea flame stones in the safe. They are of high quality and cost over 1,000 yuan. One of them is worth a lot of money. In the safe there is also a business card of Zhan Shuigi, the sales department manager of Shanghai Dragon Palace, and a promotional list of Dragon Palace. Li Chenggen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The dragon tribe must be the most enthusiastic about doing business. If it were the dragon tribe from the Jinlan Empire, they would not be willing to let their treasures flow out. The secret realm of sealing will be opened this Saturday. Before that, Li Chenggen must first learn to make a high-level spiritual food set meal, Heian greedy fish feast. For this reason, he focused on making spiritual food, and he rarely went to the library these days. However, the difficulty of making high-end spiritual food packages was beyond Li Chenggen's expectation. Sea Flame Greedy Fish Feast is divided into 3 large pieces. The main dish is grilled fish made of sea flame stone powder wrapped around greedy fire fish. The simplest side dish is red kelp stewed fish bone soup. The drink is made from the extracted sea flame stone essence and rockberry juice, and is placed in the water storing bag of the bubble fish. The most difficult part of this package is how to control the amount of sea flame stone powder and the temperature of the fire to prevent the energy of the sea flame stone and the fire attribute energy in the body of the fire fish from consuming each other. Li Chenggen needs to perfectly integrate these 2 types of fire energy in order to play the role of this high-level spiritual food blending flame. Li Chenggen failed 3 or 4 times at this step alone. If it weren't for the smooth energy fusion in the drink part, he almost thought his talent was useless. Li Chenggen threw the failed product to Pao Pao, and there was infinite swallowing. Pao Pao has always been non-vegetarian when it comes to food, as long as it has high energy and good taste. These failed products were made by Li Chenggen, and all the conditions for appeal were met, except that they did not have the effect of tempering the flames that he wanted. So Li Chenggen was ready to find foreign aid. He came to the office of the Department of Harmonization and found Associate Professor Fu Ming, who taught the basic course on harmony. Teacher Fu, I have a question for you. Associate Professor Fu Ming is a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a somewhat stout figure. The only thing worthy of praise is that he has thick black hair. This alone is enough to disdain most middle-aged teachers. Associate Professor Fu Ming thought for a moment and asked dubiously, "Are you trying high-level spiritual food?" Li Chenggen gave a thumbs up and said without hesitation, "Teacher Fu has a keen eye and immediately knew what I was doing." Associate Professor Fu Ming's face trembled a few times. It was rare these days for children to try high-level spiritual food in their freshman year. He is truly worthy of being a young man. To put it nicely, it means that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. To put it more unpleasantly, it means that it does not know the heights of the sky. In order not to undermine Li Chenggen's self-confidence, Associate Professor Fu Ming carefully considered his words and said, "We still have to make high-level spiritual food step by step, starting from learning to walk, and after we become proficient, try to run. But I already know how to make an intermediate spiritual meal. This high-end spiritual meal is the only step that stuck for me." Li Chenggen explained. What? Or a high-end spiritual meal package? Or just skip the stage of making high-level spiritual food? This is not running at all. This is trying to teleport directly to the finish line in one step. But Associate Professor Fu Ming soon came to his senses and asked in disbelief, "You already know how to make an intermediate spiritual food meal?" Li Chenggen knew that facts speak louder than words, so he asked Yao Yao to take out the things she usually cooked with, and then in front of Associate Professor Fu Ming. It only took half an hour to complete the intermediate lava course. Oh, I also borrowed the oven in the office to speed up the process. When a steaming lava set meal appeared in front of Fu Ming, he looked at Li Chenggen with a complicated expression. Now that you can make an intermediate spiritual food package, what basic course in blending should you choose? Isn't it better to directly take an advanced blending theory course? Lee Chang'an explained heehily. My mother said that the harmonization foundation in college is very comprehensive, so she asked me to concentrate on supplementing the basics. Fu Ming was a little surprised. The mother who could say this was obviously not an ordinary person. According to Lee Chang'an's age, maybe his mother is still his classmate. So he asked, "Who is your father-in-law?" My mother's name is Mu Qingqing, and she also graduated from Dongling University. Associate Professor Fu Ming was shocked. Oh my God, my senior. Then the identity of Lee Chang'an's father will be revealed. The doubts in Fu Ming's heart were answered. No wonder he had such harmonious strength at a young age. It turns out that it comes from family education. Afterwards, Associate Professor Fu Ming no longer hid it, and began to seriously guide Lee Chang'an in blending some of the missing skills in high-level spiritual food. The theoretical part ended quickly, and when it came to the practical part, Associate Professor Fu Ming felt numb. It turned out that after Lee Chang'an finished learning some knowledge in the Advanced Harmony Theory course, he directly asked the fast Mau Mau to go back to the dormitory to get 3 copies of the materials for Heian Greedy Fish Feast. The first one still failed, but the second one was barely made, and by the third one, Heian Greedy Fish Feast, it was already of acceptable quality. In Fu Ming's eyes, there is even transcendence, at least above average quality, which is also a level that can successfully assess the Senior Blender Certificate in the Blender Association. At this moment, a gentle female voice came from behind the two of them. Huh. Xiaoan, you can make high-end spiritual food packages so quickly. Lee Chang'an was startled, and when he looked back, it turned out that his mother, Mu Qingqing, was here, followed by Kong Siwei. Associate Professor Fu Ming also looked excited and said quickly, "Senior Mu, long time no see." Quote. Mu Qingqing smiled and said hello. "Ah, it turns out it's Xiao Fu. She looks good." Lee Chang'an gave the credit to Professor Fu Ming and said, "It's all thanks to Teacher Fu's teachings. It was under Teacher Fu's guidance that I successfully made Heian Fish Banquet just now." Fu Ming was a little embarrassed. He just said it based on the content of the Advanced Harmonic Theory class, and it was not that magical. He quickly shied away. "No, Chang'an's talent is too good, will be at 10 o'clock. Mu Qingqing proudly hugged Lee Chang'an and said, "My son's talent is definitely the best in Dongguang Kingdom." Kong Siwei behind her also nodded. She also agreed with this point. In terms of understanding of techniques, she had never seen anyone more exaggerated than Lee Chang'an. Later, Mu Qingqing also invited Associate Professor Fu Ming to have a meal, but Associate Professor Fu Ming could only refuse with great regret because of recent work matters. However, before Lee Chang'an left, Associate Professor Fu Ming filled Lee Chang'an's Basics of Harmonization course with excellent results. After all, the high-end spiritual food set meal was made in front of him, so what test was needed? Then I used my authority to directly register for Lee Chang'an's Advanced Harmonic Theory course and a borrowing permit for the second floor of the library. The library of Dongguan University is divided into 5 floors. The first floor has the largest collection of books, which are basic theoretical books about various walks of life. Starting from the second level, it will gradually involve deeper areas in the industry. The third floor is already a collection of professional-level books, which are generally books that graduating seniors and graduate students need to read. The fourth level is doctorate and professor-level knowledge, and you need to make certain contributions before you can enter. As for the fifth floor, it requires very high authority. Except for a few academic figures, even the principal may not be able to enter. Therefore, this borrowing certificate on the second floor of the library is a timely blessing for Lee Chang'an. During the few days that Mu Qingqing stayed at Dongguan University, she did not accompany Lee Chang'an all the time. On the contrary, she visited many teachers from her school days, and only when she came back in the evening, she would teach Lee Chang'an his coordination ability. Lee Chang'an has also been improving the blending quality of Heian Fish Banquet these days, and at the same time learning from Kong Siwei about his experience in exploring secret realms. Although Kong Siwei is usually carefree and doesn't look very smart, she is an expert in secret exploration at Dongguan University. At present, 70% of all the textbooks related to the secret realm in Dongguan University are related to her, and many of them have participated in the editing, and even the chief editor. Time came to Saturday, and it was time for Li Chenggen to enter the secret realm of sealing. According to Kong Siwi's description, the sealed secret realm is actually a secret realm where time stands still. Of course, people can move inside. It's just that everything inside remains at one point in time, motionless. It is precisely because of this characteristic that the energy in this secret realm is very gentle and pure. It is very suitable for pets to carry out dangerous evolutionary rituals. All it takes is to thicken the space wall sealing the secret realm and cover it with a protective formation. This is the evolutionary secret realm that Dongguan University is most proud of. Li Chenggen was carrying a suitcase filled with sea flame stones, while Mao Mao's body grew to 3 meters tall, carrying an aquarium on his back. Although the effect of Heian greedy fish feast is good, it has a shortcoming, that is, it has high requirements for the ingredients. The fresher the food, the better the effect. Therefore, Li Chenggen plans to kill and cook in the secret realm. At this stage, there is nothing more novel than this. Before entering, he asked Kong Siwei what to do if Mao Mao accidentally destroyed this secret realm when she achieved a breakthrough in strength. Kong Siwei waved her hand generously and said, "As long as it is not malicious destruction, no matter how bad it is, I will still thank you." Only then did Li Chenggen know that this sealed secret realm was created by Bai Lao, using the time attributes and special time skills of his main battle pet. With time Li Chenjiao as the core, the operation maintains the existence of this secret realm. If Li Chenggen can break the stasis of time here, the time beast can also check for omissions and fill in the gaps, and he may be able to benefit from it. With Kong Siwi's assurance, Li Chenggen felt relieved. The movement of Mao Mao mastering the origin level, Hell Flame, will only be more grand than Yao Yao's, and it is not as gentle as the moon god's chosen. After all, this is the most important first step towards becoming the Lord of Purgatory. After entering the sealed secret realm, you will be greeted by a circle of green mountains. What Li Chenggen stands on is a still waterway, and his feet will not sink even if he steps on it. According to the previous introduction by the guardian of the secret realm, Li Chenggen needs to walk along the waterway to the center of the mountains, where the pet beast is used to evolve. He passed through the narrow waterway, and the surrounding towering mountain walls blocked the few sunlight, making the waterway look a bit gloomy. But at the end of the waterway, a large sliver of dazzling sunlight broke into Li Chenggen's eyes, making him lower his head. "It's so spectacular." Li Chenggen was amazed. It turned out that there was a still lake in the center of the mountains, but this lake turned into a whirlpool shape and was extremely huge. Looking down from the center of the whirlpool, there is a dark hole, with no bottom visible at a glance, as if there is some great evil suppressed below. There is a floating island directly above the center of the whirlpool, and Li Chenggen can walk to it from a translucent waterway on the shore. That is the destination where Li Chenggen entered the secret realm this time, Lingkong Island. There are no extra facilities on Lingkong Island, only a piece of green grass, and occasionally you can see a few small white flowers dotting it. Li Chenggen asked Mao Mao to unload the aquarium and rest aside to prepare for the next skill points. He and Yao Yao quickly processed the raw materials needed for the Heian greedy fish feast and produced it as quickly as possible. With Yao Yao's help, Li Chenggen quickly made 5 servings, and Mao Mao also ate the spiritual food immediately. Li Chenggen ate until Mao Mao was full, and then stopped. He first asked Yao Yao to return to the beast-controlling space, where there would be 100% chance of a large amount of hell flame pouring out later. Unlike him, Yao Yao was not protected by the shadow of hell and could easily be burned into rabbit ashes. Li Chenggen pressed the button of the floating island's shielding formation and said to Mao Mao, "Are you ready?" Mao Mao gave a rare meow, meow. Ready. Li Chenggen's mental power triggered the mark representing the Hellfire skill in the Thorn Collection room. An invisible dark red energy poured into Mao Mao's body. This energy instantly ignited the purest Hellfire in the singularity of Purgatory. Then push it higher. This process is extremely painful. Even a primitive ancient dragon like Mao Mao can't help but cry out in pain. Even its soul contract with Li Chenggen is somewhat unstable. Frightened, Li Chenggen quickly used magic and mental power to stabilize the soul contract. Li Chenggen quickly reminded Mao Mao, quickly use the energy of Hai Yan's greedy fish feast to reconcile the hell flame. Mao Mao tried to do it, but the trend of Hell Flame's promotion was coming fiercely, and the energy of Haiyan's greedy fish feast was consumed very quickly. Much faster than Li Chenggen expected. If this progress continues, Mao Mao will most likely be burned to ashes by the Hell Flame before the Hell Flame advances, and then under the stronger Hell Flame, not even ashes will be left. Li Chenggen took a deep breath, calmly thought quickly, and then quickly made the most appropriate decision at this stage. Beast control resonance is on. The manic hellfire energy in Mao Mao followed the soul contract and transferred to Li Chenggen. After this prison inflammation entered his body, Chang'an realized how much pain Mao Mao was suffering now. Hiss, hiss, hold it in. This hellfire not only affects the physical body, it can even burn the mental power. If it weren't for the shadow of prison, an ability inherited from Mao Mao's ancestors, that protected his soul, he would have turned into ashes at this moment. But his body began to show symptoms of dehydration. Soon after, while Mao Mao was still in trouble, Li Chenggen died first. Bubble, who was in the beast controlling space, also made his own choice. He joined Mao Mao and Ji Chenggen's beast-controlling resonance. Haiyuanlong is best at replenishing water. Li Chenggen has never tried to resonate with two ancient dragons at the same time. In the past, I did not seek death for the sake of my own life, but now that my life is about to be lost, I naturally have no such scruples. In Li Chenggen's body, water and fire are engaged in a silent war. As time goes by, water's disadvantage becomes greater and greater. Just then, a ray of moonlight joined in. It turned out to be Yao Yao, who broke through the obstacle with Li Chenggen and joined the battlefield between ancient dragons as a medicine rabbit. Three beasts resonate. At this moment, Li Chenggen felt that even without the hellfire, the chance of his sudden death was over 90%. With the assistance of moonlight, the representative of the water system slightly recovered some of his disadvantages, making Li Chenggen's pace towards death a little slower. The moonlight thrown in Yao Yao's soul is a little dissatisfied at the moment. Why is it crowded into such a dangerous battlefield? A life and death battle between two major disasters is rare even in the age of mythology. Yao Yao clenched her little fists and shouted loudly, "Guji! Do I need to say more? That's my master, and from now on, call me Sister Yao Yao." Under Yao Yao's explosion, the moonlight throne condensed a drop of liquid as light as water, like the dew on the petals of the morning rose, like the tears shed by the goddess of the moon palace. This drop of liquid blended into Li Chenggen's body, cleaning away most of the scorching heat in his body, and restoring his body that was almost burnt to charcoal. Li Chenggen, who was on the verge of death, was violently pulled back. Between life and death, Li Chenggen's consciousness seemed to have touched a strange space. Within his sight, a majestic figure was looking down at him, covering the bloody sun behind it. This figure chuckled, like an elder joking with a beloved junior. "Ha ha, you are not old enough to come here yet, go back and do what you should do." The figure slapped Li Chenggen's back hard, and the violent push made Li Chenggen feel as if he was on the latest rail train that could travel hundreds of times the speed of sound. He seemed to vaguely hear this figure say something, "My unlucky junior is you." Li Chenggen's consciousness returned to himself, and he found that a black light spot inexplicably appeared in his body, directly interrupting the resonance of the beasts between Pao Pao and Yao Yao, and expelling the consciousness of the two little ones. After the black light spot appeared, was the hellfire that wreaked havoc in his body forced to be inhaled into the black light spot. And as time went by, as the intensity of absorbing the hellfire continued to increase, Mao Mao's painful expression also slowed down. Under such a stalemate, the situation is getting better visibly to the naked eye, and faster. Regarding this black light spot, Li Chenggen seemed to know its origin and function, but he still couldn't believe it. But considering his talent, it seems reasonable. 2 more hours passed, and the dark red hellfire escaping from Mao Mao's body suddenly shrank, like dust being absorbed by a powerful vacuum cleaner. He returned to Mao Mao's body lightly. In an instant, Li Chenggen's thoughts seemed to stop thinking. Except that Mao Mao could still move, everything seemed to be frozen in time and space. A colorless and transparent fire ball merged into Mao Mao's purgatory singularity, continuously purifying the dark red hell flames and sifting out impurities. A brand new crimson fire spurts out from the singularity of purgatory, as if it can burn the void and fuse time. Mao Mao's body shape is also constantly changing, and the 25-meter-long combat body shape has been purified by these crimson fires and gradually shrunk to 10 meters in length. Different from the original crimson red, the hell scales all over the body have also turned into a deep red color, as if they were covered with a layer of wax, like a shining ruby dragon-shaped statue, which is really noble. The sky blue eyes turned into a deeper sapphire blue, and the original ferocious appearance of the dust demon suppressing dragon was partially weakened, giving it a bit more dignity as an ugly person. After the transparent flame completely disappeared, time and space seemed to have resumed operation. Well, time and space are back in motion. Li Chenggen's original joy when he saw Mao Mao succeed disappeared without a trace after a fish jumped up and slapped him. Master's time stasis has been broken. The originally motionless whirlpool became more and more powerful, and the brutal aura of Tenamines rose from the bottom of the lake. Li Chenggen made a mouthful of Dongguang Kingdom's national curse, and murmured, "There are really suppressed things down here." A huge, spirally curved horn poked out from the bottom of the lake, followed by two slightly shorter sharp horns, and then a head nearly 100 meters in size. That's a snake head. Under the snake's head are blue-gold snake scales, and the aura on them is very ancient, as if it has been suppressed here since ancient barbaric times. Mao Mao instantly made a fighting stance and protected Li Chenggen behind him. The other two little ones were already exhausted and were recuperating silently in the beast control space. Therefore, all Li Chenggen can rely on at this time is Mao Mao, who has just unified strength and personality. The moment the big green snake saw Mao Mao's fighting form, it trembled violently, and its originally upright body suddenly succumbed. As if his bones had been ripped out, he lay limply on the ground, eye level with Mao Mao, no, slightly lower than Mao Mao. Li Chenggen Mao Mao sad face. What is this? Li Chenggen shouted in his heart. A dragon-shaped mark appeared deep in the vertical pupils of the big blue snake. The moment Mao Mao saw the mark, he knew the reason. "Mao Mao, are you my descendant of purgatory?" The big green snake nodded sharply, and there was a bit of cuteness in its ferocious eyes. "Mao Mao, when did it happen? Why didn't I know?" The big green snake was a little aggrieved, but it still twisted its body and explained the origin of the mark with great effort. After listening to the hissing explanation of the big blue snake, Mao Mao's sapphire blue eyes had a hint of realization. "Oh, I see." Then Mao Mao explained the cause and effect of this matter to Li Chenggen. "This big snake is an ancient magical beast with infinite green horns. It is not the Jormungandr with unlimited power as Li Chenggen thought, but it has mastered a special skill, a mortal body. It is precisely because of this skill that the infinite green horned python can survive being sealed for a long time." Li Chenggen twitched his lips. His master seemed to regard this snake as a perpetual motion machine that could produce unlimited clean energy. The pure energy in the sealed secret realm was extracted from the body of the infinite green horned python. The reason why this secret realm only seals time, but not the void, is to ensure the autonomous operation of the immortal body and to absorb the mixed life energy in the void. It can also ensure that the infinite green horned python falls into a permanent sleep. Bai Suokong's operation in Li Chenggen's previous life was to hang street lights. However, when Mao Mao's hellfire skill was promoted to the origin level, this cycle was broken and the infinite green horned python was awakened. Then the moment the Lord of Purgatory arrived, he was forced to help the future Lord of Purgatory enslave this powerful and ancient monster. Although the invisible green horned python didn't resist. On the contrary, it was very happy to become Mao Mao's dependent, and even took the initiative to promote the enslavement engraving. After these years of sealing, this snake has also understood a truth. When he comes out to hang out, he needs to talk about the background. Otherwise, it would be like it, suppressed by others, and used as a perpetual motion machine, extracting energy from life to life, which is simply indescribable. And the immature king of purgatory in front of him has a very thick thigh, at least in the future. That's why the infinite green horned python chose to become Mao Mao's dependent. Li Chenggen was speechless when he learned about it. Hundreds of years of exploitation actually made a wild beast become enlightened and understand the ways of the world. This is no one else. However, the strength and size of the infinite green horned python are too great, and the newly born purgatory in Mao Mao's body cannot accommodate a terrifying snake tens of thousands of meters long. Yes, the original size of the infinite green-horned python was tens of thousands of meters, which was the result of being exploited over the years and resulting in some stunted development. In this regard, Mau Mau chose another approach, letting the infinite green-horned python shed its original snake body and transform into a true descendant of purgatory again. Infinite green-horned python agreed without even thinking, looking very impatient. Li Chenggen took advantage of this moment to take out the spare clothes from the space ring and put on new clothes, avoiding the embarrassment of Big Bird being exposed. Mau Mau. Then please bear with it, this process will be a little painful. Li Chenggen. Mau Mau spit out a mouthful of crimson flames and ignited the body of the infinite green-horned python. The big snake neighed and writhed painfully at the bottom of the lake. The air waves rolled and stirred up thousands of meters of water waves. It almost deafened Li Chenggen's ears. At this moment, a golden halo enveloped Li Chenggen, and a familiar smiling face appeared in front of him. Xiao Chang'an, are you okay? Master. Bai Suokong appeared in the secret realm, followed by a big red snake. There was a third eye between his eyebrows, and there was a faint golden light coming out between the opening and closing. This is one of my old friends, Zhu Mu Longxi. He follows the path of Zulong, and this secret realm is also the rule set by him. Bai Suokong explained slowly. Li Chenggen focused his attention on this good-looking pet beast. This was the first time he had seen a living time-based pet beast. There is only one remains of the spring and autumn cicada in the Hongyan City Biological Museum. Zhu Mu Longxi noticed Li Chenggen's eager gaze, turned his head to look at the young man whom the master was more concerned about, and then seemed to see something. The third eye closed quickly, and then turned his head to the side without even looking at him, looking very repulsive. Li Chenggen didn't expect that one day he would be hated by the dragon species. Bai Suokong was very keen on watching the excitement. After watching the interaction between his pet beast and Li Chenggen, he patted Li Chenggen on the shoulder and handed over a notebook. Said, while this little snake is changing, you should quickly learn this secret breath-containing method to control the odor on your body, so that you can save yourself from making a lot of noise. Taste. Li Chenggen lowered his head and smelled himself. He even asked Yao Yao to use moonlight to dispel it. Where was the smell? Mau Mau came over, rubbed his big head against Li Chenggen, and said, Chang'an seems to have a kind of friendly atmosphere, which is stronger than before. Only then did Li Chenggen remember the new black light spots appearing in his body, and suddenly realized, I forgot about this. From Bai Suokong's words, Li Chenggen has determined the identity of the black light spot. It is really the talent of the dust demon to suppress the prison dragon purgatory singularity, and since the black light spot appeared, the talent of the shadow of the prison has disappeared without a trace. If it is the highest level talent of the Hell Flame Dragon purgatory singularity, then it is not difficult to understand why the Hell Flame Dragon disappeared. As for why the Candle-Eyed Dragon and Snake don't want to talk to him, what is the difference between Li Chenggen's current appearance and looking directly at Ji Yulong? It's just that Mau Mau has the origin level flame hidden technique as a cover, but he is completely broke and doesn't know how to restrain himself. This is no different from going shopping with a big bird naked. Disliked. Li Chenggen quickly took the note from Bai Suokong's hand and carefully read the secret breath-containing technique recorded on it, shading technique. Thanks to Mau Mau's feedback from this transformation, Chang'an's two major talents have been upgraded again. The golden thread of ingenuity talent has spread to the knees, and can cover the whole body in just a few steps. In this regard, Li Chenggen seems to be able to practice this secret method of controlling the body's breath with ease. And Heart of the Ancient Dragon can also be initially mastered by Li Chenggen, which can at least help cover up the strong aura of the Ancient Dragon brought by the Purgatory Singularity. The transformation of the infinite green-horned python is coming to an end, and Li Chenggen has also practiced the shading technique to a very high level during this time. Zhu Mu Longxi was also willing to get closer to him, and was not as repulsive as before. Bai Suokong looked at Li Chenggen with admiration, and did not hesitate to praise him, saying, "You have good understanding. You have mastered this secret technique to this point so quickly." Master. Li Chenggen hesitated to speak. Bai Suokong waved his hand and said, "I know what you are worried about. At least you will not end up in a scene where all the beasts are empty as soon as you go out. Didn't Fu Ming unlock the permissions on the second floor of the library for you?" Go inside and find a few more secret breath-condensing techniques to practice, and you won't cause commotion in the wild. Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. If this breath could not be restrained, it would be a devastating blow to his future career. Fortunately, the master has a way, otherwise he would really have to take the risk and try to increase the skill of hunting notes. As the two men chatted, the transformation of the infinite green-horned python came to an end. The infinite green-horned python roared and transformed into a 9-meter-long dark red snake, with the green-gold sharp horns on its head still showing traces of its predecessor. Mao Mao looked at Infinite with satisfaction. Oh no, it should be called the Purgatory Blue Demon Python. Open the Purgatory Singularity, and bring it into the reborn world of Purgatory. When Bai Suokong saw that the matter was over, he put away the remaining sloughs of the infinite green-horned python. The third eye of the candle-eyed dragon snake shot out a golden light, covering the remaining sloughs. The green-gold light passing above it suddenly stopped. Bai Suokong summoned the faceless mirror ghost again, waved his purple robe, and the two beasts joined forces, and the sealed secret realm fell into a state of time stasis again. But this time, the remains of the infinite green-horned python were sealed into the center of the lake, replacing the original infinite green-horned python. Thanks to you for breaking the seal of Sanju this time, I can clearly observe the whole process of this little snake repairing itself at close range, as well as the strange changes of losing its immortal body this time. This allowed me to perfect the seal of this secret realm. Even without the supply of this little snake, this secret realm can maintain its quality for a long time just by relying on this part of the intercepted immortal body. Bai Suokong's explanation opened Li Chang'an's eyes and made him understand the meaning of Kong Siwi's previous words. The master was experimenting with the infinite green-horned python. Master, what do you want to do by studying this infinite green-horned python? Li Chang'an is very curious. Although it is good to continuously produce clean energy, Tangolin University's monthly maintenance cost for the secret realm is not low. It seems that the gain outweighs the gain. Bai Suokong felt that there was nothing to hide, and said, we found that the immortality skills are actually divided into 3 types: particle immortality, rule immortality and causal immortality. The immortal body of the infinite green-horned python is a particle immortal body, which is similar to an upgraded version of blood rebirth. As long as the soul is immortal, even if the body is beaten into basic particles, it can be restored. This kind of immortal body often appears in ancient monsters from other worlds with very strong bodies. Bai Suokong said this, and Li Chang'an quickly found the characteristics of the remaining 2, or to be precise, 3 immortal bodies through Mao Mao's inherited memory. There is also a kind of immortal body that is the most special, which is immortal in the true sense. Rule indestructible bodies are generally the standard equipment of strange existences in the void. If their rules are not broken, they will never be killed. The most insignificant aspect of the same rule-based abilities is that they hurt others and themselves. The rules give strange beings very special abilities, but they can also be killed by the same rules. Therefore, facing this type of immortal body, the most important thing is not strength, but the intelligence with a certain basic strength. The immortal body of cause and effect is the standard configuration of great gods. As long as there are still followers or traces of their belief in the world, the sit-ups ability of such gods is top-notch. The disadvantage is that if the opponent is a strong psychic who directly changes the beliefs of the believers and uses his power to erase all traces, then it will be difficult for this type of immortal body to survive. As for the infinite green-horned python's particle indestructible body, the easiest way to crack it is to use a super powerful soul attack to erase the opponent's soul mark attached to the body particles. The other party is an empty shell without consciousness. The last type of immortal body recorded in Mao Mao's inherited memory is the most difficult to deal with and has the least relevant records. It's called original immortal body. As the name suggests, this thing represents the origin of the universe. The universe is immortal and he is immortal. There are very few in this world, and every turmoil caused gives most people a headache. Seeing that Li Chang'an was silent, Bai Suokong continued. Currently, Dongguang Kingdom does not have a way to master the immortal body skill, so I want to research it, so that the casualties during war will be reduced a lot. And the prospect of particle indestructibles is very good, isn't it? If we master specific skill training methods, we can cultivate a first phase of pet beasts and then let them crossbreed with pet beasts with low intelligence. Think about it, if the person who controls the particle indestructible body is a spiced fungus pig, the maintenance costs and risks of this secret realm will be greatly reduced. By then, the people of Dongguang Kingdom will have a steady stream of pure life energy. This batch of energy can cultivate a large number of beast masters, the national power will also increase, and the area occupied by Dongguang Kingdom will continue to increase. By then, the more Bai Suokong talked, the more excited he became. Although he stopped talking in the end, Li Chenggen still knew what his unfinished vision was. Until then, Blue Star will have only one voice. By then, there will be no large-scale wars on Blue Star. By that time, the final vision of the Dongguang Kingdom will be realized, where the young can grow up and the old can rely on. It's just that a spiced fungus pig breed used for pork breeding masters the indestructible body, which is more difficult than super-level skills. The difficulty is no easier than training an ordinary pig to the overlord level. Li Chenggen coughed, and Bai Suokong looked at him with a smile and said, "It's okay, I'm just saying, you don't have to use 5-spice mushroom pig in the end." Li Chenggen was speechless, with all the complaints stuck in his throat, as you always know. The faceless mirror ghost and the candle-eyed dragon snake will repair the sealed secret realm again, and this time the repair will strengthen the secret realm even more firmly. Although the life energy produced is less, it saves the consumption of suppressing and hypnotizing the infinite green horned python. Generally speaking, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Bai Suokong sent Li Chenggen out of the secret realm. Kong Siwei and Mu Qingqing were already spinning in circles at the entrance of the secret realm. The guardian of the secret realm's face was as dark as a pot sticker, cold and silent. "Yo, I'm back. Meow." Li Chenggen reported to Kong Siwei and his mother that they were safe, and then squatted on his shoulder to say hello. It's just that the smiles on their faces are slightly guilty. As soon as Kong Siwei and Mu Qingqing saw their precious apprentice Liao Da come back, they grabbed Li Chenggen's ears and cursed. "You really did it. You kid pissed me off." Li Chenggen pretended to be in pain and said, "Hey, hey, hey. It hurts, I know I was wrong." Mu Qingqing said angrily, "Where did you go wrong? I didn't control the variables well." Li Chenggen's face was full of seriousness. Mu Qingqing was extremely angry, and Kong Siwei also laughed at Li Chenggen's serious shamelessness. At this time, the guardian of the secret realm, the gatekeeper Tong Fu, came over with a cold face and asked, "What's going on in the secret realm now?" Li Chenggen told several people the truth, but omitted the matter of Mao Mao subduing the green-horned python, which was also because of Bai Luokong's anger. Kong Siwei rolled his eyes and said with some meaning, "Does this mean that after sealing the secret realm, you don't have to worry about breaking the seal?" How could Uncle Tong Fu accept such an argument? If you talk about it, you are weakening the effect of sealing the secret realm. Li Chenggen waved his hand and said calmly, "Don't forget Bai Lao's original intention of setting up this secret realm. Is it to create a nationally renowned scenic spot for Dongguan University? No, it is for the future of all the people of Dongguang Kingdom. Now that his research has made progress, you should be happy." Tong Fu choked on Li Chenggen's words. For the sake of the people of Dongguang Kingdom, he couldn't say anything. And when I think about it carefully, hey, what this guy said really makes sense. This is what makes Tong Fu the most angry. In the end, with Uncle Tong Fu's dark face, Mu Qingqing and Kong Siwei sneaked away Li Chenggen angrily to prevent the old man who had dedicated his life to Dongguan University from getting angry. However, after returning home, Li Chenggen realized that it was so difficult for Mao Mao to advance in skills this time because he had accumulated too much. The advanced skill of Hell Flame directly skips the middle level and becomes the high-level Extreme Hell Flame. The difficulty does not just increase slowly. Mu Qingqing stayed at Dongguan University for a few days and then left. She also wanted to plan the terrain of the beast-controlling space for Binkang Beilong. Another purpose of coming to Dongguan City this time is to use the rich resource channels here to buy some special resources to expand the space for beast control. According to her own statement, once she completes her run-in with Binkang Beilong, her strength will surpass Li Mingxuan and reach the realm of a throne-level beast master. Become the person with the strongest status and strength in the Li family. If the Bihai Qingjiao can transform into a pure-blood true dragon and use the two dragons to spit out pearls, then Mu Qingqing Lian will have a high chance of breaking through to the Heavenly King level beast master within 20 years. But that's all for another day. After Mu Qingqing left, Li Chenggen took advantage of the borrowing rights on the second floor of the library and passed most of the course assessments one after another. Only 2 courses, Basics of Beast Control and Secret Realm Exploration, have yet to be completed. It's not that he is not capable enough, but that the exams in these 2 courses are a little tricky for Li Chenggen. The basic course of Beast Control requires that the awakening cubs arranged by the school be successfully raised to the extraordinary level, and the intimacy is not lower than that of friends. This was originally a very simple thing, but the aura of Li Chenggen made it impossible for all the cubs to regard him as a friend. Being able to get within 5 meters of Li Chenggen is already a sign of courage. For this reason, Li Chenggen has become more and more motivated to practice secret techniques. He has now collected 5 secret techniques of breath gathering. As long as he practices these secret techniques to the level of seeing gods, his aura problem will be solved easily. As for the minor course of Secret Realm Exploration, it was originally very simple, but the teacher found out that he was the disciple of Professor Kong. As soon as the lecturer chatted with Kong Siwei, he changed the exam to a successful exploration of the secret realm, which made Ji Chenggen feel dizzy. Is the secret realm so easy to explore? When Mu Qingqing conquered the small secret realm in the tea garden, it took a lot of effort to succeed, and she killed 2 king-level monsters as a high-level beast master. Therefore, Li Chenggen would pester Kong Siwei every day, letting her reveal her experiences in exploring the secret realm. Although Kong Siwei was annoyed, but when she thought that it was her own fault, she could only grit her teeth and swallow it. 1 month after the secret realm ended, Li Chenggen asked some old hunters at the Hunters Guild in Dongling City for some information about the past exploration of the secret realm. At this time, the door of the Union was suddenly opened, and a sweaty policeman rushed in, holding a notice in his hand. It's not good. Professor Zhou from the Department of Biology of Tangulin University crashed his aircraft, so the hunters from the Hunters Union were asked to participate in the emergency rescue. The hunters who were still in the Union for a while made sounds one after another. They were also very familiar with this Professor Zhou. Many of them have taken over the professor's entrustment. Li Na, the receptionist of the Union, strode straight to the policeman's hand, took the notice in his hand, and checked it carefully. He returned to the front desk and answered the phone call to the president's office. Well, I understand, I will inform you. Li Na hung up the phone, picked up the loudspeaker, and shouted, the president has confirmed that this emergency rescue mission, with no limit on the number of people, will be located in Hailei Cliff and the nearby Haiyan Forest. Professor Zhou's life is the best option in everything. Choose. Immediately, a large number of hunters stood up from the nearby public tavern. Many hunters who were preparing to take on the mission or had just completed the mission also gave up their original plans. Join the emergency rescue mission. Fang Shu, an old hunter next to Li Chenggen, invited Li Chenggen, Chang'an, want to take a trip. Li Chenggen didn't expect that Fang Shu would invite him, and said, can I? I remember that brother Fang, your team is all members with bronze 7 stars or above. Fang Shu said solemnly, this is a rescue mission, not a hunting mission. Although our team's strength is pretty good, we need a brain for this mission. The 2 teammates next to Fang Shu also nodded. After spending these days together, they discovered that Li Chenggen's knowledge was unexpectedly comprehensive and rich. There is no better guide to use for this mission. Seeing this, Li Chenggen did not show any pretense and agreed to the invitation of Fang Shu's team, and the 4 of them registered the rescue mission at the front desk. When several people went to change their equipment, Li Chenggen sent a message to Kong Siwei and asked her to ask for leave. Then put on the new Psylocke set, took the Scarlet Blade, and went to meet up. The Psylocke set is a mid-level, low-grade talisman armor with good defense and excellent resistance to abnormalities. Because the main material is the 3-eyed swallowtail butterfly, it is extremely difficult to capture, so it is often criticized as a set that only European emperors can make. There was no difficulty for Li Chenggen. Yao Yao used secret sugar water mixed with a hint of the scent of the laurel sacred tree as bait to catch one at a time. He successfully captured the 10 3-eyed swallowtail butterflies he needed without much effort. Because the original color of the Psylocke suit was too flashy, Li Chenggen forcefully asked the blacksmith to change the color to an inconspicuous off-white. After changing their equipment, Fang Shu's team and other hunter teams boarded the Union's exclusive aircraft. On the aircraft, the overall leader of this rescue operation, elite 5-star hunter Hu Shengxian, unfolded the map of Black Thunder and Black Cloud Forest. Each area was assigned to the captain of each hunter team. Fang Shu's team was assigned to the northwest of the Black Cloud Forest. After Fang Shu came back, he took out the hunter badge and distributed the types of monsters and terrain characteristics in the area to the three of them. When Li Chenggen saw the detailed explanation of this map, he shared some easily overlooked key points with the other three members. Lancer Mo Shou touched his shiny helmet and sighed. It feels so good to have a brain in the team. The last member, a female double-edged user, Qian Yinyan, looked away embarrassedly. Although she was a woman, she was the most reckless member of the team. Once the crazy blade state is activated, even 10 Fang Shu can't pull it back. The aircraft landed at the junction of Black Cloud Forest and Black Thunder Cliff, and each team dispersed according to their assigned areas. Free to search for money, Hu Shengxian also specifically asked not to conflict with the search forces of other agencies. Fang Shu's team came to the northwest of Black Cloud Forest. The main groups of warcraft here are forest wolves, electric vine pythons and puluo ants. Li Chenggen was protected by Fang Ma Shou in the middle, while Qian Yinyan was responsible for opening the way in front. Something's wrong. After walking for so long, I didn't even see a noisy monkey. Li Chenggen keenly discovered the problem and informed the other people. Fang Shu immediately told Qian Yinyan to stop clearing the road. Mo Shou sniffed the air, squatted under a tree, and rubbed some moss on the bark with his handnails. It's the smell of forest wolf urine. This area is marked by the territory of the forest wolf tribe. Mo Shou's words made Fang Shu's face change greatly. According to the records, this area is not the territory of the forest wolf. What's even more strange is that there is not even a monster here. Report the abnormality here immediately. Fang Shu quickly made a decision. They should pay more attention to the abnormal changes here than search and rescue. Since it was search and rescue, each team leader had a positioning communicator that could contact Hu Shengxian. When Fang Shu contacted Hu Shengxian, Li Chenggen suggested, "Brother Fang, you can say one more thing like Senior Hu. It is suspected that the Wolf King who followed the path of the Beast King was born here." When Fang Shu heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly, the Wolf King of the Beast King style. Thinking about it carefully, the possibility of this guess is not small. No, it is even very consistent with the current situation. The so-called Beast King style does not specifically refer to the king of a group. The Beast King style here is more inclined to the Queen of the Zerg. There is a strict hierarchy within the ethnic group, and subordinates have extremely high obedience, and are more like slaves than ministers. The fellows in the territory are just flags they use to climb to higher realms. They can be thrown away and played with at will, and these fellows will not complain. Monsters that successfully pass the Beast King stream have a high probability of breaking through to the Overlord level. I hope the Timberwolves' Wolf King strength will not progress too fast. Li Chenggen thought silently in his heart. Otherwise, a dominant Wolf King will bring great obstacles to this search and rescue operation. It's just an obstacle. If these wolf cubs accidentally treat the seriously injured Professor Zhou as prey, there will really be no place to cry. Soon Hu Shengxian sent a message. After reading it, Fang Shu said to several people with a solemn face, "Your Excellency, Hu Shengxian asked us to temporarily put aside the search and rescue plan, with the main purpose of finding out the specific situation of the forest wolf group. If necessary, we can break away and send a distress signal." The three members of the team breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. If it hadn't been for the last part of the sentence, they would probably have cursed on the spot. "Chang'an, what are you doing? Do you want to quit?" Fang Shu looked at Li Chenggen. Even if Li Chenggen quit, he would not complain. After all, the risk factor of this mission is too high. With Li Chenggen's current strength, it is indeed difficult to defeat him. Li Chenggen shook his head and said firmly, "No, I will continue. Don't worry about me. If necessary, I can run very fast." Fang Shu and others smiled. Mo Shou pushed Li Chenggen with his shoulder and said, "You can do it, brother. He looks like a man." Li Chenggen knew that he was not trying to show off his abilities. The water passing step that his master called had two major characteristics. First, it was fast in a straight line, suitable for long-distance attacks or short bursts of sprints. Second, after practicing from low-level to high-level content, you can touch the time domain and trigger short-term time acceleration or slowdown. The disadvantage is that it is not flexible enough and easy to learn but difficult to master, especially when it involves time. Although every beast master has the talent of space, not every master has the talent of time. The difficulty of this mastery is gradually rising. The characteristic of Li Chenggen's movement is the blurring of space, which makes up for the lack of flexibility. Even if he reaches a high level of cultivation, he can extend the time of space blur or enter the space blur state in advance, which greatly improves his combat and survival abilities. As for the problem of being easy to learn but difficult to master, Li Chenggen said that the future is promising. As long as the golden thread of talent for dexterity is spread all over the body, coupled with powerful soul perception, it's hard to master it or not. At present, Li Chenggen's passing water step is at the intermediate level, entering the subtle stage. If you want to break through the clear meaning, you must have an understanding of time. It's a small bottleneck, but even so, his instant burst speed can reach 100 meters per second, and ordinary forest wolves cannot catch up with him. After making the decision to explore intelligence, Team Fang changed the way they acted. Mo Shou, who has a keen sense of smell, walked in the front, while the captain Fang Shu was a bow hunter with the best eyesight. He wore jungle concealment clothes and climbed up big trees to detect the enemy's situation. And Qian Yinyan is right behind Li Chenggen, responsible for breaking up the rear. At the critical moment, she, who is the fastest, has to pull Li Chenggen away. Chirp! Fang Shu used a special whistle on the tree to issue an early warning, and several people hid in the leeward. A hunting team composed of 7 forest wolves slowly walked past the trail 10 meters in front of them. Li Chenggen squinted his eyes and looked at the pair of forest wolves carefully. He immediately noticed something was wrong and took a few photos with the hunter badge. After the wolves passed by, he sent a message to Fang Shu asking him to come down and discuss what he had just discovered. "What's wrong, Chang'an, have you found anything?" Fang Shu jumped down from the tree and asked. Li Chenggen took out the photo just taken was explained. Generally, forest wolves are gray and green all over, but if you look at the photos of these wolves, pay attention to their front paws and necks. Qian Yinyan's eyes widened and she finally found a bunch of inconspicuous white hairs among the pile of gray and green hairs. Could this be an accidental mutation? After all, the proportion of white hair is too small. Fang Shu asked aloud. Li Chenggen shook his head and said it was not a coincidence. Forget about just one wolf. When I saw that the 7 forest wolves just now all have this feature, it's not just a coincidence. Mo Shou hated this kind of guessing and asked directly, "So what is the conclusion?" Li Chenggen spit out a few words. "Outsiders. What the hell, outsider?" Qian Yinyan and Mo Shuzhong were confused, but Fang Shu, who was relatively calm, understood and said hurriedly, "You mean the beast king of the Timberwolves is an outsider?" Li Chenggen gave Fang Shu a thumbs up. "That's right, the monsters of the beast king style are extremely possessive individuals. They like to mark their subordinates in their territory and do not allow monsters from other forces to enter their territory. If you like it, you will be given some good abilities. Some of the elite individuals among the beasts recorded in the Union are actually the result of the possessiveness of the Beast King." Now everyone understood. Qian Yinyan frowned and asked, "These forest wolves have white fur on their bodies. Is this the king of beasts of the ice type?" Li Chenggen picked up a dead leaf on the ground and pointed to the hoarfrost condensed on it. "I am also biased towards this guess. You see, the temperature around here is actually much lower than before." Fang Shu and the other 3 glanced at each other and exchanged glances. They all felt that this brain was in the right place. With this breakthrough, these old hunters also opened their minds one after another, talking to each other one by one. "Ice type, I haven't heard of any area in Black Cloud Forest suitable for ice-type monsters to live in. Where is it outside the Black Cloud Forest?" Fang Shu opened the map and looked at the characteristics of other areas near the Black Cloud Forest. He shook his head and said, "No, there are plains and mountains near the Black Cloud Forest. Large-scale ice habitats do not exist." Qian Yinyan pointed to the northeast corner of the map and said in surprise, "There is a glacial lake here. Is it from here?" Li Chenggen put his right hand on his chin and said regretfully, "The probability is very small. The population in the northeast has not changed significantly, and the forest wolf force there is much weaker than that in the northwest. If it really came from the glacial lake, there is no need for to go far away and come to the northwest region to do thankless work. Mo Shou muttered. This is not the case, and that is not possible either. It is impossible for this ice beast king to suddenly appear. Li Chang'an and Fang Shu suddenly turned their attention to Mo Shou, and Fang Shu said in surprise, "Old Mo, you were really smart." Mo Shou didn't realize why Fang Shu scolded him. It's a secret realm, Li Chang'an explained. If it is a secret realm, it can satisfy the previous speculation. Qian Yinyan asked. Impossible. Secret realm monsters cannot actively open the secret realm from the inside, and the wisdom of the forest wolves also determines that they cannot open the secret realm from the outside. Li Chang'an pointed to himself and said, "What if the person who opens the secret realm is a human?" Team Fang Shu suddenly straightened up and said in unison, "Professor Zhou." The four major agencies, the Hunters Guild, the Beast Taming Association, Tanglein University and the police, worked together, but there was still no trace of Professor Zhou after such a long time. Moreover, the Hunter Guild was the last one to arrive, after Tanglein University and the police had been searching for 2 days. But here comes the problem. If Professor Zhou and his students opened this secret realm and released this Beast King, then what would happen to them now? Fang Shu and Qian Yinyan obviously thought about this situation. Li Chang'an comforted. Maybe things can turn around. Then he sorted out the causes and consequences of this action, and countless thoughts flowed through his mind. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed through. Li Chang'an asked Fang Shu eagerly, "When did Professor Zhou last send a distress signal?" Fang Shu replied, "1 day ago." Did anyone who came to the northwest region of Black Cloud Forest notice any abnormalities before? Fang Shu frowned and said, "I probably didn't notice it. After all, if it weren't for you this time, we wouldn't have noticed it in a short time." Li Chang'an stared at Fang Shu and said solemnly, "This is very important. Please confirm it, Senior Hu." Fang Shu still did as he was told. He had learned one thing over the years: never question the intuition of the team's brain. Soon, Hu Shengxian sent back the news, and Fang Shu said, "No, at least the people who came here a day ago said that the ethnic structure here is normal." Li Chang'an's face was uncertain, and he said to himself, "It means that the abnormality here is caused by 1 day, it shouldn't be." Qian Yinyan, who had a bad temper, urged, "Chang'an, please give me a message to save us the trouble here." Li Chang'an came back to his senses and popularized science for Fang Shu and others. Although the monsters of the Beast King style are extremely possessive, they all have one characteristic common to the masters of great forces, Jin Bai. They know that their strength comes from the people below them, so they will not do anything in a hurry. But this time, the Ice Wolf Beast Master cleared out the nearby tribes within 10 days. Li Chang'an didn't finish speaking, but everyone had already understood that the behavior of the Ice Wolf Beast King himself was already very abnormal. Fang Shu made a guess: driving the wolf to devour the tiger. Li Chang'an also favored this guess. Yes, only a stronger enemy can force a newly unblocked Beast King to take risks, and this enemy is most likely the culprit who is chasing Professor Zhou. A Beast King, and an unknown monster that can threaten the Beast King. Mo Shou said dully, "This is no longer within the scope of our capabilities." Fang Shu reported what he had just seen and guessed to Hu Shengxian, saying, "He asked us to wait for support where we are." A quarter of an hour later, whoosh whoosh. 5 figures appeared at the hiding place of Fang Shu's team. One of the tall men carrying a hunting bow asked, "Who came up with this conclusion?" It's not that he looks down on others, but that he has full trust in the brain capacity of Fang Shu and others. If these reckless men had such intelligence and insight, they wouldn't hang out among the bronze hunters. The 3 members of Fang Shu's team turned to look directly at Li Chang'an. The tall man smiled slightly and said, "It seems you are the one. Come with us, we need your professional knowledge." Without giving Li Chang'an a chance to refuse, the tall man put Li Chang'an in his right arm, stepped on the back of the Storm Golden Eagle, and walked away. The other 4 people also followed suit and boarded their respective flying beasts. Anyway, the ecological structure of this area has been completely destroyed, and there are no wild flying monster groups at all. Naturally, they fly over the forest without any scruples. After a while, a woman with a heavy crossbow and wheat-colored skin sighed, "It seems that the ethnic group here has been completely destroyed. I don't know how long it will take to recover." The strong man riding a flying horse and carrying a large shield buzzed through his helmet. The Union should send people to drive a group of the same ethnic group from other parts of the forest. While a few people were chatting, the tall man asked Li Chang'an, "Which way are you going?" Li Chang'an stood on the storm golden eagle, pointed at some giant frozen trees and said, "Go to the coldest place, where is the lair of the Ice Beast King. It can make a Beast King give up caution and carry out explosive troops at all costs, and another monster 10 is walking nearby to attack. Zhou Zhaoji is very likely to hide in the secret realm." The tall man was not stupid, and he immediately understood the feasibility of Li Chang'an's guess. After making eye contact with several teammates, he immediately decided, direct north, move forward at full speed. In the secret realm, Professor Zhou's student Alanuo was wrapped in a layer of wolf skin, heaving a sigh of relief and looking worriedly at the unconscious teacher in the igloo. "I don't know when the rescue will arrive. The teacher has a high fever. If he doesn't come, he won't be able to hold on." At this moment, a wolf howl came from outside the igloo, and Alanuo's expression suddenly changed. He gritted his teeth, put his teacher on his back, and rushed out of the igloo. "Please, we must find something abnormal here, and we must come to rescue." Alino, a third-year graduate student at Tangulin University, started his 11th marathon in his life. Li Chang'an and his team of 5 also quickly rushed to the entrance of the ice secret realm. On the way, he learned about it while chatting with the tall man. These 5 people are a department directly affiliated with the Beast Taming Association, and they are a team that detects the illegal behavior of high-level beast taming masters. He is a different kind of hunter, but he belongs to the Beast Taming Association. Since there was not enough manpower for this search and rescue operation, the Animal Control Association sent them out. After wandering around the Black Cloud Forest for a few times, I found no trace of Professor Zhou. Now I finally have a chance to show off my skills. 5 minutes later, Li Chang'an could see a beautiful ice crystal tree rising from the ground in the distance. On the other side of the giant tree, a thunderstorm composed of dark clouds was slowly approaching the ice crystal giant tree. And some wolves with ice crystal wings on their backs are fighting to the death with this dark cloud. The moment he saw this dark cloud, Mao Mao's voice came from the bottom of Li Chang'an's heart. "Tisk, disgusting guy." Li Chang'an communicated with Mao Mao through the soul contract. "Mao Mao, do you know this dark cloud? There is no such dark cloud and thunderstorm-shaped Warcraft in the Warcraft illustrated books he has been reading these days." Mao Mao's disgusted voice came. "This dark cloud is called the Thunder Dog Fish School, and it is a dependent of the ancient dragon, a floating dragon." Immediately afterwards, Li Chang'an received the inherited memory image from Mao Mao. Li Chang'an suppressed the discomfort in his heart and his brows trembled. He somewhat understood why Mao Mao hated this kind of cologne so much. Lei Falong is an ancient dragon that lives in the sky. It never lands on the ground in its life. It is born, grows up, mates, and reproduces all in the sky. It can trigger large thunderstorms, change the magnetic field of an area, and then cause the ecological extinction of the area. This kind of ancient dragon follows the standard Beast King style, and the Thunderdog is its ally used to test the opponent's strength, and can also be used as a scout. Thunder Dragon has 3 major relatives: Thunder Dogfish, Storm Birdfish and Magnetic Storm Steel Fish. The Storm Birdfish is an elite unit with extremely strong combat power and is mainly used to attack fortresses. Magnetic Storm Steel Fish can arrange large thunderstorms, which is most suitable for group attacks to wash the ground. All the dependents are born from the body tissue of the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dogfish is born from the blood of the Thunder Dragon, and the Storm Birdfish is its scales. The Magnetic Storm Steel Fish is a meteorite digested by Thunder Dragon. A group born from its stomach, it has the ability to condense thunder and lightning and change the magnetic field. These 3 dependents are attached to the surface of Lei Falong when there is no war. This resulted in the scene that Li Chang'an saw, a bird-like dragon covered in dense knots, with flesh and blood exploding from time to time, from which ugly thunderdogs were born. There are also 12 evil glasses that are constantly scanning the surrounding prey. "What's this?" The sword user like Li Chang'an looked at the dark clouds in the sky not far away in shock. In his impression, there seemed to be no record of such a magical beast. Li Chang'an regained consciousness and asked the tall man, "Can Professor Zhou's distress device signal be detected here?" The tall man sighed and said, okay, but no one has responded. Just as the atmosphere among everyone was getting heavier, the call for help in the hand of the tall man made a sound. Hey, is anyone there? In an instant, several people gathered around the tall man. The man suppressed his surprise and asked, yes, where are you? Is there any iconic terrain nearby? Are you in any danger? The man opposite the caller seemed to be crying, and the sound of sobbing could be heard from time to time. The tall man had a headache. The last thing he wanted to do was comfort the victims. If he was asked to arrest someone for torture, he would have to pinch them every minute. Li Chang'an motioned to the slender man to hand him the rescue device. The slender man thought it would be a good idea for this little guy to try it. Taking the call for help, Li Chang'an ordered in an extremely cold tone. The signal of the call for help is very poor, and the time between us is very short. Tell me your name, student number and number of survivors. The man opposite seemed to be frightened. He wiped his nose and said quickly, Alino, my student ID is ********************. Only my teacher and I survived. Several people in the Beast Control Association were silent. Professor Joe's scientific expedition team had a total of 12 students, 3 teachers, and 7 hunters. In other words, the rest of the people have been killed. Li Chang'an took a deep breath, suppressed the heaviness in his heart, and said coldly, are you in a secret realm? Yes, I am here. I am carrying my teacher on my back, and there is a group of water wolves chasing us behind. Do you still remember how you walked after entering the secret realm? The man opposite said at a very fast speed, keep going south, there is a big icicle near me. Li Chang'an slightly praised Alinuo, very good, classmate Alinuo, let me ask you another question, are there any king-level monsters in the secret realm? Alinuo was a little anxious, but still recalled, I don't know, but the teacher told me that the Frost Tyrant has 3 main forces, the Ice Wolf King, the Ice Jade Bird and the Snowstorm Demon Horse. Li Chang'an turned his attention to the heavy crossbow user who was holding a sniper cannon. The female heavy crossbow user looked through the sniper scope and said, there are indeed these 10 kings beside the Frost Tyrant. Shaw, Li Chang'an said to the caller. Okay, hold on, wait for me. Okay, hurry up. Alinuo's voice was choked with sobs. Li Chang'an put the sword on his back and said to the tall man, ask for help from above, and then stop the Frost Tyrant, but be careful not to attract the master behind the dark clouds. The tall man frowned and said, no, it's too dangerous for you to be alone. Azu, please go with us. The sword-wielder brother arrived in response. Li Chang'an said in surprise, are you sure that the 4 of you can stop the furious Frost Tyrant and the 3 king-level monsters? You can also worry about the city dragon over there. Genus, what? Several people from the Beast Taming Association were shocked, ancient dragon families. Are you saying that the dark clouds are ancient dragon families? Li Chang'an nodded and said, I saw it in a book, it should be a descendant of a certain beast king, the ancient dragon. Sure, Li Chang'an cupped his hand and introduced himself very calmly. If you don't know my father Li Mingshuan and my master Kong Siwei, I also have a master named Bai Xuankang. The 5-member team members were all shocked. The young man in front of them turned out to be a special second generation. If they didn't know Li Mingshuan before, the press conference made many people who didn't care about academia recognize this rising star in academia. As a local of Dongling City, I am no stranger to Professor Kong Siwei, not to mention Bai Suokong, a big boss who can often be seen on TV. There was no doubt that the tall man was the captain, but he still disagreed with Li Chang'an going into danger alone. Because if Li Chang'an were trapped in it, the noise would be no less than that of Professor Zhou now. Li Chang'an sighed and said, I have slashed the Blood God's clone alone, and the Blood God's blood aura remains on this knife. If you don't believe me, see for yourselves. He handed over the scarlet blade knife, and the strong smell of blood on it made several people frown slightly. The last member of the 5-man team, a swordsman, exclaimed, it really does exist. The tall man turned his head and asked, Lao He, are you sure? The sword wielder Lao He gritted his teeth and said, my parents were sacrificed, how could I admit my mistake? At the same time, such a strong man looked at Li Chang'an much more friendly. Only then did the tall man recognize Li Chang'an's strength. The strength of the Blood God's clone was never lower than that of a high-level one. Li Chang'an could kill him. So there is no secret realm for king-level monsters, so Li Chang'an cannot be left there. The tall man said decisively. Bring a rescue device and these medicines for you, keep them in reserve. Li Chang'an did not refuse his kindness, nodded to several people, and jumped off the storm golden eagle. Mau Mau. There was a flash of blood-colored light, and the 10-meter-long Mau Mau roared, and the dragon wings on his body were shaped like fire element energy. Although Bai Suokong's identity was discovered, it is still good to have less trouble. Mau Mau stretched out his front paws, let Li Chang'an step on them, and then pushed hard. Li Chang'an was like a sharp arrow, speeding towards the entrance of the secret realm behind the frost tyrant. The prison dragon charges. Mau Mau followed closely behind. The tall man shouted, "Cover Brother Li." Oh! The heavy crossbow in the hand of the wheat-colored woman fired, and rounds of ammunition comparable to RPG rocket launchers poured out, shattering many ice crystal wolves and ice jade birds. In an instant, the hatred value of the 3 king-level monsters was fully increased. The tall man and the sword-wielder Lao He blocked the frost tyrant. This beast king had experienced the seal of the secret realm, and his strength had not yet returned to the overlord level. He only had the strength of a king with 9 stars. But it still shouldn't be underestimated. Men holding large shields guarded the heavy crossbow envoys, and their pet beasts also stopped the 3 kings and their tribes. The Thai sword master is responsible for supporting. He is the fastest in cooperating with his pet beast. If there is a mistake on that side, he will go to support that side. Of course, he also has another important task, which is to keep an eye on the movement of the dark cloud. Thanks to the help of several people, Li Chang'an easily broke through the 2 lines of defense. A leader-level ice crystal wolf appeared in front of him, and Li Chang'an and Mau Mau merged instantly. The powerful ice crystal wolf was cut open with one stroke. At the same time, a red light appeared on the scarlet blade, and the red blade opened. Plus 12 cold resistance. Waste attributes. Li Chang'an slashed all the way and finally reached the entrance of the secret realm. To enter the secret realm, you need to find the secret realm key. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings and locked on a few beads marked with snowflakes. There is a special space fluctuation, this is it. Li Chang'an easily caught one, turned lightly, avoided the attack of an ice jade bird, jumped up, and disappeared into the entrance of the secret realm on a high platform. As soon as he entered the secret realm key in Li Chang'an's hand turned into ice crystal particles and flowed down from his fingers. The snowflake mark inside is imprinted on the back of his hand. If you want to master the core of this secret realm, you must use this mark to activate it. It's a pity that Li Chang'an came to save people this time and didn't have so much time to explore the secret place. Li Chang'an squatted down, took out an instrument, and began to confirm the direction of the secret realm. There is a high probability that the southeast, northwest and northwest in the secret realm will be different from the outside world. Therefore, the first thing that people who enter the secret realm need to do is to reconfirm the correct direction. Based on the measurement of the instrument and the results of his manual confirmation, Li Chang'an determined the south direction of this secret realm. Putting away the instruments, Li Chang'an got on Mau Mau and flew to the south of the secret realm. Along the way, they were carefully looking for where the huge icicle in Alanuo's mouth was. After flying for more than 100 miles, Li Chang'an finally saw a tip. When he flew closer, he realized that what he just saw was the tip of the icicle. Icicle has been found. Where is Alanuo? Li Chang'an searched everywhere for the figure of an adult human man. After finding no results, he could only summon Yao Yao and give himself a Lyle blessing. Increased mental perception and let Mau Mau take him around. At this moment, Li Chang'an's call for help heard Alanuo's trembling voice. "Hey, are you here?" Li Chang'an immediately asked. "I arrived near the icicle, where are you?" Alanuo was so cold that he could not speak clearly, but Li Chang'an still understood what he said. In Ha Mian. Underneath the icicles. Li Chang'an immediately let Mau Mau land at the bottom of the icicle, walked around in a circle, and finally found an area with a slightly different soil color. "Alino, are you in there?" Li Chang'an's voice was mixed with spiritual power and easily penetrated the soil. Alanuo opened the raincloth covering the dirt and shouted for help, "I'm here." Then I saw that Li Chang'an was the only one, and he was still so young, and I was dumbfounded. "Why are you the only one?" Li Chang'an's mental power caught an attacker. He stepped back and turned slightly sideways to avoid the blow. Then he cut the attacker in two with a red blade. There are also a pack of ice crystal wolves nearby that have smelled human scent and are coming here. There are also a few ice crystal wolves of the same age mixed in there. There was a hint of disdain in Mao Mao's eyes. High-level skill, red lotus breath. Hell flames bloomed in its mouth, like a red lotus, and its fiery breath burned the ice crystal wolves until even the bones and dregs were left. Li Chang'an tilted his head and asked, I didn't hear clearly, what did you just say? Alanuo didn't know if he was caught by the cold wind, so he shivered and said, no. I didn't say anything. Where's the professor? Inside. I found a tomb, and after a lot of effort, I solved the ventilation problem and moved the teacher inside. Li Chang'an's mouth twitched wildly. Good guy, the person is not dead yet, the cemetery has been arranged first. Alanuo said shyly, isn't this an emergency? Under the leadership of Alanuo, Li Chang'an saw Professor Zhou who was suffering from a high fever. Yao Yao, the moonlight heals, the moonlight shines. Li Chang'an summoned Yao Yao and gave Alanuo and Professor Zhou 2 rounds of Moonlight Cure and Moonlight Shine each. Alanuo's injuries have recovered to some extent, and he is much more energetic. He is munching on the A-grade nutrition bar handed over by Li Chang'an. This thing was originally left by Li Chang'an. Later, he always used S-level nutrition bars to meet his own needs. However, Alanuo's body at this moment is most suitable for A-level nutrition bars. However, Professor Zhou's high fever had subsided, but the breath of life was still weak. Even if Yao Yao gave him a few more rounds of moonlight to heal him, it would not help. So Li Chang'an asked Shang Alanuo, did Professor Zhou suffer any injuries? Alanuo looked confused. His beast control ability was very poor. He was only at the level of an intermediate beast control master. How could he know such a thing? I don't know. I only saw the teacher being hit by a blue lightning. Li Chang'an lowered his head and thought, blue thunder and lightning, get Li's. Are there any curse attributes among the thunder and lightning skills? Mao Mao said through the soul contract, it's that disgusting guy's sinister corrosion, and Yao Yao's latest skill should be able to purify it. Lei Falong's exclusive ability. Li Chang'an. There was no doubt anymore. He looked at Yao Yao and said, next, I will have to work hard for you. Yao Yao's moonlight streamer rubbed her ears against Li Chang'an, as if to say it didn't matter. The moon mark between Yao Yao's eyebrows began to shine, and the laurel pattern printed on the moon mark seemed to come to life. A transparent silver jade branch stretched out, and a drop of transparent water dropped on Teacher Zhou's head. After doing all this, Yao Yao's aura plummeted and she became sluggish, and even her crystal white hair became extremely dry. Li Chang'an painfully fed a few energy pills and put Yao Yao into the beast-controlling space. Yao Yao would be in a weak state for the next half-month. This is a super-level skill that Yao Yao awakened with the participation of Moonlight Throne when Li Chang'an and Yao Yao were in harmony with the beast. It is also the plus version of the super-level skill, Moon Drop, that Mu Qingqing has longed for. The super-level skill named Silver Osmanthus Dew has a super healing ability that surpasses that of Moon Drops. It can not only heal the body, but also heal the soul. In addition, it also has the powerful purification function of a certain moon god. Don't underestimate this moon god personality. The corrosion of yin thunder that cannot be purified even by the shining of moonlight is dispelled by the purification ability of this part. Teacher Zhou, who was freed from the corrosion of yin lei, showed the strong vitality of a king-level beast master. His life fluctuations gradually became stronger and he soon woke up. Alanuo walked over quickly and shouted in surprise, "Teacher, you are awake." The first thing Professor Zhou said when he woke up was, "Alino, why are you dead? Didn't I ask you to escape first with your notebook and things?" Alanuo looked a little embarrassed. Obviously he had disobeyed his teacher's orders. Li Chang'an stepped forward at this time and rescued Alanuo. "Professor Zhou, if Alanuo hadn't taken you running around, you might not have been able to survive our rescue." Professor Zhou was startled, and when he saw the hunter badge on the visitor's chest, he realized that he had been rescued, and quickly struggled to get up. Alanuo helped him up, and Professor Zhou struggled to say, "Am I still in the Ice Demon Secret Realm?" It turns out that this secret realm is called the Ice Demon Secret Realm, Chang'an thought. Yes, we are still in the secret realm, and others are outside to stop the Frost Tyrant. Where are the descendants of that ancient dragon? Still waiting to see. Professor Joe took the nutritional bar handed over by Alanuo, chewed it, and said, "It's not enough, the deterrent force is not enough, that greedy cologne will not give up. Will any guardian-level beast masters come over? Oh, by the way, their name is the Eight-Pillar Kingdom." Li Chang'an added, "I don't know. It wasn't there when I came here, but we have already reported the matter about Ji Yulong." Professor Joe murmured, "It's too late." The professor, who had overdrawn his life source and had some gray hair, stood up with difficulty and said to Li Chang'an, "Let's go conquer this secret realm and hurry up. Maybe we still have the strength to fight." Li Chang'an stopped Professor Joe, picked out 2 potions for treating pet beasts from the potions that the tall man gave him, and gave them to Professor Joe. This was originally prepared for Professor Joe. "Professor, please let me know if you want one of your pet beasts to regain its fighting strength." Professor Joe's pet beasts obviously lost their fighting power in the battle with the ancient dragon. Otherwise, even if there was only one left, Alanuo's situation would not be so miserable. Professor Joe did not refuse Li Chang'an's kindness. He summoned a Black Knight Starhoof and gave the medicine to this king-level dark horse. Black Knight Starhoof's aura gradually stabilized, and his injuries improved a lot. He was at least able to carry the 2 of them and run away. Seeing this, Li Chang'an asked, "Professor, can you tell me how to access this secret realm?" Professor Joe knew that Li Chang'an was only at the level of an intermediate beast master, so he didn't intend to let him take the risk, so he just wanted to refuse. Alanuo on the side told his teacher what just happened. "Actually, Brother Li is very strong. The elite-level ice jade bird was split in half with a single slash, and then his pet beast burned the ice crystal wolves to death with a burst of flames." Professor Joe was stunned for a moment after listening to Alanuo's immersive description, and a wry smile appeared on his face. "I didn't expect that the Hunter Guild would be willing to let such a talented person take risks for an old man like me." Professor Joe finally told Li Chang'an the details of this secret realm. The Ice Demon secret realm originates from the Ice Demon clan in another world, a demihuman race with ice talents, and the Frost Tyrant outside was originally the pet beast of a certain Ice Demon clan. Due to some opportunities, he opened up a higher wisdom, and then embarked on the path of the Beast King, enslaving all the other 3 pet beast groups of the Ice Demon tribe. These are what Professor Joe learned from interpreting some murals after entering the secret realm. There are 4 heavenly ice demonic pillars in the Frost secret realm, which are the huge icicles you see. Each icicle contains a large amount of resources and an Ice Demon mark. We need to collect these 4 Ice Demon marks and open the last treasure house of the Ice Demon tribe on the bloodline altar. There should be a horn in the treasure house that calls out the ancestors of the Ice Demon tribe. That thing can deliver a blow at the level of a venerable, and it can deter that greedy ancient dragon. What you need to pay attention to is the last magic pillar. There is a group of Frost Tyrants sleeping there. There is probably a king-level Frost Tyrant sleeping there. You must be careful not to wake him up. The remaining 3 magic pillars have been used by him, and the 3 major ethnic groups that were enslaved are ironclad proof. Li Chang'an has understood that although the Frost Tyrant has taken away the resources of the 3 magic pillars, the Ice Devil mark inside cannot be taken away. Because it does not have the blood of the Ice Demon clan. Professor Joe motioned to Alanuo to hand Li Chang'an a dark blue crystal ball filled with blue liquid. "This is the blood of the Ice Demons we found. You can use this to get away with it." Li Chang'an smiled slightly, indicating that he understood. Professor Joe and Alanuo went to the bloodline altar to wait for him first, but Black Knight Starhoof's injury had not recovered much, and his current combat power was not as good as Mao. Going to the magic pillar with Li Chang'an is just a drag. According to the map drawn by Professor Joe, Li Chang'an relied on the bloodline crystal ball in his hand to successfully collect the Ice Demon marks hidden in the 3 sky ice magic pillars. The last magic pillar has indeed not been opened yet, and Mao Mao can feel that there is indeed a king-level pet sleeping inside. However, the breath is very weak. It should be that the seal has been sealed for too long and the energy has been seriously lost. The Frost Tyrant outside is of the Beast King style, and is extremely possessive and wary. It is worried that its own race will affect its status. That's why these Frost Tyrants were not awakened. If it had taken another path, Bawang Liu, then Li Chang'an would probably have nothing to do with him now. When we came to the area where the Frost Tyrant was sleeping, there was only one King-level Frost Tyrant and 5 Commander-level Frost Generals, and the rest were Frost Warriors. Seeing the weak look of this Frost Tyrant, Li Chang'an suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. The scene when the Ice Demon Mark was opened before is still vivid in my mind. If you want to obtain this Ice Demon Mark, there is a high probability that these Ice Tyrants will be awakened. It's better to strike first. But Mao Mao's current strength is at the command level, no beast can beat it, but it is a bit difficult to face a king-level monster. The only thing that can break the defense is the extra damage from the blessing of the Lord of Purgatory. But the resonance of the 3 beasts in the sealed secret realm gave Li Chang'an an inspiration. First, he had a perfect beast control resonance with Bubble, and then used the tenfold increase of a sea vortex, and then instantly blessed Mao with this power. Can the resonance of the 2 beasts plus a tenfold attack buff be enough to kill this extremely weak Ice King? The main attack is a powerful brick flying. Li Chang'an told Mao Mao about this idea, and Mao Mao thought she could try it. But he still needs to be careful first, let the Ice Demon Mark be in a state to be activated, and wait for Mao Mao's attack to explode. No matter what the result is, taking the Ice Demon Mark will be a 100-meter sprint, respect by running first. Even if this Ice King is not killed, the attack of Hellflame will make it unable to pursue. Li Chang'an pierced a ray of spiritual power into the Ice Demon Mark, and then quickly resonated with Bubble to control the beast, and then linked to Mao Mao. Huge pressure instantly fell on his body and soul. Li Chang'an resisted the heavy pressure, and Bubble quickly detonated the only 2 vortexes. He had only accumulated 2 of them in such a long time, and the third one would take a long time. The majestic power flowed down Li Chang'an's body, Gongjiao, and merged into Mao Mao's body. The top-level skill, Julian Jade, that was gathering in Mao Mao's mouth almost didn't explode. Fortunately, its Hellfire skill was at the origin level. Can have good control over all skills composed of Hellfire. But in the end, Mao Mao integrated the newly born Hell Flame into the spherical Julian Jade, increasing its power to another level. A crimson glass-like spherical energy swirled in Mao Mao's mouth. This glass jade was so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Li Chang'an immediately disconnected the beast-controlling resonance, activated the Ice Demon Mark at the same time, and took it to the people. Mao Mao also pushed the Julian Jade to the sleeping Frost Tyrant before the resonance of the beast was disconnected. Then a man and a dragon shot straight into the sky and flew away with a whoosh. Boom! About 5 seconds later, a dazzling miniature sun burst out in the sky ice demonic pillar. Then it gradually spread, and the magic pillar was continuously melted by this fiery energy. The rising steam gave the Frost clan inside the magic pillar another wolf blow. The king-level Frost Tyrant was first extremely frightened and furious, and then the magic pillar was almost melted and collapsed, leaving only a deep look of despair in its eyes. Li Chang'an and Mao Mao rushed towards the bloodline altar without looking back. If they hadn't run fast, the mushroom cloud of water vapor behind them would have affected them. In his brain space, various attributes and skill stones are constantly refreshing. The large amount of energy that Mao Mao had just consumed was also being replenished rapidly. +6 body defense, +13 ice attribute affinity, +1 high-level skill stone ice explosion. Finally, +23 mental power. As soon as this message came out, Li Chang'an knew that the king-level Frost Tyrant was dead. Because he had killed so many leader-level monsters along the way, none of the attributes reported back exceeded 20 points. And this only feedback with more than 20 attributes can only be from the weak Frost Tyrant. At this time, his mental power broke through again and reached 91 Talisman, which is the category of level 9 Beast Master. To be honest, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Compared with the practice of mantra power, his mental power was rising like a rocket. Let's go and meet Joe. Li Chang'an patted the mane on Mao Mao's head and disappeared into the sky of the secret realm. 5 minutes later, Li Chang'an saw Alanua waving to them on the ground, and immediately landed. Professor, I got all 4 ice demon marks. Professor Joe said happily. I know, how can I not feel such a big movement? Where is that Frost Tyrant? Li Chang'an showed a hearty smile and said, I guess I don't have the strength to get up again. The future life is terrible. Alanuo's eyelids were twitching wildly. He still didn't understand that the boy in front of him, who was much younger than him, killed the terrifying king-level pet beast. Although his realm is similar to his combat power is so terrifying. Professor Joe took the 4 ice demon marks from Li Chang'an and said, Alinuo and I have explained how to use the bloodline altar here. Alinuo nodded vigorously, indicating that he also had a lot of credit. Awesome, Li Chang'an praised without hesitation. Alinuo scratched his head in embarrassment. If an ordinary beast master said this, he might not feel anything at all. But the person in front of him is a terrifying monster who rebels against the king in a middle-level body. This kind of pleasure of being praised is not on the same level. Professor Joe filled the 4 ice demon marks into the grooves around the bloodline altar. Then he took the bloodline crystal ball from Li Chang'an's hand, and together with Alinuo, they danced a strange dance, which was very primitive, and he was still mumbling words. Still speaking a language he didn't understand. After this weird dance, Professor Joe shouted loudly and crushed the bloodline crystal ball. Blue blood spilled on the altar, followed the grooves on the altar, and slipped into the patterned indentations around the altar. Suddenly, a soaring icy blue light shot straight into the sky from under the altar. A phantom of a dragon and snake with a single horn on its head and an unknown length of body appeared in front of people's eyes. Li Chang'an was confused on the spot. Aren't the ice demons a demi-human race? This is the ancestral spirit of the ice demon clan. The scene of the ice demon ancestor riding a snake suddenly appeared in Li Chang'an's mind. Professor Joe's expression changed slightly. He had previously interpreted the murals around the bloodline altar and some of the ice demon clan's texts. The ancestor spirit here should be an ice demon giant, not the dragon snake in front of him. He remembered that this dragon snake should be one of the powerful enemies killed by the ice giant. How could it occupy the magpie's nest? Professor Joe knew that now was not the time to care about these things. He stepped forward and asked in the manner of the Ice Demon clan, Your Majesty, are you the legendary Binglin Xuanling? The huge dragon and snake phantom originally didn't want to answer the human's words, but when he saw Mao Mao behind him from the corner of his eye, he immediately changed his mind. Yes, I am the Binglin Xuanling who was born and raised from the Tianbao clan. Binglin Xuanling's self-introduction surprised Li Chang'an. He turned out to be from the Tianbao clan. As its name suggests, this ethnic group is endowed with natural resources and earthly resources, and is naturally nurtured. If someone captures the Tianbao tribe in their infancy, takes special potions, performs rituals, and refines them, their talents can be greatly improved. For example, with the Ice Wave Mysterious Spirit, refining an infancy Ice Wave Mysterious Spirit can instantly transform a person who has no affinity with the ice system into a kaijao who takes the path of the ice system. This is still a case of killing the goose to lay eggs, and obtaining huge profits in a short period of time. If someone contracts with the Tianbao clan and cultivates it carefully, the Tianbao clan's closeness to nature will slowly change the contractor's talent, until it finally equals the Tianbao clan. With the soul contract, the contractor will have twice the talent of the Tianbao clan and twice the natural affinity. Whether it is spells or attacks of this attribute, they are all twice as powerful as these natural spirits. It can be said that in the later stage, the blood will not be lost. This is a relatively orthodox way of utilization. The disadvantage is that the training process is long and requires long-term planning. No matter what kind of thing it is, it can't cover up the light of the Tianbao clan. But unfortunately this kind of natural spirit is very rare, and usually lives in no man's land far away from living things. There are even fewer Tianbao tribesmen like the one in front of them who have reached the overlord level during their lifetime. Most of the Tianbao tribes have not yet developed and are eaten up by the Warcraft tribe in the deep mountains and forests. There are very few people in Dongguang Kingdom who can contract with the Tianbao clan. It may be that Li Chang'an still has no access to these high-level people. Professor Joe's eyes also showed a bit of, sure enough, expression, and said, Dear Spirit of Nature, we have something to ask of you. In exchange, you can also entrust us with something. There was a hint of disdain in Binglin Xuanling's eyes. What can you accomplish for me with just a bunch of ants like you? Professor Joe said with great pride, We can't do that, but we, the Dongguang human clan, can. Small tribes like the Ice Demon clan that don't have saints, we, the Dongguang Kingdom, can suppress them with just a few clicks. Saint. Binglin Xuanling was unfamiliar with this term. Li Chang'an also pricked up his ears. Is this the name of a realm above the venerable level? Professor Joe smiled lightly and said, Oh, I forgot that you have not been in the world for a long time, so let me change it to a word you can understand, eco-owner. Upon hearing these 3 words, Binglin Schwanling's shadow trembled violently, as if he couldn't believe that there was such a strong person behind this human race. The shadow of Binglin Schwanling slowly spit out 2 words, evidence. Professor Joe took out his beast control badge, found a video from the badge's memory, and started playing it. Li Chang'an glanced over curiously. In the video, there was an old man wearing a bearskin coat, followed by a black tortoise the size of a small mountain. Every time this black turtle takes a step, the surrounding environment is dyed black by the realm around the black turtle, and a trace of golden light is emitted. Then 3 seconds later, the video ends. This is a demonstration video of the 7th Elder of Dongguang Kingdom. You can watch it. Since Professor Joe's Beast Control Badge is the latest version that has been upgraded at a cost, the video played can simulate a certain aura. After watching the video for the first time, Binglin Schwanling fell silent. The aura of the old man was indeed of the same race as the humans in front of him. The outside world is changing too fast, and it is a little unresponsive. Even the aloof ecological masters are just these human pets. Is there still a place for the Tianbao clan outside? Binglin Schwanling fell into confusion. After a while, Professor Joe coughed a few times at the right time and reminded Binglin Schwanling, "What do you think?" Binglin Schwanling made a major decision and said, "I believe in the strength of your Dongguang human race, but I don't trust your credibility, W." Then he turned his attention to Li Chang'an, who was making soy sauce. Li Chang'an felt Binglin Schwanling's gaze, pointed at himself, and asked in surprise, "Me?" Binglin Schwanling's tone softened slightly to Li Chang'an, "I need you and your pet beast. I guarantee with the credibility of my own clan that I will definitely complete my commission." When Mao Mao heard the words, he narrowed his eyes, and the hell flame on his body immediately turned into crimson hell flame, and the strengthening runes that suppressed the hell demon body disappeared and appeared. "Isn't this little snake too embarrassing for you?" Binglin Schwanling noticed Mao Mao's anger and immediately changed his words, with a bit of pleading in his tone. "I don't have to ask you to guarantee the credibility of the clan. Really, I hope you can complete my request." Professor Joe and Alanuo were dumbfounded by Binglin Schwanling's change of attitude. "Ah, isn't this too much of a distinction?" Professor Joe took a deep look at Li Chang'an. He seemed to have never seen this young beast master clearly. Li Chang'an spread his hands and did not agree immediately, but asked, "Tell me about your commission first." Binglin Schwanling hesitated to speak, his face looked very hesitant. Li Chang'an seemed to understand Binglin Schwanling's concerns. "Probably because I am afraid that I will have evil intentions towards the entrusted things," he thought to himself. Li Chang'an slightly released his hidden aura, and there was also a trace of Yao Yao and Bubble. "Believe me, even if you reincarnate into the Tianbao tribe in its infancy, it won't be very attractive to me." Binglin Schwanling sensed the aura on Li Chang'an's body at this moment, and his eyes suddenly widened. Mother Nature is above, and there is still a disaster. Is this the breath of a god, the moon god? For a moment, Binglin Schwanling fell into confusion in the cold wind. It seemed that his worries just now were too ridiculous in front of this human being. Just like a child holding a candied haws on a stick is worried that the owner of a candy factory will take away his candied haws. This made Binglin Schwanling, who was arrogant by nature, a little embarrassed and angry. Pao Pao also saw Binglin Schwanling through Li Chang'an's vision. Hai Yuanlong was originally an elf of heaven and earth, and had a natural affinity for this type of naturally born Tianbao clan. "Yo, there is a living spirit of nature." Pao Pao was very happy and couldn't help but use Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming's voice reached Binglin Schwanling's ears. This Tianbao clan member seemed to have been struck by a thunderbolt and stayed where he was. This is the ancestral spirit. The natural ancestral spirit, but isn't the spiritual star already? Binglin Schwanling's heart was in a mess at the moment. This Yuan Ming allowed it to unblock a lot of information hidden deep in the soul during its lifetime. Soon the overlord Tianbao clan regained his composure and looked at Li Chang'an with eager eyes. Can you contract to be my heir?" Professor Joe opened his mouth slightly when he heard this. Alanuo's head had already shut down and stopped functioning. Li Chang'an suddenly realized that he wanted to take care of its offspring. There is no distinction between male and female in the Tianbao tribe. The way they increase the number of the tribe is to divide their origins apart from natural birth. Put it in a place with abundant elements, and it will be a new Tianbao clan in 100 years. However, this method can easily seriously damage the original Tianbao clan's vitality, and reducing their strength is very dangerous in the wild. Generally, it is the Tianbao people who are about to come to the end of their lives who choose to do this. No, Li Chang'an said firmly. Professor Zhou's face is obviously a little anxious. You should agree first to stabilize this Tianbao clan. Li Chang'an then said, but I can choose a suitable candidate for your heir. If you stay by my side, you will easily be affected by all kinds of troubles and die. The vitality of the Tianbao clan is not as resistant as that of Ji Yulong. Li Chang'an has too many troubles. Didn't he see that Yao Yao, the chosen one of the moon god, suffered a lot in 3 days or 2? I will entrust your heir to my fiancée. She is the owner of the Ice Qilin. You should be aware of how picky the Qilin clan is. Li Chang'an shamelessly upgraded the status of Wen Miaohua's girlfriend to his fiancée, and praised the girl's character. I just slightly ignored Wen Miaohua's peerless martial arts of opening the Tianling with one hand. Binglin Xuanling's dim eyes instantly brightened. Bing Qilin. People who can be favored by Qilin must have a pure heart and extremely high talent. Only, it asked. Really? Li Chang'an patted his chest and promised. This time I can use the credibility of my ethnic group to guarantee absolute fidelity. Mao Mao also nodded in agreement. That little pony did have a good vision. He was still the royal palace appointed by Chang'an, so there was no need to say anything more. Binglin Xuanling couldn't suppress the joy on his face. The shadow swayed and the bloodline altar cracked on the spot. There is an icy blue light ball inside. Lying in the light ball is a naked blue elf with a pair of crystal blue jade horns on his forehead and a small dragon tail coiling around his body. The appearance is similar to that of humans, but the body is only less than 10 centimeters tall. Binglin Xuanling's eyes flashed with softness, and he said to Li Chang'an, "This child is my heir." Li Chang'an smacked his lips and felt a little regretful. This Tianbao tribe is so good-looking. The Tianbao clan has different forms, which are related to the place where they were born. Like this overlord-level Binglin Xuanling, he was probably born in the land of dragon veins or the place where the dragon clan fell, so it has the image of a dragon and snake. And this new Binglin Xuanling was born in the secret realm of the Ice Demon clan, a demi-human race, so it is in humanoid form. The dragon horns and tail on its body are inherited from the overlord Binglin Xuanling, which is a characteristic of split reproduction. No wonder the overlord Binglin Xuanling calls it his heir. However, the regret in Li Chang'an's heart quickly dissipated. The impulse just now was just like the possessive desire that humans involuntarily feel after seeing beautiful things. It's almost the same as the difference between falling in love at first sight and falling in love at first sight. Once you calm down and think about it, you will find that this is not suitable for you. Li Chang'an will continue to add points to the core skills of the 3 little ones in the future, and the difficulties they need to face will become increasingly greater. A partner who doesn't resist will only add to the sadness. It's better to give this Tianbao clan to the eldest wife to help her increase her strength and talent. With the help of Professor Zhou, Li Chang'an used the ice demon resources hidden under the bloodline altar to collect the new Binglin Xuanling. Then he looked at Dragon Snake Binglin Xuanling and said, "Now it's our turn to make demands. It's not much. I just need you to intimidate the thing outside and use overlord-level attacks to resist if necessary." Okay. As the master of the secret realm, Binglin Xuanling opened the door to the secret realm and saw the dark cloud Li Chang'an was pointing at. The ice horn above his head almost shot out a frost ray. What? Another disaster? Well, no, not enough. It can only be regarded as a disaster beast. Binglin Xuanling. Is this the thing you want me to deal with? Binglin Xuanling and Li Chang'an glared at each other, but they were finally defeated. The future of his children is still in Li Chang'an's hands, so it's hard for him to fall out. Besides, it is already dead. Do you still care about experiencing death again before dissipating? At the same time, Binglin Xuanling felt a little thankful that this human refused to contract his own heir. Otherwise, it can't imagine how this little guy can survive in such an exciting daily life in the future. The Binglin Xuanling opened the door to the secret realm and appeared in the middle of the Frost Tyrant, Human and Thunder Dog camps. This almost real shadow brings a heavy pressure to all living beings. There was despair in the eyes of the tall man. Overlord level, genuine overlord level. Professor Joe, Li Chang'an and others won't. Then the tall man saw Professor Joe and Alanuo coming out from behind the secret realm door. They are not dead. The surprise came too suddenly, and the ups and downs in his mood made his heart a little overwhelmed. Binglin Xuanling's indifferent eyes glanced at the incredulous Frost Tyrant and let out a cold snort, instantly defeating the Beast King's psychological defenses. Frost Tyrant, how is it possible? How come this ancient giant is still alive? If you can't beat it, you have to run away. The tragedy in the bloodline memory completely eliminated the Frost Tyrant's fighting spirit, and he was already preparing to run away. The tall man and Lao He quickly protected Professor Joe in the middle and watched the other force on the field warily. Lao He asked in a low voice, "Professor, are you okay?" Professor Joe nodded and responded, "I'm okay, and the boy named Li Chang'an is okay too." Lao He wanted to ask something else, but Professor Joe stopped him with his eyes. Now was not the time to ask such questions. When will support arrive? The tall man shook his head and said, "I don't know, I have reported it to you, but as you know, the transfer of a powerful person at the venerable level is usually very troublesome." Professor Joe expressed his understanding, but did not accept it. He took the communicator from the tall man's hand and logged into his account. Then I sent a message to Tanglin University. A brand new ancient dragon, which lives in high altitudes, can create thunderstorms, change magnetic fields, has a greedy personality, and is malicious to humans. If you are interested in research, please come quickly. Applicants must have at least a venerable level of strength. Latecomers will not be waiting. Then he sent a shared address and a few pictures he had taken before, and returned the communicator to the tall man. When the tall man saw this message, his eyes twitched and he asked in a low voice, "Professor, is this okay?" Professor Joe chuckled and said, "You don't understand the mentality of those old immortals. A brand new unknown ancient dragon can arouse their interest, not to mention that this ancient dragon can also change the magnetic field through lightning. If you can dissect it and understand its principles, do you know how important it is to the scientific and technological development of Dongguan country? We can simulate this ancient dragon's magnetic field to expel the Warcraft population in the wild, and also create faster and more affordable means of transportation. Circulation between major cities in Dongguan Kingdom will no longer be a dream. We can recreate the situation before the catastrophe. Ordinary people can travel between Yujing City and Tanglin City in one day. All they need may be just a few days of food instead of going bankrupt. Gee, how could you think this wouldn't be attractive enough for academics?" The tall man opened his mouth. He didn't expect that there were so many things hidden in it. The professor exchange group at Tanglin University suddenly exploded. Here, what kind of luck does Lao Zhou have? Even if he encounters a plane crash, he can still encounter a brand new ancient dragon. Isn't it because I met an ancient dragon that I encountered a plane crash? You see, this ancient dragon can change the magnetic field through lightning. It is probably an ancient dragon that lives in the middle room or even higher areas. That makes sense. This can explain why we haven't been able to observe this ancient dragon. It's a pity that all the satellites before the catastrophe were disabled, and our current technology cannot send satellites into space. Otherwise, this ancient dragon would have been exposed long ago. There is no way. The rules have changed after the cataclysm. The rocket fuel of the previous civilization cannot break free from the shackles of the blue star. The anti-gravity engine works. Times have changed, and it is too difficult to follow the pure technological route. You should first concretize and simplify the rules of gravity, and then talk about the anti-gravity device in terms of materials. Maybe this ancient dragon can help our research, at least send our satellite up. Hey, stop talking. If we continue to talk, Lao Zhou's ashes will be cold. Don't you see that this still requires strength? Lao Zhou is asking us for help. You see, this is not something we can interfere with. We have to look at the wishes of those people. As soon as these words came out, the chat group slowly returned to silence, and everyone was waiting for the decision of the big bosses. Fishing Xiaonong Chongjin, please take a trip. Xiao Chongjin, yes, Mr. Wu. Fighting the road and supporting the wall by Suakong Wei Wei, go and bring your apprentice back. 10 billion bills Kong Siwei, I want to bring Uncle Ghost with me. Fighting Lu Fujiang, okay, as long as the old ghost is willing. On the other side, the sense of oppression brought by Binglin Xuanling seemed to be a bit strong, causing the three forces to stay in place and not take much action. Everything seems to be going for the better. Only one person is in pain. Li Chenggen huddled under the warm mane, deep into a deep blue ice pool with one hand, and placed the other hand on Binglin Xuanling's tail. The Binglin Xuanling can have such a realistic overlord aura, all thanks to Li Chenggen's energy conversion and transmission. This ice pool is a secret treasure left by the ancestors of the Ice Demon clan to their descendants for the transformation of their bloodline. It has extremely abundant ice energy. If you want Binglin Xuanling's shadow to exert its overlord strength for a short time, a large amount of energy is essential. So Li Chenggen came up with a way to achieve perfect beast control resonance with Pow Pow, and then use his unique ancient dragon power transfer station to let Bubble activate the super level skill Infinite Devour to gradually devour the energy in the ice pool, and then transfer it to Binglin Xuanling through himself. Of course, there will be energy residue in this process, which is a benefit to him and Bubbles. Although the energy left after each conversion is not much, the advantage is lasting. Li Chenggen's 25,000 beast control space is about to be filled by 2/3 at this moment. Bubbles' harvest is greater. This ice pool contains special effects of repairing and stimulating blood vessels. This part of the energy is useless to Li Chenggen and Binglin Xuanling. It's all cheaper than Pow Pow. Although his previous deficiencies have been made up for, compared with Mao Mao, his foundation is still weak. But with this secret treasure of the Ice Demon clan, not only was Bubbles' foundation solidified, but his own strength was also unstoppable, and he once again broke through to extraordinary 2 stars. And this trend is still growing. It is estimated that after being smoked in this ice pool, just this small amount of residual energy can allow Li Chenggen and Bubble to level up. This confrontation lasted for a long time, and the dark cloud composed of thunderdogs became unable to sit still for the first time, making a harsh electric sound. An invisible wave passed through the entire scene and spread further into the sky. Professor Joe smoothed the hair that stood up on his head and said in a deep voice, "Attention, they are calling for support. The ancient dragon is very likely to come." The slender man and others immediately raised their vigilance to 500%. It is estimated that they have never been so serious when taking pictures at night. After a while, the frost tyrant screamed, "Scar!" Then he abandoned his entourage and ran away desperately. "Don't worry about it, just concentrate on the next thing," Professor Joe ordered. The tall man and the others cooed, swallowed in unison, and looked solemnly at the increasingly heavy black clouds on the horizon. Lei Falong is here. That disaster beast is coming. Binglin Xuanling had a premonition about Li Chenggen, and it handed over part of the control of the secret realm to Li Chenggen so that he could see the outside scene clearly from inside. Mao Mao and Li Chenggen shared the field of view, so they could also see what was going on outside, and said in a deep voice, "Calm down, now is not the time to take action. I remember that your ice-type Tianbao clan knows the skill Cold Roar." Binglin Xuanling replied, "Yes, but with the current energy and my remaining consciousness, this super-level skill can only be used 0h twice." Mao Mao nodded and praised, "It's not bad. When Lei Falong releases the Stormbird fish, use Senin Roar immediately. If the opponent retreats, everything will be fine. If the Thunder Dragon releases the Magnetic Storm Steel fish, use your best attack skills to attack the center of the thunderstorm condensed by the Magnetic Storm Steel fish. Then, try to hold on and not dissipate." Binglin Xuanling said somewhat unconfidently, I will try my best." Several tall men outside summoned their own defensive beasts and stood ready. Facing the huge, oppressive black shadow in the sky, their biological instincts constantly issued warnings, seeming to tell them not to resist this existence. Europe. Lei Falong let out a deafening roar, not as a threat or vigilance, but as he looked down at all the creatures present very calmly. Even Binglin Xuanling strives to maintain his overlord demeanor. Boom boom boom. Thunder traveled above the clouds, constantly colliding with each other, and the bursting sound shook the hearts of every beast master. Dark clouds formed by Thunder Pike detached from Thunder Floating Dragon, or formed into long black snakes, sealing the space around everyone. When Professor Joe saw this scene, his heart suddenly sank. He looked up and mentally captured the playful look in Lei Falong's 12 eyes. Oops, it discovered our plan. Li Chenggen was not surprised to see this. The ancient dragons are a race with extremely high intelligence, and the preparations he and Professor Joe had made in a hurry were very crude. It's not surprising that Lei Falong can see through their plans at a glance. But it's one thing to see through it, and it's another thing to defeat the Thunder Dragon. Defeating the ancient dragon is not a fake but a real threat of strength. Thunder Dragon seemed to be very patient, letting the Thunder Dog fish set up their formation to prepare for the next attack of the Stormbird fish. Professor Joe was also very decisive and immediately said, "When launching an attack, we cannot let these family members' arrangements succeed." Several people from the Beast Taming Association were also very obedient and used their strongest attacks to eliminate these countless Thunderdogs. At this moment, attacks continued to come from outside, which greatly delayed the action of Thunder Dog Fish. The tall man looked back and was surprised to find that they were king-level beast masters from various search and rescue forces. "Haha, Lao He, you're not dead, right? I'm still waiting for you to return my 16 boxes of fire wine." The big sword made Lao He take a breath and cursed with a smile. "Gungan, you have to worry about such a small amount of wine." "Captain Chang, what are your orders?" The corners of the slender man's eyes were moist. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Attack these ugly things, don't let them take shape." Okay. The addition of these 5 or 6 king-level beast masters gave the tall man and others a little more room for action. But Professor Joe noticed that the leisurely look in the eyes of the ancient dragon in the sky had not dissipated, indicating that their attacks were nothing to it. Professor Joe's mood sank to the bottom. Even with the addition of this new batch of blood, the hundreds of millions of Thunderdogs still arranged their combined formations. The beast masters on the human side were all covered in colors and were seriously injured. "We haven't launched an attack yet, and this is what we are doing. If we do, it will be a disaster." A king-level beast master from the Beast Control Association was in a very bad mood. He felt that tickling this ancient dragon was not even a big deal. Europe. Lei Falong seemed to have had enough of the clown's farce, and 1/3 of the densely raised scales on his body peeled off, revealing the tender flesh and blood and part of the bones inside. After the scales peel off, they turn into black birds covered with steel spines. Their streamlined bodies allow them to tear apart enemies at 5 times the speed of sound. With the assistance of Thunder Dog, their speed and attack power can be doubled several times. Li Changgen's eyes lit up and he reminded, "It's now." The one horn of Binglan Xuanling released a fierce cold air, and it looked up to the sky and roared. Sen Han roars. The cold air spreads layer by layer along with the roar of Binglan Xuanling, like an ice flower gradually blooming, slowly condensing the surrounding space. Most of the stormbird fish in the depths were frozen into ice crystals, and the remaining stormbird fish were also frozen by the cold air and fell from the sky, hitting the ground heavily. Their life or death was unknown. Of course, super-level skills will not end so simply. How far can the roar of Binglan Xuanling spread, and how far does the freezing effect skill of Forest Cold Roar spread, and its power will not diminish. The thunder-floating dragon in the sky briefly looked at the remaining consciousness of the Tianbao tribe. It did not expect that the Tianbao tribe had seized the opportunity so well. Just before the stormbird fish settled into the gap created by the thunder dog fish, he killed them all, and even threatened the stormbird fish on him. Lei Falong became a little interested. The blue thunder on his body moved among the exposed flesh and blood, and pieces of brand new scales were quickly formed. Immediately after the scales fell off, batches of stormbird fish were born, and gathered into formations at extremely fast speeds. Binglan Xuanling's voice passed to Li Changgen, "Sorry, it seems that it didn't cause any damage. It didn't even force out the magnetic storm steel fish you mentioned. I will use Tian and Aurora to tear open a hole. You can run as fast as you can." Li Changgen sighed. Man's calculation is not as good as God's calculation. This plan was originally betting on the possibility that Lei Falong might underestimate the enemy. But it was obvious that this thunder-floating dragon was too cautious. Even under the premise of a huge advantage, it was still playing it safe and steady. Don't give them a chance to seriously injure it. Didi. Li Changgen's communicator rang. He lowered his head to check the message, and then showed a happy smile. That message was apparently sent by Kong Siwei. "Xiao Chang'an, is the master okay?" A large number of beast masters outside the secret realm were swallowed up by grey whirlpools and disappeared in front of Lei Falong. Kong Siwei suddenly appeared behind Li Chenggen and patted him heavily on the shoulder. You brat, I almost got myself involved in saving someone. This is so worthless. Sister Kong. Li Chenggen looked back in surprise and saw the faceless mirror ghost closing the space channel behind it and looking at this secret land of ice and snow. Kong Siwei's eyes stayed on Binglin Xuanling for a while, and then her attention was attracted by the last remaining resources of the Ice Demon clan under the Bloodline altar. There's actually extra money. Then, with lightning speed, all the secrets under the Bloodline altar were plundered. If Li Chenggen hadn't been refining the ice pool water, Kong Siwei would have dug up the ice pool and the surrounding land. The faceless mirror ghost turned its head away in embarrassment, as if to say that it didn't recognize this money-minded fool. After Lei Falong saw Professor Zhou disappear, his previous calmness suddenly disappeared, replaced by boundless anger. Europe. Countless thunder pike and stormbird fish came out of the nest, as if they would not give up if they couldn't find anyone. In order to vent his anger, Lei Falong opened his huge mouth full of scales, and a school of steelfish that resembled diamond facets wandered out. There is a faint blue thunder connection between each magnetic storm steelfish, forming a large net that covers the sky and the sun. A ball of thunder slurry condensed to the extreme quickly formed, with a diameter of 5 kilometers. If it fell, there would be no life within 1,000 kilometers radius. Li Chenggen, who was always paying attention to the battlefield, naturally would not miss this opportunity. He immediately shouted to Binglin Xuanling, "Now, attack the 3 special magnetic storm steel fish behind the thunder ball with all your strength." Binglin Xuanling had no chance at the first opportunity, so he took it upon himself to activate the super team Tianan Aurora. The icy blue one-horned shadow on the forehead began to shatter, then the head, and finally the body shadow tens of thousands of meters away also shattered. Injected into the icy attack that shines with the aurora. Lei Falong didn't expect that a Tianbao clan Kanyan could unleash such a powerful attack, and he seemed to know his own weaknesses. The Tianan Aurora moved very quickly, and the Thunder Dragon of the Beast King style had no time to stop it. The 3 magnetic storm steel fish responsible for stabilizing the thunderball were easily frozen into ice slag. Before Binglin Xuanling's consciousness passed away, he left his last words to Li Chenggen, "Xuanlin will leave it to you." Xuanlin is the name given by Binglin Xuanling to the new Tianbao clan. Li Chenggen nodded solemnly, and then solemnly roared in the direction where Xuilin Xuanling passed away. The comforting laughter of Binglin Xuanling seemed to be heard in the void. In an instant, the out-of-control thunder ball exploded in front of Lei Falong's eyes, tearing its scales apart. Then it broke open its flesh and blood, like an out-of-control beast ramming wildly inside its body. "Ooh!" Lei Falong cried out in pain. The concentrated yin thunder suppressed its self-healing ability, making its injuries a little more serious. At this moment, a 100-meter-long flaming spear fell from Lei Falong's head, following the wound opened by Yin Lei. Date. Immediately afterwards, gray chains emerged from the void around Lei Falong, binding it tightly like a rice dumpling. This is the move of the faceless mirror ghost. One hit makes a difference, and the next step is to beat the drowned dog. The second one, the third one. 13 consecutive flame spears knocked down the thunder dragon from the sky and nailed it to the ground. The free fall of tens of thousands of meters put Lei Falong in a long-lasting state of dizziness. A tall, muscular man appeared, breathing heavily. It was obvious that the continuous attacks had consumed a lot of his magic power and physical strength. However, the effect is also good. Although the thunder-floating dragon has not died, it has been pulled from the main battlefield in the sky to the earth. A purple phoenix figure appeared behind Kong Siwei and merged into the powerful armor, Starry Night Guard. This wasn't over yet. A cyan neighing, a black cry, and 2 complementary gray-gold beast roars merged into the night rose in Kong Siwei's hand. Li Chenggen's eyelids jumped wildly when he saw it. Even with the fusion of the 5 beasts, he was still able to handle it with ease. He could only be said to be an elite hunter who was about to break through to the master level. Kong Siwei asked Li Chenggen, "What is the weakness of this ancient dragon?" The magnetic core of the stomach or the left and right sides are 10 meters above the third eye. There are its other 2 magnetic field control cores. Kong Siwei showed a cruel smile, and the blood energy on his body exploded. The light on rose in the night suddenly turned into blood, and stabbed towards the top of the third eye on the left side of Lei Falong. Li Chenggen was dumbfounded. Could Tai Dao still be able to play like this? Just now he clearly saw that there was no sign of condensation of power on Kong Siwei's sword, so why did it turn out to be red for every effort exerted? Wushang Jingui explained. This is a method of cultivating potential. It can condense the sword power in advance and converge it in the body. Generally speaking, this kind of sword power will pass quickly over time and is not cost-effective. But your master is known as the Immortal Blade. The characteristic of the sword's power is that it can greatly slow down the speed of the sword's power, so the power-raising method is more suitable for her than any high-level technique inheritance. After the Faceless Mirror Ghost's explanation, Li Chenggen understood why Kong Siwei's sword was red-edged. He is not only a genius in this world, his master was also a genius when he was young. The sword light that Kong Siwei slashed directly cut through the flesh and blood on the surface of Lei Falong, and the exposed control core was chopped into pieces with a slash that shone with black light. When Xiao Chongjin, a burly man, saw Kong Siwei giving him the sign of 3, he immediately understood what was going on. Following suit, another flame spear was nailed into Lei Falong's right side 10 meters above the third eye. Lei Falong, who had just recovered from the dizzy state, suddenly found that his 2 cores had been broken by the 2 tiny humans in front of him. He was furious, but he couldn't help but feel panic in his heart. It has its last core left. Once this core is shattered, it will not be able to reach the sky for a considerable period of time. By then it will be an ancient dragon that has fallen to the ground, worse than a crawler. The Faceless Mirror Ghost said he, no need to struggle anymore. Because the 2 magnetic field control cores of Lei Falong were shattered, the magnetic field protection on the body's surface has collapsed. It is no longer able to resist the space attack of the Faceless Mirror Ghost. Splitting Ghost Claw. 5 bright red claw marks were tearing apart the space, landing on Lei Falong's stomach, ruthlessly tearing the magnetic field control core into pieces. Lei Falong was stunned, and all 12 evil eyes exuded fear. All 3 cores are broken. It can't fly. Lei Falong's emotions were also captured by Xiao Chongjin. Is this the end? This was the first time that he defeated an ancient dragon so easily, and it was the first ancient dragon that was about to break through the ecological master level. At this moment he seemed to be dreaming. In fact, without the guidance of Mao Mao's inherited memory, this battle would not have been so easy. People like Xiao Chongjin would have to die several times if they were not good enough, and maybe they could force back this ancient dragon who was at the peak of his dominance. You can't even think about suppressing or killing without the intervention of a saint-level beastmaster. Kong Siwei quickly typed words on the communicator to send, then stayed far away from Lei Falong and let her 5 pet beasts carry out long-distance attacks. Just in case this ancient dragon dog jumps over the wall and explodes. If it kills her, there will be no place to cry. Bai Suokong came to the battlefield first through the space teleportation of the Faceless Mirror Ghost, where a candle-eyed dragon, a snake, and a pet beast as gorgeous as a star map appeared. The candle-eyed dragon snake and the Faceless Mirror Ghost implemented time and space suppression, while the star chart pet beast continued to shed starlight, making the suppression of the 2 even higher. Kong Siwei saw that the real finale had arrived, so she came to Ji Chenggen to protect him. The first thing he said when they met was, "Not bad, I have control of this secret realm." Only then did Li Chenggen realize that Binglin Xuanling had given him control of this secret realm before she passed away. In other words, he can be regarded as conquering a secret realm. Then I passed the exam for exploring the secret realm, right? Kong Siwei nodded Li Chenggen's forehead in a funny way and said, You are still thinking about the exam at this time, don't worry about your life. Forget it, as a teacher, I can barely count you as passing. Li Chenggen was in a good mood, and without noticing, his own realm began to break through. Kong Siwei was immediately dumbfounded. This is a breakthrough. What's going on with my disciple? This breakthrough is a natural one. He has absorbed so much energy from the ice pool. If he still can't break through, how is he different from a waste? Level 5 Beastmaster achieved. The beast control space is expanded to 50,000 cubic meters. Bubble is promoted to extraordinary 3 stars. This rocket-like promotion speed made Mao Mao feel sad. How long had it been trying to break through to the extraordinary 3 stars? It has only been 2 months since Pao Pao arrived, and he has gone from the awakening stage all the way to extraordinary 3 stars. Of course, Mao Mao himself did not fall behind, achieving Elite 2 stars. The only fly in the ointment is Yao Yao's bed breakthrough. This is related to its falling into a weak state. Even with feedback from Li Chenggen's promotion, the weak time was only shortened to 3 days. Didn't get a chance to reach Elite 2 stars. However, as long as Yao Yao refines the remaining moonlight in her body, she can become an Elite 2 star easily. Chapter 91. Outside the Ice Demon's secret realm, Lei Falong was briefly suppressed. The golden threads and gray chains were entangled together, tightly binding Lei Falong's body for a kilometer. Bai Suokong certainly knew that his suppression could only last for a short period of time. Once Lei Falong regained his composure, he would probably have to break free. There is no way. The ancient dragon's vitality is so strong that it stands at the top of almost all races. The sound of the rising and falling tide came from a distance, and when it got closer, it was already a roar like a mountain roaring and a tsunami. A divine dragon covered in blue jade scales stepped on the huge waves, and the dragon ball in its mouth shone brightly, dispelling the black clouds in the sky and illuminating the entire world. As the dragon roared, the water waves at the dragon's feet turned into fine water needles, piercing into the flesh and blood of Lei Falong. Lei Falong screamed and resisted even more violently. Bai Suokong frowned, and the star map beast floating above his head increased the brightness of the starlight, and the strength of the seal increased greatly for a while. Lei Falong's death struggle was suppressed again. Immediately afterwards, bright red blood gushes out of the transparent water needle and is transported to the water droplet held under the dragon's claws. This is extracting the blood of the ancient dragon. Li Chenggen thought in shock. Kong Siwei looked at the water droplets under the dragon's claws with burning eyes and said, "Apprentice, this ancient dragon's blood is a good thing. At my level, many equipment actually need this material. The blood of the ancient dragon can greatly reduce the loss of equipment when transmitting energy, and the spirituality in it can also enhance the effect of equipment. It is really a universal material." Hey, later. Kong Siwei enthusiastically wanted to share the joy with Li Chenggen, but when she saw Mao Mao behind him, she was speechless for a moment. She forgot that the initial pet of her monster apprentice was an out-and-out ancient dragon. Everyone would lack the blood of an ancient dragon, but he would not. If you want, just let Pang relax a little. Instead of soaking equipment in the blood of an ancient dragon, the Starry Night Guard made by an ancient star beast on her body only needs 100 milliliters of ancient dragon's blood to be strengthened to the maximum. For cologne, 100 milliliters is about the same amount as if you scratched the skin and overflowed the capillaries. Kong Siwei slapped her head. Yes, why would she abandon the near and seek the far away? Couldn't it be better to just buy some ancient dragon's blood from her apprentice? Mao Mao's eyelids were twitching wildly. Li Chenggen had a toothache at the moment. Combined with Kong Siwei's right pause, he could naturally tell what she was thinking. So he reminded, "Sister Kong, Mao Mao is still young and not at a high level. Its blood may not be able to meet your equipment needs at that level." This sentence dispelled Kong Siwei's previous thoughts. Also, Mao Mao was only at the elite level and was still far from the king level. The life gap between king-level beasts and ordinary pet beasts is very huge. Although sometimes high-level pet beasts can defeat the king-level beasts, the materials produced by them are definitely not as good as the king-level pet beasts. Li Chenggen raised his head and looked at the progress of blood drawing, and asked Kong Siwei curiously, "Sister Kong, you should be able to get a lot of Lei Falong materials from this operation, why don't you build a new pair of armor? It's about strengthening the original equipment. You must know that the quality of ancient dragon armor is comparable to that of only a few ethnic groups." Of course Kong Siwei knew this truth, but in fact she couldn't do it. She said resentfully, "With so many people and institutions in Dongguang Kingdom, there are too many monks and too little rice. The share I get is not as big as yours." "Me too." Li Chenggen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that a middle-level beast master like him could also benefit from it. Of course, without the opportunity created by your control of Binglin Xuanling to defeat Lei Falong's attack, and the information about its weaknesses, how could Xiao Chongjin and I have been able to severely damage Lei Falong so easily? Based on this alone, your contribution is enough to match our full output." "I see." Li Chenggen looked thoughtful. Although the material for the Thunder Dragon at the peak of the Overlord was very tempting, he wouldn't be able to use it for quite some time. And it doesn't take much thought to know that the processing fee is sky high. Even if the loan is processed, he can't afford it. The equipment can drain him dry in an instant. 10 birds in the forest are worse than 1 bird in the hand. This experience confirmed to him that only by being strong can he cope with more crises. It is better to sell it to Sister Kong in exchange for resources or secret realm places to accelerate the training of the intermediate beast master. Break through the high-level beast master as soon as possible. By then, the king-level enemies below the throne will no longer pose a threat to him. Thinking of this, Li Chang'an immediately made a decision and said, "Sister Kong, do you want to make a deal?" Although Kong Siwei is usually careless, she is actually very serious. She seems to have understood what Li Chang'an wants to say next. "How about I exchange this part of the materials with you, and then Sister Kong will provide me with various resources or secret realm places to accelerate the training of intermediate beast masters." Kong Siwei didn't expect that the pie that fell from the sky was thrown by his apprentice, and she almost burst into tears. "Chang'an." Kong Siwei's voice was so greasy that it made Li Chang'an shiver. Although he and Kong Siwei were masters and disciples, they seemed to get along more like siblings. "Who can stand a stunning beauty acting coquettishly in front of you?" Li Chang'an made a push hand gesture and said quickly, "No, no, it will kill you." Kong Siwei couldn't tolerate Li Chang'an's rejection, hugged him and gave him a big hug. Li Chang'an's nose was filled with the fragrance of rose flowers, which was fragrant. The armor on Kong Siwei's body was made of the skin of the ancient star beast. It was leather armor and was very close-fitting and soft. Li Chang'an almost drowned in the undulating ocean. After giving Li Chang'an a big kiss on the face, Kong Siwei let go of Li Chang'an, who was almost suffocated. "I'm going to pick out the materials." Kong Siwei excitedly left without taking a single cloud with her. When Li Chang'an came back to his senses, he discovered that Lei Falong had been drained of all his blood, and even his soul had been taken away by the star chart pet beast. Behind Kong Siwei, Bai Suokong, who seemed to be smiling but not smiling, and the faceless mirror ghost, who was holding back a smile, made Li Chang'an's scalp numb. Bai Suokong finally sighed. He felt that this did not seem to be a bad thing, so he patted Li Chang'an on the shoulder and walked past him. "What should I say?" Li Chang'an complained in his heart. The faceless mirror ghost nodded to Li Chang'an with satisfaction, and then teased, "You were really willing to exchange the extremely precious Overlord-level Ancient Dragon materials for a bunch of mid-level resources in order to win over the master." Li Chang'an opened his mouth and wanted to explain something, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that no matter what he said, it was weak and pale. Because he really exchanged the Ancient Dragon materials for a bunch of mid-level garbage. "Grandpa Ghost, you misunderstood. I really just want to speed up my practice." Li Chang'an looked at the sky speechlessly. He really just wanted to break through to the realm of high-level beast master as soon as possible. Not only would his strength be greatly enhanced. Another important reason is that he can practice heavy drug taking and truly experience the feeling of being a strong second generation. The faceless mirror ghost laughed even louder and said, "Do you think others believe it?" Ha ha ha. Perhaps it had been a long time since he had such good fun. The mirrorless ghost changed his previous aloof demeanor, hugged Li Chang'an and began to tell the embarrassing story of Kong Siwei when he was young. Li Chang'an's scalp felt numb after hearing this, but he couldn't break free from the shackles of the faceless mirror ghost. Compared with Wen Miaohua, Kong Siwei is simply an upgraded version of the Supreme Unparalleled Ultimate Plus who can open the sky with one hand. This is no longer a one-handed attack on the sky, but a snap of the fingers to shatter the skull, and it's done through the air. I hope Sister Kong won't get so angry in the future that she beats me to death accidentally. Li Chang'an thought desperately. Since both of them were major contributors to the Gulong War, the exchange of materials between Li Chang'an and Kong Siwei was allowed by unspoken rules, so they needed to be present in person to trade. Yes, material exchange. Kong Siwei exchanged the unnecessary and excessive materials to Li Chang'an and took away the parts she needed to make armors. A set of Lei Falong armor materials was complete. But it's not really complete, because this time the Thunder Dragon is a brand new ancient dragon, so there are no relevant weapons and armor designs yet. It needs to be determined after research and design by the National Academy of Sciences of Dongguang Kingdom. However, Kong Siwei's materials are twice the amount of ordinary armor materials. Even if there are losses, it is still possible to make a set. The exchange of materials between Kong Siwei and Li Chenggen's master and apprentice made Xiao Chongjin a little excited. Unlike Kong Siwei, he wanted to make a spear, but the materials were not enough. The materials for making weapons were all exchanged by Kong Siwei to Li Chenggen, and he could only stare. In the end, the dragon's master, Wu Tianliu, Xiao Chongjin's master, came forward and reached an agreement with Bai Suokong. Let Xiao Chongjin change a wave of materials from Li Chenggen. This resulted in Li Chenggen having a mixed bag of materials that could not be used to make weapons or island defenses. However, when trading with Xiao Chongjin, Bai Suokong gave Li Chenggen a look and asked Li Chenggen to simply exchange the materials. Because he knew that the master would not let him suffer. After the materials were distributed, people from the National Academy of Sciences took away the corpse of the giant beast with a head of 1,000 meters. The materials in Li Chenggen's hands are just a drop in the bucket, and the real bulk still has to be handed over to the state. Again, the Dongguan kingdom is so big, but there are so many monks and so many corpses, and 1,000 meters of corpses seem very small in front of this base number. Bai Suokong felt that this was the first time Li Chenggen had experienced this kind of thing, so he explained in a timely manner, "Do you think we have wasted so much effort and only got so little, and feel a little uncomfortable?" Li Chenggen nodded in disbelief and said, "Yes, a little bit." Bai Suokong laughed loudly, very satisfied with Li Chenggen's truth, and said, "I'm not happy either, but for the sake of the people of Dongguan Kingdom, I still have to give up this benefit. Do you know why the thunder dragon bites you and won't let go?" Bai Suokong's words suddenly woke up Li Chenggen, and then he realized the weirdness of this matter. Yes, it stands to reason that ancient dragons rarely pursue a target. They usually require a lot of energy and will not waste time like this. A person's name popped into Li Chenggen's mind and he blurted out, "Professor Zhou." Bai Suokong touched his white beard and explained to Li Chenggen, "It is indeed Xiao Zhou. Do you know what his original scientific research mission was?" "I don't know, it's not written in the order information." Li Chenggen shook his head. "It was to measure the ultimate height of the aircraft. But I didn't expect to accidentally break into a strange magnetic field area. And this happens to be the burial place of this ancient dragon's ancestors." The corner of Li Chenggen's mouth twitched fiercely. "Good guy, Professor Zhou is digging into Lei Falong's ancestral grave. No wonder Lei Falong is determined to kill him. Zhao Zhao, ha, no, Ji Yulong rarely has the concept of family." Mao Mao affirmed this in Li Chenggen's heart. Without Li Chenggen's influence, Mao Mao would not have given Yao Yao and Pao a second glance if he was born in the wild. Lei Falong's action this time seems to be to avenge the blasphemy of his ancestors, but in fact it is for the 3 ancient dragon jade in Professor Zhou's hand. This kind of top-quality resource is rare even among ancient dragons, let alone the same kind of jade. As long as these 3 ancient dragon gems are eaten, Lei Falong can be promoted to the realm of Ecology Master and can be granted a title. I was chatting with the Faceless Mirror Ghost before. Li Chenggen learned that the Fire King of Hongyan City, Yu Yanlong, was also in this realm. However, there were not so many saints in Dongguan Kingdom hundreds of years ago. At that time, only the Great Elder in the entire country was in the realm of saints. Therefore, in the face of King Yan's crusade, he paid so much. Big price. Li Chenggen felt that he had discovered the truth. Bai Suokong continued to describe the cause and effect. Xiao Zhou found 3 ancient dragon jade inside, and realized how much the secrets contained in the dragon jade meant to the Dongguan Kingdom, so he risked. Death brought it back. Quote, "With this ancient dragon corpse and 3 ancient dragon gems, we are very likely to develop a train track that can safely sail within the territory of Dongguan Kingdom. It is even possible to use the magnetic force contained in it to keep us away from the stars in Dongguan Kingdom again. Although the possibility is not high, it also lays the foundation for our future." Li Chenggen was dumbfounded on the spot. He did not expect that this thunder dragon would be so important to Dongguan Kingdom. It is big enough to allow Dongguan Kingdom to return to the prosperous period of pre-civilization. A train that touches the starry sky again and can travel safely across the country. Li Chenggen has completely lost his dissatisfaction in his heart. Having been reincarnated from the Celestial Dynasty, he naturally understands the significance of these 2 national constructions to people's livelihood. Especially the latter, a psychic train similar to a high-speed train allows Dongguan Kingdom to combine all the strengths of various provinces and increase its national strength to a large level. Not to mention starting a war with the Ji Yulun Kingdom and the Jinlan Empire, even facing the other 4 countries at the same time, the Dongguan Kingdom with this technology would not be afraid. Because for war, one of the most important things is logistics. But Dongguan country, which has a safe high-speed rail, has no long-term worries. I understand, Master. Li Chang'an exhaled heavily. I hope that in the future ordinary people of Dongguan Kingdom can visit Yujing in the morning and return to Dongling in the evening. Only then did Bai Suokong laugh heartily, and the laughter resounded throughout the entire Ice Demon secret realm, saying, "Okay. Okay, okay. You are worthy of being my disciple of Bai Suokong." 3 good words in a row expressed his satisfaction with Li Chang'an. If the previous Li Chang'an was just Bai Suokong's love for Li Mingshuan, then the current Li Chang'an has made him think about real cultivation. Bai Suokong truly recognized Li Chang'an's identity as his disciple. Let's talk about the last thing. Didn't you change the material for that boy Xiao Chongjian? That old boy Lao Wu made a statement. Now I would like to announce Tanggalan University's awards to student Li Chang'an. In view of student Li Chang'an's selfless contribution and fearless courage and sacrifice, the following commendation will be given. Giving Li Chang'an the honorary title of Outstanding Student of Tanggalan University and the permanent right to use a single-family building in Donghu Community. Bai Suokong handed the medal of Outstanding Student of Tanggalan University to Li Chang'an and said, "Don't underestimate this medal. With this medal, you can borrow a book on the 4th floor of the library." When Li Chang'an heard about the award of one-time borrowing rights on the 4th floor of the library, he immediately stood in awe of the medal. Bai Suokong smiled. He didn't know who he had imitated from this look of neither rabbit nor hawk. 500 inches, and with this medal, you can practice in the school's training room for 3 days every month, which is 72 hours. If you contribute this secret realm to the school, your ranking will directly enter the top 10. It is estimated that still in the top 3. Coupled with the bonus time for the top 10 training rooms, you can practice in the training room for 5 hours every day for the next half year of your freshman year. 5 hours of training room every day. Li Chang'an is really excited this time. The places in the training room of Tanggalan University are always extremely popular. An extremely advanced formation is set up in the training room, and the life energy inside is frighteningly rich. Kong Siwei also said that even when she was at the intermediate level, 1 hour in the practice room was worth a whole day of hard work. 5 hours a day is enough for him. After all, he still has to go to class, study, absorb knowledge, practice Tai sword techniques, occasionally go on missions to support his family, and spend time with his 3 little ones to cultivate their relationship. Adding up the bits and pieces, he might not even be able to spare 5 hours of practice time a day. Forget it, Li Chang'an made a decision not to sleep anymore. Instead of sleeping, he used meditation practice. Although it was a little painful at first, the benefits were also amazing. Half a year is more than 180 days, 5 hours a day, 1 hour is worth 1 day of hard work, enough to accumulate nearly 3 years of hard work. Although there may be some discounts to get here, the space for beast mastering is too large. It is more than enough to break through to level 6 beast master. Even if you conquer a secret realm of the same level as the Ice Demon secret realm in your sophomore year, you can still enjoy the treatment of the training room for a whole year. This is the real compensation reward given to Li Chang'an by Tanggalan University. That single-family building was just a small physical reward, nothing compared to this medal. Yes, there are still some investigation reports. Fortunately, Bai Suokong came forward and allowed Li Chang'an to communicate with Professor Zhou and Kong Siwei in advance and unified the confession. All the credit for knowing the weakness of Lei Falong was put on Binglan Xuanling. Anyway, it was gone, and there was no evidence to prove it. With the intervention of the big boss Bai Suokong, this trivial detail was ignored. After Li Chang'an returned to Tanggalan University, he handed over the control of the Ice Demon secret realm to Tanggalan University. After being reviewed by professors from the Secret Realm Review Office of Donggalan University, the level of the Ice Demon secret realm was higher than Li Chang'an imagined. Secret realms are generally divided into levels 1 to 9. Secret realms that can support a king-level pet beast and below are called first-level secret realms. The second-level secret realm needs to be able to support throne-level pet beasts, and the third level corresponds to the king-level pet beast. The 4th to 6th level secret realms correspond to the overlord 1 to 9-star pet beasts, while the 7th to 9th level secret realms are the private areas of those ecological masters, which are extremely dangerous. The Ice Demon secret realm contributed by Li Chang'an is of the 4th level, which is enough to support a pet beast of the 1st level of overlord to live normally in it. Therefore, his ranking in the freshman contribution list of Hunter College directly reached the 1st place, and he also missed the 2nd place by 18 blocks. If the 2nd place finisher had not made any outstanding contributions during his sophomore year, Li Chang'an would probably have topped the contribution list for another year. Of course, before donating the Ice Demon secret realm, Li Chang'an also donated most of the remaining rare resources inside. Only keep a small part that is useful to you. For this reason, he received a large amount of contribution points awarded by the university, and these contribution points were exchanged by Li Chang'an for a guide to the evolution of pet beasts. King-level evolution is not something that a novice like him, who is not even a graduate student, can master. This time's guidance is related to Yao Yao. The 2 ancient dragons, Mao Mao and Pao Pao, have never had to worry about evolution. The only thing they have to worry about is how to take the path of the original dragon. Yao Yao's strength has reached elite 2-star after these days of lunar eclipse powder supply. Soon we will face promotion to the leadership level. Yao Yao's potential is lower than that of a king. According to the pet evolution theory summary in the library, it is best for pet beasts to evolve at the 1st level before reaching their potential. Therefore, it is best to carry out the evolution ceremony when Yao Yao advances to the leader level. This will not only prevent Yao Yao's potential from being wasted, but also greatly increase Yao Yao's original potential. The person being consulted this time was Bai Suokong, who asked about how to choose the distant evolution ceremony. Because the evolution data of the poison rabbit is encrypted, it cannot be known without permission. Therefore, it was not easy for Bai Suokong to open a small stove for Li Chang'an. He could only ask Li Chang'an to follow the procedures honestly and get the consultation quota. Only then could he start the small stove in a legitimate way. In Bai Suokong's office, Li Chang'an used the beast evolution guidance quota he redeemed. Bai Suokong asked Li Chang'an to summon Yao Yao and asked about Yao Yao's current talents, skills and skill proficiency. But when Li Chang'an reported the long list of skills and the outrageous skill proficiency, Bai Suokong almost spit out the health tea in his mouth. He has never seen an elite pet beast with such a luxurious skill panel and dual talents, one of which is a god-level talent. Good guy, all low-level and mid-level skills have broken through the limit and reached the dominance level. The mutation skills of Wooden Puppet, high-level purification skills, and Silver Osmanthus Dew can dispel and cure the thunder curse of Lei Falong. By the way, the racial name of Lei Falong has been known by Bai Suokong's star chart pet beast, at the cost of the complete shattering of Lei Falong's remnant soul. Bai Suokong looked at the cute Yao Yao with a solemn expression. This evolution was a bit difficult. It's not that evolution is difficult, but that selection is difficult. Because Yao Yao's talents are so good, her moon and wood talents are so good that it's hard to omit either one. The evolution of general pet beasts is actually a process of selection, giving up some things, and then maximizing one's advantages, thereby reaching the critical point of evolution and completing the transition of the essence of life. But this special case of Yao Yao makes people really reluctant to give up. Not to mention the owner Li Chang'an, even the great scholar Bai Suokong is not willing to let Yao Yao give up something. Because it's such a shame. It is a difficult problem to let the potential of both attributes break through to above the king level at the same time. Don't worry about moon talents. As long as Yao Yao evolves, Moonlight Throne will automatically improve Yao Yao's moon talents. The only troublesome thing is how to balance the wood talent with the moon talent, and how to balance it with a god-level talent. This is not an easy task. The evolution of the medicine rabbit is divided into the medicine rabbit with medium potential as a king, the Songyu rabbit with medium potential as a throne, and the medicine king rabbit with high potential as a heavenly king. Bai Suokong pointed at Yao Yao and said, "Of course the most suitable beast for you is the evolution of the Songyu rabbit." Li Chang'an also understands this. The strongest is not necessarily the most suitable. The pure moon-type moon-songing rabbit is indeed the most suitable evolutionary type for Yao Yao. But what a coincidence, Yao Yao is also fused with the roots of the laurel sacred tree, and the laurel sacred tree will be indispensable for the moon god's path to deity in the future. Therefore, wood talent cannot be given up for the time being. Bai Suokong told Li Chenggen the advantages, disadvantages and precautions of the three evolutionary types of the medicine rabbit, and quietly waited for Li Chenggen's decision. Yao Yao asked Li Chenggen, estimated, "Is there a way to evolve? I can't bear to part with the little medicine hammer." Li Chenggen also had a headache. Of course he knew that Yao Yao was most suitable for the evolution of the moon and wood attributes, and the possibility of evolving into the Taiyan jade rabbit would be much greater in the future. But Ziggy knew that there was a record of the Taiyan jade rabbit in Mao Mao's inherited memory, but there was no record of how the Taiyan jade rabbit evolved. This is very muggle. Wait, hammer. Li Chenggen caught a hint of inspiration from Yao Yao's words, so he asked Bai Suokong for confirmation, "Master, is there a possibility?" "I mean, it is possible. You can transfer Yao Yao's wood talent to its medicine hammer, so that the medicine hammer can completely become Yao Yao's evolutionary derivative when it evolves, so that Yao Yao's two major talents can be retained." When Bai Suokong heard Li Chenggen's conjecture, he immediately became interested. Although this idea is fanciful, it is not impossible. Because the green wood hammer is originally a tool that the medicine rabbit relies on for survival, it can be regarded as a companion creature of it. Ordinary medicine-making rabbits may not be able to do it because their connection with the green wooden hammer is not close enough, but the medicine-making rabbit in front of you may not be able to do it. Moreover, this green wood hammer was imbued with the laurel divine tree and resonated with the laurel divine tree roots in its body, further increasing the possibility of this evolutionary method. Bai Suokong has an active mind and has experienced the research enthusiasm of his youth for the first time in a long time. He took Li Chenggen to study in the office for a whole day, and then he came up with the first version of the evolution ritual. This made the two people, who were quite different in grade, very excited. One was discovering the possibility of a new evolution of the poison rabbit, and the other was able to evolve his pet beast as he wished. Bai Suokong sat on the patent leather recliner, looking very happy, and said to Li Chenggen, "Chang'an, the materials and costs required for this evolution ceremony are much more than Yao Wang's free capital. You have to make preparations in advance. The main materials will basically not change. I will study it again. The details may change a lot, so be mentally prepared. Funds, materials, and evolution sites need to be provided early. Be prepared and don't miss Yao Yao's opportunity to evolve." Li Chenggen nodded solemnly. In addition to practicing hard, he would also work hard to save money and look for news about the main material. After walking out of Bai Suokong's office, Yao Yao pulled the hair around Li Chenggen's ears and asked, Guji, is it too expensive? I can also evolve normally." Li Chenggen petted Yao Yao's little head lovingly and said, "It's okay, I'll take care of them. At worst, I'll let Mao Mao and Pao Pao eat dirt for a while." Mao Mao and Pao Pao also expressed their full support for Yao Yao's evolution plan. Of course, they also said that it would be better not to eat soil if they can. They can handle any kind of brutal fighting. There are 5 main materials for Yao Yao's evolution, 1 more than Yao Wang rabbit, 3 of the moon type, and 2 of the wood type. The missing piece of the wood element is Bai Suokong. Considering that Yao Yao has the roots of the laurel sacred tree in her body, that is the real main material of the wood element. The remaining 2 wood-based materials are essentially inspired by the laurel sacred tree, and are associated with the green wood hammer. If you think about it, there are actually 6 main materials for Yao Yao's evolution. Moon-based materials include moon essence, moon heart gem, and star moon bone. Wooden materials include millennium blue sky wooden heart, and eternal green fruit. Among them, moon essence is the easiest material for Li Chenggen to collect. Yao Yao only needs to let Moonwood Puppet collect it for 3 consecutive months to save the amount needed for evolution. Moonheart Gem is a precious and rare gemstone that is generally only produced in mineral veins that are illuminated by moonlight throughout the year. Note that it is at all times of the year, that is, it is in the polar night all year round, and the area where the mineral vein is located has to be constantly exposed to the moonlight. Only then will the Moonheart Gem, such a rare thing, be born. There is only one place like this in Dongguan Kingdom, Mobei City in Province D, and the Gaiyu Secret Realm, one of the 3 core secret realms, that has such conditions. Li Chenggen also thought about exchanging or buying it, but the output of the Moon Heart gem was very small. It was usually bought by others after leaving the secret realm, so it was difficult for it to flow into the market. Therefore, he has to dig in the Ancient Moon Secret Realm for a period of time, and the quota for the Ancient Moon Secret Realm is 100 million Dongguan coins per person, one day at a time. Li Chenggen felt like his wallet was crying. Isn't this the most time-consuming and expensive thing? The Star Moon Bone is the backbone of the lunar system. The birth of Star Moon Bone is even more demanding. It must first be a king-level lunar monster bone, and it also needs to be weathered into jade. After that, not only the moonlight must shine, but also the starlight must be strong. The two must coexist and be balanced, and one is indispensable. Only after receiving the light of stars and moonlight for 10 years can it take initial shape. The Xingyu bone that Yao Yao needs is not of this quality. It needs at least a century-old quality of Xingyu bone. You can't buy this thing with money. You can only exchange it for merit points in the Hunter Guild or go to the National Treasury to redeem it with points. Other than that, I can only pray that I can be lucky enough to encounter a secret realm illuminated by the stars and the moon, and there happens to be a moon-type king-level monster that has died in it for hundreds of years. Li Chenggen felt that he didn't have such luck, so he should just exchange his merits honestly. At present, he has accumulated 5,080 merit points. As the main force to rescue Professor Zhou, the Union has rewarded him with a full 4,000 merit points, which makes his merit balance not look so shabby. The price of a century-old Star Moon Bone is 50,000 merit points, and there is still a zero missing. Li Chenggen has a long way to go. Fortunately, Bai Suokong pointed out a clear path for him, which is to explore the secret realm and harvest resources. The best way to gain control of the secret realm is to gain control of the secret realm. A first-level secret realm is contributed to the Hunter Guild, worth 3,000 merit. The second-level secret realm has 5,000 merits, and the third-level secret realm has more than 10 merits, at least 10 cities. As for the secret realm above, Li Chenggen shouldn't think about it, the mortality rate is as high as 99.99%. If the Ice Demon secret realm were not restrained by the 5-man team of the Beast Mastering Association and Professor Zhou interpreted the history of the Ice Demon tribe, how could he have taken ownership of the 4th-level secret realm? Of course, there is also a list of contributions of various rare resources, which is also a good way to quickly accumulate merit. The two major resources of the wood system, the Millennium Blue Sky Wood Heart, are taken from the heart of the Millennium Blue Sky Wood. Needless to say how rare the Blue Sky Wood is, it is even rarer since it is 1,000-year-old. Immortality Green Fruit is a special resource produced in the 9th Order Qinghua secret realm of Dongguan Kingdom. As the name suggests, it is a fruit that prolongs life. Note that it is a 9th-level secret realm, which is almost the pinnacle of human strength. The longevity fruit is divided into green fruit, yellow fruit, red fruit and purple fruit. The grades are arranged from low to high. They can extend the life of beast masters below the saint level by 10 years, 100 years, 200 years and 500 years respectively. Fortunately, what Yao Yao needs is only the green fruit of the lowest level. If it is a red fruit or a purple fruit, killing him, peeling it, cramping it, and selling it will not do it. Qinghua Secret Realm is opened every 20 years, and the next opening will be in September next year. As for the Secret Realm quota, the boss Wu Tian leaked out. He still had a quota in his hand, which was used by Bai Suokong as compensation for exchanging materials. Wu Tianliu has no objection to this. Anyway, he still has a long life and is not in a hurry to do it next year. It happened to be used to repay the favor owed to Bai Suokong by Lei Falong. Li Chenggen was almost moved to tears by his master. Although the blame was on him, without Bai Suokong's intervention, how could Wu Tianliu give him the spot in Qinghua Secret Realm? Moreover, the 1,000-year-old Qingtian wood, which is rare in the outside world, is not uncommon in the Qinghua Secret Realm. It kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Therefore, Li Chenggen's next focus will be on the collection of the main materials of the Moon series. As for the main materials of the Wood series, he only needs to wait until next year. The day after communicating with Bai Suokong about Yao Yao's evolution, Li Chenggen got ready to go. The clothes were the school uniforms of Tangling University. The locations are Tangolin City Municipal Library and Tangolin City Night Watch Division. And the reason is, although the university and the labor union have given rewards for rescuing Professor Joe, an important national talent, and important resources, this is because Li Chang'an is their student and registered hunter. The juniors who show off their powers should be given some rewards. The country cannot neglect to reward Li Chang'an because of this, so considering Li Chang'an's current situation, he will be rewarded with a high-level inheritance opportunity. The so-called high-level inheritance is the inheritance of abilities or techniques that are enough to use the king-level beastmaster. The main reason why Li Chang'an is not given a king-level inheritance is because when they become a king-level beastmaster, the personal will in what they leave behind is too strong. It is easy to lead young people's original path directly into their own path, thereby destroying their potential. High-level inheritance not only allows young people to carve out their own king-level path, but also avoids the disadvantages of king-level inheritance. Bai Suokong taught Li Chang'an that the passing water step actually has parts of the king level and even higher, but he himself also took this into consideration, so he only taught it to the high level and then stopped. As for the Night Watch Division, the reward promised by Bai Sheng was finally approved. From August to the end of November now. It took more than 3 months to finally complete the procedure, which is gratifying. The rewards include a medal for Outstanding Citizen of Dongguan Country, and a high-level inheritance from the Night Watch Division. Li Chang'an thinks it's very good. This Outstanding Citizen Medal has a similar function to Tangolin University's Outstanding Student Medal. With this medal, Li Chang'an can enter all the first-level secret realms under the jurisdiction of the Night Watch Division for free, which can be said to be full of sincerity. There is also a high-level inheritance from the Night Patrol Division. Li Chang'an wants to find a breath-condensing inheritance suitable for him, so that he doesn't have to worry about the scary breath even after he arrives. Li Chang'an came to the city library first. The procedures at the Night Watch Department were cumbersome, so he planned to go last. The Municipal Library of Tangling City is a very special building, which was transformed from an ancient ruins. This ancient ruin is an ancient tower hanging upside down, with only the bottom layer of the tower exposed above the ground. The outer facade of the city library is the bottom of this wide ancient tower. Although it only has 1 floor, it covers a large area. The collection of books alone is not inferior to that of other city libraries. Li Chang'an came to the librarian on this floor and showed the permission certificate sent to him by Dongguan Express. The 20-year-old civil servant looked at Li Chang'an in surprise. Such a young boy could get an inheritance opportunity. What's more, it's stamped by the 13th Elders Council of Dongguan Kingdom. It's really no longer a scary level, it's scary. The librarian took Li Chang'an to the library director's office, explained the reason clearly, and left. In the next journey, the library director will lead Li Chang'an to the library on the 3rd underground floor to select the inheritance. The director of the library introduced Li Chang'an kindly. Our library in Tangolin City has a collection of high-level inheritances, ranking 3rd in the entire province A. The 1st and 2nd is your Tangolin University. And the library of Longhai Battle School. Classmate Li, which type of inheritance do you want to choose? Li Chang'an said categorically. If the sword technique is inherited, it would be better if it is a hunter's hunting skills. He already has a high-level body skill inheritance, and the Night Watch Division's breath-gathering inheritance is even better. After all, this is what they eat. Therefore, his only shortcoming is the inheritance of sword skills. His sword skills are still the basics of Tai sword taught by the Hunter Guild. The limit of this basic collection, which is Li Chang'an's current level, can only be compared to an intermediate inheritance. He needs stronger sword skills. The two came to the 3rd underground floor. The library director thought for a while, and quickly recalled the high-level inheritance of the swordsmanship area in his mind. Asked. There are a total of 58 types of high-level sword technique inheritance, and 12 of them can involve higher-level inheritance. Which ones do you want to see? Li Chang'an didn't hesitate, there was no need to ask. Start with the highest potential. The library director didn't talk nonsense and took Li Chang'an directly to the end of the high-level swordsmanship inheritance. He stretched out his hand to indicate that he could start choosing. Li Chang'an starts from the introduction of knife skills at the end. The sword technique inheritance here looks like a book, but the moment your fingers touch the spine of the book, a memory will be projected into Li Chang'an's mind. Li Chenggen saw this similar device when he first joined the Hunter Guild and asked, "Is it a memory projection device?" Point 0. The library director proudly said, "Yes, if you choose a certain inheritance, you will also use a similar device to pass it on, but that one is for military use and can stay in your mind for a long time." Li Chenggen also opened his eyes. There are more than 600 inheritances here and more than 600 military memory projectors. This is only the third floor. You must know that the city library has 7 floors. It is indeed a library in Dongling City, but it is rich and powerful. Li Chenggen slowly looked at each sword skill inheritance one by one, while the library director waited quietly at the registration desk on the 3rd floor without disturbing Li Chenggen's choice. Looking at the entire swordsmanship area, Li Chenggen's favorites are 4. They are Sea-Breaking Knife and Fire Talisman Knife Book, with the highest potential. The upper limit is as high as the Venerable level, which is very suitable for Bubble and me to resonate with the beasts. The other 2 are Tian Yi Yi Yi, which focuses on sharp cuts, and White Rainbow Breaking Blade, a high-level hunting skill inheritance. Qinli Shang's Tian Yi Yi is slightly inferior to the first 2 inheritances and can reach the Heavenly King level, but it is most suitable for Li Chenggen. White Rainbow Broken Blade is more suitable for the hunter's career, focusing on the destruction of parts, but the difficulty of maintaining the weapon will be greatly increased. Li Chenggen thought about it a lot and finally chose Tian Yi Yi Yi. As I said before, the best is not necessarily the most suitable. Li Chenggen will not forcefully follow the path of the beasts for the sake of petting them. This is putting the cart before the horse, and is no different from those bloodline families. As for why I didn't choose White Rainbow Breaking Blade, the reason is also very simple. Of course, the inheritance of hunting skills must come. Choose from the Hunter Guild, where there are more high-level hunting skills and are more comprehensive, and you can also find high-level hunting skills that are more suitable for you. He only wastes this opportunity for high-level inheritance because he is out of his mind. He can just save enough merit and go to the guild to redeem it once in the future. It's much cheaper than the Centennial Star Moonbone, which costs 10,000 merits once, but he doesn't have the ability to redeem it recently. After selecting and registering the high-level inheritance, the library director handed him the military memory projector of Tian Yi Yi Yi. Li Chenggen took the projector and asked, "Director Ji, is there a training room?" The library director nodded and smiled. "Yes, because many people who come here want to master the inheritance as soon as possible, so we have also expanded the practice room on the 1st floor." 3 hours later, Li Chenggen walked out of the city library, had lunch first, and then went to the night patrol department. Director Ji led people to open the training room where Li Chenggen had just stayed, intending to clean the room, but when he opened the door, he saw crisscrossing knife marks. The faint spiritual charm mixed with it was very similar to what he perceived in the memory projection introduction. It turns out that there really is a monster in this world that can be seen. Curator Ji murmured. The Night Watch division in Tangling City is a tailor shop that is closed almost all year round. If Li Chenggen hadn't made an appointment, he wouldn't have been able to come in today. Afterwards, the procedures in the Night Watch department were much stricter than those in the library. There were 3 night watchmen keeping an eye on Li Chenggen throughout the process. In the end, he also chose a high-level breath-containing secret method related to mental power, called Escape from the Shadow and Wisdom Heart. It is a breath-condensing secret technique that uses mental power to condense and extinguish one's own breath. The upper limit is good, and it has the throne level. Part. Similar to the ancient whale curse, the higher the spiritual power exceeds one's own cultivation level, the weaker the breath will be erased. Originally, the Night Watch division arrested a gang that specialized in robbing caravans and beast masters, and tortured them out of their souls. Most suitable for murder, arson, and exile. If Li Chenggen hadn't shown off his aura and explained the difficulties when registering this secret technique, the people in the Night Watch department would have turned green. After returning from the Night Watch department, Li Chenggen immediately contacted Wen Miaohua and found that no one answered. He estimated that Wen Miaohua was at a critical juncture in his cultivation. So he called Lin Feiya instead. During the last meal, Li Chenggen and Lin Feiya exchanged communication numbers. The call came through quickly. "Hey, boy, what do you want from my apprentice?" There were other noises near Lin Feiya's voice, which seemed to be various explosions. It seems that the current working environment of this, Shui Man Gong, from the Bazu Kingdom is quite exciting. How can Uncle Lin be so sure that I'm here to see Miaohua? Since Lin Feiyi recognized the relationship between Li Chenggen and Wen Miaohua last time in 433, he asked Li Chenggen to call him uncle. Lin Feiyi said angrily, "You're not here to see Miaohua, why are you here to see me, an 80-90-year-old uncle? Let's get down to business, I'm busy right now." Li Chenggen paused for a moment. He was not used to the age definition of uncles and aunts in this world, especially for high-level beast masters and above. A person is considered middle-aged only when he is 80 or 90 years old, let alone a king-level beastmaster who can live for 500 years. "I have a pet beast that I want to give Hua a contract with." Lin Feiyi heard Li Chenggen's business and said with some relief, "I am very happy that you have a heart for Miaohua, but why do you think I have wronged Miaohua? In my majestic 8 Pillars Kingdom, I can't get any kind of pet. Even the snow dumpling that Miaohua went to the Ecological Research Institute, I carefully selected and threw it in." It was also the first time that Li Chenggen heard about the origin of the snow dumpling. At that time, when he was in Hongyan, the Institute of Ecology had not discovered much about the special features of this ice dumpling. Maybe he was focused on his hunting notes at the time. "No more, I still have things to do, so I'll hang up." Lin Feiyi was about to hang up the call when Li Chenggen said helplessly, "Goodbye now. Uncle Lin, you haven't heard what pet beast I want to give to Hua. Why do you think I have poor taste in choosing pet beasts?" Quote. Lin Feiyi retracted his finger when he was about to press the disconnection button and said, "First, tell me, what kind of pet is it?" "An ice-type Tianbao clan." Li Chenggen heard Lin Feiyi take a deep breath, then snap his fingers, and the surrounding noise suddenly disappeared. "What? Please elaborate." Li Chenggen told Lin Feiyi about the commission to meet Binglin Xuanling, but did not mention Lei Falong. This was a confidentiality agreement signed and could not be disclosed. But if Lin Feiyi investigates this matter later, it will be none of his business. Lin Feiyi smacked his teeth in envy. Why wasn't his luck so good? He could meet the wild Tianbao tribe when he went out, or Tuogu. He had spoken out loud before about what kind of pet beasts he could not get in Dongguang Kingdom, but he admitted that his voice just now was a bit loud. This is really impossible. It's not that they are not capable enough, but that there are too few Tianbao people. Not only are they few, they also have a very arrogant temper. Once they think they can't escape, they will take the initiative to self-destruct. Therefore, the number of Tianbao tribe captured alive by Dongguang Kingdom in recent years is only 3, and there are no ice-type ones among them. To him, someone like Li Chenggen who takes the initiative to ask for help when he meets someone is like the sun rising in the west. "Where are you? I'll pick you up." Lin Feiyi quickly asked Li Chenggen's location. This kind of top-notch pet beast cannot be snatched away by others, and it is best for the Tianbao clan who has not yet been born like the contract to see his apprentice at the first sight. During transportation, the less contact with the scent, the better, which will help the beastmaster develop a relationship with the Tianbao clan in the future. Li Chenggen told Lin Feiyi the address of his new small villa, and Lin Feiyi said he would arrive before 8 o'clock tonight. After hanging up the phone, Li Chenggen also returned to the small building in Donghu community that was awarded by the school. He has moved out of the dormitory. The environment here is more suitable for him, and Yao Yao does not need to set up the moon wooden puppet in the ecological garden. He can just do it in the backyard. Buy a shielding formation from the Hunters Guild, a security ring to protect privacy. He didn't go to the training room today mainly to practice the high-level techniques and secret techniques he had just obtained. Although he has already mastered these 2 sets of high-level inheritances, for the secret realm of the ancient moon, at the end of December, these 2 sets of inheritances must reach at least a subtle level. The sword technique inheritance of Tian Yi 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 is not a hunting technique. After reading it carefully several times, Li Chenggen found that it was not the path followed by most sword techniques on the market. This set of inheritance is divided into 2 parts, sword skills and mind-eye training. It is precisely because this inheritance has a clear way to cultivate the mind's eye that Li Chenggen finally chose it. Sword skills are generally divided into 5 moves. From low level to high level, these 5 moves are continuously strengthened, increasing their changes and reducing their flaws. These 5 moves are Tianyi piercing the kite, Tianyi cross, Tianyi shui shui, Tianyi lingqi, and Tianyi yi. Tianyi piercing the kite is a thrusting technique that breaks through the surface with the strongest penetrating power. It is said that the creator once used this technique to shoot down the blue kite high in the sky. This move may not be effective against large monsters, but it is extremely effective against humanoid enemies, and it can hit everyone accurately. Tianyi cross is a quick left and right slash, and jimping simultaneously forms a powerful cross slash. It has great power against both humans and animals. Jin's physical strength is abundant, and he can use this move to cause continuous suppression. Tianyi duanshui is a cutting technique, which is the most powerful. Once you practice it to the subtle state, you can cut out the sword light. But Li Chang'an doesn't want to do this kind of thing that wastes physical strength and has little effect. Tianyi duanshui combined with the red blade and the explosion of blood from the knife is the right way to deal damage. If it feels good, it can cut the enemy in half directly. Tianyi lingqiu is a high-speed slashing technique. The power of a single sword is much weaker than duanshui. However, in the same time, the number of times lingqiu can strike is much greater than duanshui. The superimposition is quite terrifying. Don't forget that Li Chang'an also has the talent of purgatory singularity. Being able to add the red lotus mark may not be as effective as Mao Mao, but so many knives can always be stacked to a quite terrifying level. In addition, Li Chang'an also thought of the two most suitable uses for the lingqi move. One is to cooperate with the technique of breaking water to cut out the sword light. The formation of a large number of low-power sword lights is very suitable for clearing enemies like the Insect King who are trying to recruit their subordinates. The other is to cooperate with the breath-containing secret method of escape from the shadow and wisdom heart, and use mental power to simulate the technique of spiritual cutting, which can better cover up one's own aura. The last move, Tianyi flow, is the same as the name of this inheritance, and it is also the state that this inheritance ultimately wants to reach. This move starts by slashing along the wind flow, and then compresses the air flow to form a sharp blade, which is attached to the blade. When it strikes an enemy, the enemy may not notice that he has been cut open, but the airflow compressed to the extreme by the knife will turn into the sharpest wind blade, tearing it apart. The speed of the move is close to that of a high-speed sword draw, and the power is also ridiculously powerful and sharp. With the careful mind recorded in the second half of the inheritance, few enemies can withstand this move. Later in the practice, it is said that you can cut open space and cause spatial turbulence, but that is the content of the king's inheritance, and Li Chang'an has not yet been able to glimpse this part of the magic. The creator of this inheritance once relied on this move, without using any beast control skills, purely relying on technique, to chop into pieces a pure-blooded Western dragon that was one level above him. This shows how powerful this move is. When Li Chang'an saw Tianyi Lu's move, he felt that the previous four moves were too separate from this move and were not on the same level. It seems to be a paper. Most of the content at the beginning is quite satisfactory and unremarkable, but at the end it suddenly gives an eye-popping result. And this result is still correct. Li Chang'an is in this mood now, but the inheritance of the heart and eye recorded in Tianyi Lu covers up this flaw. The eye of the hunter is so important. He anticipates the enemy first, senses danger, and can increase the control of his techniques. His movements will not be deformed because the enemy's defense suddenly becomes too strong. In a battle of life and death, the consequences of deformed movements are too serious. If the opponent is an experienced warrior, it will be over on the spot. Li Chang'an was very devoted and practiced until night. If Yao Yao hadn't made dinner and called him, he would still be wielding the knife in the yard. In another half-month, this sword technique will basically be able to enter the subtle realm. Before going to Mobe next month, some of the sword techniques can be upgraded to the realm of clear meaning. Li Chang'an clenched his fists with a satisfied smile on his lips. Even if he was a high-level inheritance, as long as he could get started, his talent could quickly support him to get started and become proficient. It is expected that he can practice all the high-level inheritance to the realm of clear meaning in 2 months, which shows the power of the talent of mental dexterity. Shortly after dinner, Lin Feiyi rushed to Li Chang'an's place, picked up Li Chang'an on the snowy goshawk, and flew away. Donghu Community is a family community of Tangulin University. Many residents are related to the university's faculty and staff. They were frightened by the smell of the snowy goshawk, and then looked at Li Chang'an's residence with strange eyes. They remembered that this family had just moved in and they were young. How could they commit crimes so quickly? Li Chenggen was unaware of the neighbor's suspicion, and his eyes were attracted by the snowy goshawk beneath him. Although his main personality is that of an adult male in his previous life, there is still the influence of the personality of a fanatical creature nerd in this life. When he encounters rare pets that he has never seen before or only seen in books, he can't help but stop and observe them carefully. He did the same thing with the previous goblet of fire, otherwise Mao Mao would have pushed it all the way. This feel is not inferior to the defense of special alloys, but it has the flexibility and smoothness unique to living things. It is worthy of the snow goshawk, which is known as the crown of the snow mountain. Seeing Li Chenggen chattering, Lin Feiya hesitated for the first time about Wen Miaohua's future happiness. If a top-quality pet beast were placed next to Miaohua, would this guy really choose Miaohua? He wouldn't be able to pick up the pet beast and run away. No, no, no. Lin Feiya shook his head hard, getting rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart. Can even the best pet beast be as rare as the Tianbao clan? This kid even gave it to Miaohua from the Tianbao clan, so he shouldn't do such a thing. Li Chenggen, is there a possibility, no matter it is Binglin Xuanling, big or small? He had already looked inside and out. The snowy goshawk is extremely fast and flies very steadily. Li Chang'an can hardly feel the cold wind pressure from high altitude. A snow-capped mountain soon appeared in his sight, shining with bright makeup in the moonlight. We're here, Lin Feiya reminded, and then the snowy goshawk swooped down. This violent feeling of weightlessness made Li Chenggen couldn't help but hold on to the feathers of the snowy goshawk. The university goshawk cried loudly, and the wild wind and snow were avoided in front of him. Li Chenggen soon saw a dreamy ice and snow palace in the snowy mountains, and a girl looking up at the sky. Master, are you back? As soon as the girl wrapped in a thick cotton-padded jacket said these words, she saw the man next to Lin Feiya, screamed in horror, and then rushed into her house immediately. Inside, slammed the door shut. Li Chenggen tilted his head. This seemed to be different from the scene he imagined. About an hour later, when Miaohua walked out of her hut, wearing light makeup. The cotton-padded jacket on her body has been replaced by a pink undershirt, and the black silk hair that was originally loose has been tied into a double snail bun. Walking in this ice and snow, it looks like a peach wood elf who accidentally got lost, looking very lively and cute. Li Chenggen's eyes widened when he saw it. Originally, Wen Miaohua's appearance was that of a peerless beauty, and her temperament was ethereal and cold. Then he put on this bright and cute outfit, with a hint of shyness on his white face. This contrasting impact made him a little bit overwhelmed. Li Chenggen praised without hesitation. Well, it's very beautiful, very beautiful. The field suits you. Wen Miaohua smiled sheepishly, but his smile looked full of satisfaction and joy. Lin Feiya rolled his eyes wildly, wondering if his old friend would have a sudden myocardial infarction and cerebral hemorrhage when he saw his daughter like this. Speaking of which, Li Chenggen and Wen Miaohua's situations are somewhat similar. They both became apprentices through their parents, and they both had some unspeakable secrets. He clearly remembered that Wen Miaohua had always been cold since she was a child, and nothing seemed to make her mood swing. But after these few encounters with Wen Miaohua, he found that Wen Miaohua's emotions became more vivid, more like what an 18-year-old girl should look like. Maybe this is what Hua is really like. Li Chenggen thought in his heart. Not everyone is like him, perfectly compatible with his pet, and there is no need to worry too much about his character being affected. No matter how close the compatibility between Wen Miaohua and Bin Qilin is, none of the necessary adjustments will be left behind. It is normal to have a cold personality for a while. Maybe this is Wen Miaohua in Li Chenggen's eyes in the past. Wen Miaohua sat next to Li Chenggen and asked, Chang'an, why are you here? The corner of Li Chenggen's mouth was slightly complacent. Maybe he didn't realize that he only showed a little bit of the arrogance of a young man in front of Wen Miaohua. Hey, I got a good thing, just for you. Wen Miaohua's eyebrows showed surprise. In the past, Li Chenggen rarely gave her things, let alone specially prepared gifts. Since the two confirmed their relationship, this piece of wood seemed to have changed a lot, and Wen Miaohua had some expectations in his heart. Li Chenggen took out the Binglin Xuanling wrapped in the elemental ball and placed it in front of Wen Miaohua. No, This is a pet specially reserved for you. Wen Miaohua was not a person with limited knowledge. The moment he saw little dragon girl, the ice unicorn Xiaobai in his body had already screamed out in surprise. Xiaobai, my dear mother. The ice-type Tianbao tribe is a rare human-like Tianbao tribe. Where did your sweetheart find the best pet beast? Wen Miaohua knew what the Tianbao clan meant and refused. I can't take it, it's too precious. You should leave it to yourself and make a contract. Li Chenggen knew that Wen Miaohua would refuse, so he tried to persuade her, it won't do anything if you give it to me. The attributes of Mao Mao and this Binglin Xuanling conflict with each other, so they can't play together at all. In the beast control space, Mao Mao, who was playing bubble pinball with Bubbles, gave me a puzzled look. Don't frame your personal behavior on me. Li Chenggen saw that Miaohua's expression softened slightly, and he quickly struck a chord while the iron was hot, and the mother of this Tianbao tribe asked me to find a suitable master. Even if I signed a contract, this Binglin Xuanling would just sit in the bench. This is not a good thing for pet beasts, and you also have Xiaobai. Xiaobai's aura can promote the growth of the Tianbao clan. There is no more suitable candidate than you. Lin Feiya also came over and admonished Wen Miaohua. Under the tireless persuasion of an old man and a young man, Wen Miaohua finally chose to contract with this Binglin Xuanling. Then I will also find you a fire-type Tianbao clan in the future, and we will become a pair. Yeah, Li Chenggen nodded fondly. Given the rarity of the Tianbao clan, this promise may not be fulfilled even if they have a baby. Wen Miaohua held the Binglin Xuanling, and a very cool breath came from her body. This breath poured into the ice element ball and slowly dissolved the shell. Soon the little dragon girl's eyelids inside moved, and nourished by the ice unicorn's breath, she slowly opened her golden pupils. At this time, both Li Chenggen and Lin Feiya were hiding far away, and even their auras had calmed down. The purpose is to let the little guy feel that the first breath is Wen Miaohua. Xiao Longnu was babbling as she heard Miaohua shouting, her eyes full of dependence. Wen Miaohua tapped Xiao Longnu's forehead with her jade finger, and the power of the soul contract quickly poured in. An ice-blue unicorn pattern was carved on the little guy's forehead. The contract is made. Wen Miaohua got her third pet beast. At this time, she also released the ice unicorn Xiaobai and the snow fairy that evolved from Shui Tuaner. This is the first time Li Chenggen saw Xiaobai. The ice unicorn's appearance is quite impressive. It has ice-blue mane on its horn, horse body, back and chin. There are ice flowers blooming and disappearing all the time on the forehooves, and some transparent silver scales add a sense of sanctity. Is that the evolution of Shui Tuaner? Will Shui Tuaner evolve into a fairy race? Why haven't I heard of it? Li Chenggen asked. He was not surprised by the ice unicorn, but was surprised by the little snow fairy. Lin Feiya snorted proudly and explained proudly, this is a unique evolution I discovered. There is a 6th-level secret realm in this snowy mountain. In the secret realm lives the overlord-level Ice Fairy King. In order to increase the number of fairies, this Fairy King spent his energy to transform the ice elemental creatures in the secret realm, giving them a slight possibility of evolving into the fairies. This snow dumpling is the gift I picked out from the secret realm. So that was the case. Li Chenggen was still a little confused and asked. The Ice Fairy King agreed to Miaohua's contract with its people. Lin Feiya looked at Li Chenggen like a fool and said, you will be stupid sometimes. The ice unicorn is an auspicious beast, and the aura produced by it can promote the growth of all ice races. That Goblin King is out of his mind, so he refused the ice unicorn's contract. It even hopes that Miaohua can give it to him when he reaches the venerable level in the future. Well, Li Chenggen looked at the ice unicorn with envy, because his knowledge of the auspicious beast was shallow. Mao Mao and the others will never receive such treatment. Almost all creatures will subconsciously stay away from the place where Shalong lives. Well, not counting himself, he was eager to come into contact with traces of the ancient dragon, and looked forward to contracting new ancient dragon cubs. When Miaohua initially established a relationship with Binglin Xuanling, this little guy relied on her very much. Bingqilin Xiaobai was the most intimate existence after Wen Miaohua. As for the snow fairy, well, it was forgotten again, but this time it was the Binglin Xuanling. After hearing that Miaohua's contract was successful, Li Chenggen has nothing to worry about except Yao Yao. Since it was getting late, Lin Feiya had been busy all day and did not want to send Li Chenggen back overnight. So Li Chenggen stayed here for one night. Fortunately, he was in the same room as Wen Miaohua, although he sneaked in secretly. Wen Miaohua had no objection, so Lin Feiya turned a blind eye. At night, Li Chenggen and Wen Miaohua fell asleep hugging each other. Li Chenggen held Wen Miaohua's slim waist with his hands, and his breath became hotter. The body temperatures of both of them were rising continuously. The fragrant breath of Wen Miaohua's breath tickled Li Chenggen's neck, making him a little distracted. Wen Miaohua obviously felt Li Chenggen's strangeness and heat, and asked shyly with a blushing face, "I'm sorry, I'm still at a critical moment in my practice. I can't do it yet. How about I help you with my hands?" Li Chenggen's hot eyes almost burst into flames, and of course he would not refuse this goodwill. Wen Miaohua's little hands groped for a while, grabbed Li Chenggen's lifeline, and began to comfort each other. In the early morning of the next day, Li Chenggen walked out of the hut refreshed, and then was picked up by Lin Feiya, who was not in good spirits, on the snow goshawk and flew high into the sky. Only Wen Miaohua was left sleeping soundly in the igloo. After returning to Tangulin University, Li Chenggen resumed his daily hard training. The progress of Tian Yi 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 is gratifying, and his breakthrough is faster than he imagined. In just 10 days, he practiced his 5 major moves to a subtle level. However, when breaking through the stage of clear intention, I encountered some small troubles, because Tianyi Yiliu needs the inheritor to capture the breath of the wind with his mind's eye, so that the power of this inheritance can be truly brought into play. Mastering the changes in the wind is the beginning of the true meaning of Tian Yi Yi Yi. Because it involves the field of the mind's eye, Li Chenggen is also very helpless, because the birth of the mind's eye requires a lot of actual combat. But what he needs most now is not actual combat, but to break through the level 6 Beastmaster as soon as possible so that he can have more power before going to the Ancient Moon's secret realm. Therefore, time in the training room every day is essential. Moreover, outing missions are too time-consuming, and it is easy to miss the climax of the opening of the Ancient Moon's secret realm. In just a few days from the end of December to the beginning of January every year, the moonlight in the Ancient Moon's secret realm is the strongest, and the probability of the Moon Heart Gem appearing is greatly increased. If he misses this opportunity, Li Chenggen's chances of finding the Moon Heart Gem will plummet, and the difficulty will increase more than 10 times. Is there a way to experience actual combat effects without going out on missions? Li Chenggen was confused. If you are in doubt, contact your parents. He asked Kong Siwei about the solution to the matter. Kong Siwei answered in a very strange tone and asked Li Chenggen to come to her office. Li Chenggen had a bad premonition, but in order to prepare for the upcoming trip to the secret realm, he still chose to go to Kong Siwei's office. As soon as she entered the door, Kong Siwei was talking to a gloomy man with messy hair. This gloomy man had heavy dark circles under his eyes. It looked like he hadn't had a good rest for a long time. Kong Siwei saw Li Chenggen coming, so he introduced him. "This is your third uncle, Feng Kongyu, and this is my apprentice, Li Chenggen." Li Chenggen was the first to say hello and said, "Hello, Uncle Third Master." Feng Kongyu looked at Li Chenggen and said to Kong Siwei, "Senior sister, are you sure? If you come to participate in the experiment, your apprentice may have a psychological shadow." Kong Siwei said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter, with senior brother's Serenity Fairy here, there won't be any problems." The gloomy man could only nod. Li Chenggen took a look at the third master uncle, and revealed from Kong Siwei's previous description that Master Bai Suokong had a total of 6 direct disciples, and Kong Siwei ranked the second oldest, Comrade Li, as the best. Master Bozuo Shu is a master in the field of spiritual research. Third master uncle Feng Kongyu heard that it was research related to the soul, which was extremely confidential, and Li Chenggen didn't know what he was researching. Feng Kongyu took out a confidentiality agreement and handed it to Li Chenggen. "I'll sign the confidentiality agreement first, and then I'll explain it to you." Under the signal from Kong Siwei's eyes, Li Chenggen obediently signed his name. At this time, he just believed in Kong Siwei unconditionally. With his master and daddy backing him up, Uncle Japan wouldn't do anything to him. After going to the agreement, Feng Kongyu told Li Chenggen about his research. Only then did Li Chenggen know that what he was going to participate in next turned out to be a brain-computer project. Dongguan Kingdom's research in this area has actually reached the threshold of the second virtual world. No, it has already entered. The version is about to be completed, and several beast masters with high willpower and strong mental strength are needed to participate in the experiment. The test of the king-level beast masters has ended, and the results are pretty good. We still need to test the low, middle and high-level beast masters. If the final results are good, we will consider letting ordinary people do the test. Feng Kongyu asked Li Chang'an, "What is your mental strength?" Li Chang'an has been practicing hard recently and hasn't tested his mental power much, but there are still some talisman above 90. There is no specific measurement, but the strength of a high-level beast master is still there. There is nothing unusual about Feng Kongyu. A mid-level beast master has the mental strength of a high-level beast master. Such people are not uncommon in Dongguan Kingdom. I can't say it's outstanding, I can only say it has something. Feng Kongyu took out a portable mental power detector and roughly measured Li Chang'an's mental power to prevent the young man from pretending to save face. 95 symbols, not bad. Feng Kongyu looked at the value on the instrument and commented that although the test of this instrument is not accurate, the error will not exceed 3 symbols. The 95 talisman shows that even with the greatest deviation, Li Chang'an still has the mental strength of a high-level beast master. Okay, come with me. Feng Kongyu said goodbye to Kong Siwei and waved his hand towards Li Chang'an, indicating to follow him. As soon as Li Chang'an and Feng Kongyu got into a black van, the people inside had their heads covered and put on a mental suppression headband. Just when Li Chang'an was about to struggle, Feng Kongyu said calmly, "Don't resist, this is a necessary procedure. What you are about to enter is a first-level confidential research base, and no one else is allowed to know this location. When we get to the base, we will naturally untie you. It's better to stay quietly for a while. We'll be there soon." Hearing this, Li Chang'an withdrew his mental impact very wisely and sat down to meditate obediently. About half an hour later, the black hood on Li Chang'an's head was taken off, and the mental suppression ring was also restrained. A dazzling light made Li Chang'an feel slightly uncomfortable. After a while, Li Chang'an began to observe the base. Well, how should I put it, it has nothing to do with the mystery and darkness in the movie. On the contrary, this base is not only ventilated and light transmissive, with birds singing and flowers fragrant, but also made of transparent glass, so that even from the outside, the situation inside can be seen. Li Chang'an was a little surprised at first, but soon guessed that this base was probably in a secret place. Only in this way, someone can see the scene inside from the outside. The only thing that needs to be guarded against is the leakage of the secret location. Li Chang'an followed Feng Kongyu to a precise instrument. Feng Kongyu signaled, "First, let's measure the precise mental strength and physical strength. You can also test your physical strength." Li Chang'an was very surprised and walked into the test chamber of this instrument. The door of the test cabin was closed, and there was a buzzing sound when it started, and then several scorching rays of light seemed to scan Li Chang'an's body. Although Li Chang'an didn't care about the temperature of the light, the feeling of the light piercing the body's secrets was still very uncomfortable. Fortunately, this process did not last long. After 5 minutes, Li Chang'an was able to walk out of the test cabin. Feng Kongyu held the immediately printed test report, with a rare hint of surprise in his tired eyes. The mental strength is 96.73 talisman and the physical strength is 99.84 talisman. Yuan is a unit for measuring physical strength, similar to the lot of spiritual calendar. This value is very common among high-level beast masters, but Li Chang'an is an intermediate beast master, and his mental power and physical strength are about to break through the realm of king-level beast masters. This is very unusual. Feng Kongyu didn't expect that Li Chang'an's physical fitness was even better. With these 2 items alone, he was already a special genius. Well, the test results are good, maybe you can give me a nice surprise. Feng Kongyu didn't waste any time and led Li Chang'an directly to the testing site. There are 10 sleeping cabins placed in the test site, and people are already testing projects in them. Feng Kongyu and the test staff gave instructions, set him into a high-level area. The staff frowned, but still did as they were told and led Li Chang'an to a cabin. After putting on the hood, release your mental power and don't resist. When you see the interface, just use your mental power to confirm. By the way, What kind of test content do you want in the future? Li Chenggen was surprised. Is this still a choice? The staff explained. Once you get used to operating the virtual body, it will be fine. Li Chenggen said without hesitation. I want to fight a strong person, preferably a hunter or a sword master. The staff nodded in agreement. Okay, we don't lack the virtual data of all kinds of powerful people. As long as your soul can bear it, we have all kinds of data. Li Chenggen's eyes lit up. No wonder Kong Siwei asked him to come here. From a preliminary glance, it seemed that he was right. 2 days later, in a desert plain, Li Chenggen stood face to face with a thin old man holding a knife. As the wind roared, Li Chenggen cut open the sand in front of him. The yellow sand in the sky seemed to be at rest, but the old man in front of him was not affected. He picked up the long knife that looked like a thin bamboo pole in his hand, raised the knife and pressed down, forcefully breaking through Tianyu's strange slash. Then the long knife slashed from bottom to top, and an invisible sword energy caressed away the yellow sand on the ground. It didn't look like it had any power, but it cut Li Chenggen in half. Defeat. Li Chenggen was lying in the test cabin with his eyes blank. How many times had this been cut in half? The 2 days of testing originally went very smoothly. Li Chenggen completed mastering the virtual body that afternoon, slashing wildly along the way, and met many powerful opponents. But data is just data. In the end, Li Chenggen found the flaw and defeated him. Through this 100% real virtual life and death battle, he also successfully started to practice the mind's eye, and initially mastered the early perception of danger, so his mental perception greatly increased. All the moves of Tian Yiliu entered the realm of clear meaning very smoothly, until I met the thin old man in front of me, and was hacked by him to the point of doubting my life. There are no flaws. The previous methods of finding data loopholes will not work on this old man. Li Chenggen has died here no less than 50 times. The door of the test cabin opened, and it was still the same staff member. He held the record board and commented, "It's better not to get up than before. At least I forced a second move. You were killed with a knife before." Li Chenggen took off his helmet, shook his groggy head, and asked, "Who is this old gentleman? He is so strong, can anyone pass this test? This old man is too perverted." The staff member shrugged, poked at the rules hanging on the wall with the pen in his hand, and said, "You know, all tester information here is confidential and we have no right to disclose it. However, there are still people who pass this test, even though they are also big shots. You are the third person below the king level who can force the second move of this data projection. In terms of cultivation level, you are still the first person to force a second move as an intermediate beast master, which is already quite good." Li Chenggen smiled bitterly, which was barely a consolation. Tomorrow is the 4th day. According to the agreement, it is also his last day of testing. After Li Chenggen returned to his room, he began to practice sword skills. He had been doing this for the past 2 days. Through the virtual life and death battle, I accumulated insights, and then returned to the room to let my body adapt to this hard-won insights. Therefore, he was able to elevate Tian Yi to the realm of clear meaning in just 2 days. These were all from death, and Li Chenggen could confidently say that the desert could be filled with 2 layers of his corpse. Since this place is under surveillance, has a high level of confidentiality, and is full of academic leaders, Chenggen has never summoned the 3 little ones in the first 2 seasons. He puts the ingredients for spiritual food into the space ring, sends it into the beast controlling space, and then takes it out again. Thanks to the integration of the Dragon's Nest secret realm bead, he was able to do this operation in advance. While Li Chenggen was having dinner, Feng Kongyu came over, sat opposite him, and bowed. "Your test data has been of great help to our research. I am here to express my gratitude to you on behalf of all the researchers." Li Chenggen quickly stopped Feng Kongyu's movements and said, "Uncle Third Master, don't hurt this junior. My father knows this and he still doesn't skin me." Feng Kongyu frowned, a little dissatisfied with Li Mingxuan's style, and muttered something like, "You are so much younger than me, but your style of doing things is more pedantic than mine." Li Chenggen suddenly felt that the cold uncle in front of him was much more lively, but he had a straight temper and didn't like to talk in roundabout ways. Therefore, many people will be disgusted with such people. Li Chenggen has complained about the unreasonableness of this uncle before, but now it seems that he is still a little cute, but not much. When he should choke, he still makes people tremble with anger. Unfortunately, on the last day, Li Chang'an became ruthless and died more than 50 times, but he still could not force out the old man's third blow. But on this day, he did learn something from the old man's first 2 swords. The essence of these 2 moves, single sword downward pressure and sword energy slashing, greatly increases the power of Tianyi Duanshui and Lingqi respectively, and hopefully can catch up with the ultimate move Tianyi Liushui. It was still the familiar wave of sacking. When Li Chang'an opened his eyes again, Kong Siwei was already waiting for him at the gate of the university. After the black van left, Kong Siwei said jokingly with a smile on her face, "How was it? Did you make a breakthrough?" Li Chang'an looked sad and sighed to Kong Siwei, "I have gained a lot. The high-level inherited sword skills I received are already at the level of Mingyi." Quote. The smile on Kong Siwei's face almost broke. "What, you bought it in 4 days? What kind of speed is this?" She was still thinking about comforting her apprentice's injured heart, but she didn't expect that she needed to relieve her heart palpitations. No, staying with Li Chang'an for a long time would be bad for her heart. It was better than the graduate students in the laboratory. Although they were a little dull, they would not cause her psychological pressure. Kong Siwei found an excuse and ran away immediately. Li Chang'an originally wanted to ask the old man's identity, but Kong Siwei ran too fast and had no time to ask. After returning to Donghu community, Li Chang'an immediately released 3 little ones. The 3 little guys ran around in the yard cheering. Then Mao Mao and Yao Yao became tired of being in Li Chang'an's arms and did not see each other for 4 days. They were replenishing their Chang'an energy. Then Pao Pao looked at Li Chang'an with an aggrieved face. He was not as petite as Yao Yao. Did he have the furry prison-suppressing demon body to shrink his body? It grew to 7 meters long and could only watch from the side. Li Chang'an could only reach out and touch Pao Pao's big head, thinking that in the future he must find a skill that can shrink his body for a long time and add it to Pao Pao. After the energy was replenished, the 3 little ones started doing their own things. Yao Yao continued to grow dragon grass, and Mao Mao assisted in bubble training for memory blisters. Li Chang'an originally thought that Mao Mao was having a whim. But I didn't expect that the 2 little guys would actually make something out of it. Although the ultimate hell flame memory blisters that Mao Mao wanted didn't come out. But through Sea Flame Fish Feast, Pao Pao successfully mastered a new skill, the mid-level skill, Sea Flame. This skill will do more damage to water-type pets, and the prospects are very good. Through Pao Pao's memory Zhao Qianhao, this skill has reached a mastery level, and with Mao Mao's assistance, it has a hint of advanced charm. Sea Flame can be upgraded to a high-level skill, Sea Flame. If advanced, bubbles can better integrate fire energy. Maybe the purgatory attributed hell flame might also be integrated into the memory blister. Compared with the gratifying progress made by Pao Pao, Yao Yao's Yamu puppet has not found any signs of advancement, which makes Miss Yao Yao very depressed. Skill advancement is very random. Some may advance shortly after mastering it, while others may reach the perfect level without any response. Yao Yao is in such a shameful situation. Maybe if this skill is upgraded to the dominance level, there may be hope for advancement. This is why Yao Yao cares so much about the cultivation of dragon grass. The perfection level Moonwood puppet can produce 3 pairs at a time. Since it still took a long time to prepare for the evolution ceremony, Yao Yao only used 1 pair of moonwooden puppets to condense the essence of the moon, and the remaining 2 pairs were used to plant horny dragon grass. Nowadays, some of the seniors from the dragon department in the university come to Yao Yao from time to purchase dragon grass, which makes Miss Yao Yao's wallet the thickest among the 3 little ones. Therefore, it was also used to buy things to bribe Mao Mao and Bubbles in order to monopolize all the empty skill points tonight. Yao Yao. I don't believe it. Even the master level Yimu puppet can't trigger skill advancement. Li Chang'an's face gradually turned pale as he looked at the large number of dragon power skill stones in the Thorn collection room. Can he get up tomorrow? Facts have proved that Li Chang'an can really get up. Yao Yao prepared a large amount of energy replenishment as well as some potions and natural supplements to replenish the mana power. These are all dragon rations made by Yao Yao selling dragon grass and saving up one by one. After Li Chang'an saw Yao Yao's careful preparation, his face not only turned whiter, but also turned a little green. There is no doubt that this warm-hearted little cotton-padded jacket has completely become a black-hearted leaky cotton jacket. Mao Mao and Pow Pow have no objection to this. Li Chang'an will try this kind of overload sooner or later. After getting used to it the first time, will he still choose it the second or third time? It may be a little uncomfortable or even a little painful the first time, but this ability is squeezed out, so there is no need to expand it as much as possible. Wouldn't it last longer next time? In order to decompose these massive dragon power skill stones, Li Chang'an's current mantra capacity is still empty 7 times. When adding points for Yao Yao, Li Chang'an already looked burned out, and even lost interest in the exciting moment of adding points. Moonwood Puppet has been promoted to the dominance level. Yao Yao didn't feel anything. Add more. Moonwood Puppet has been promoted to the master level. Still don't feel it. Yao Yao almost lost her temper. She looked at Li Chang'an with tears in her eyes and seemed to be saying, "Can't we add more?" Li Chang'an looked at the mark in the Thorn Collection room and found that the skill of Moonwood Puppet was still on, so he comforted Yao Yao and said, "Good luck, this skill is still available, and you can add more." Yao Yao gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "Guji. Then add more." Li Chang'an glanced at the remaining blank skill points and found that there were still some left after adding them. No wonder he saw his deceased grandfather waving to him this time. It turned out that he was truly beyond life and death. Moonwood Puppet has been upgraded to the origin level. In an instant, Yao Yao's eyes quickly dimmed and her eyes were dull. Apparently, this promotion overloaded her processor. At the same time, the movement of Moonwood Puppet advanced to the origin level was much smaller than the previous 2 times, and the shielding formation in the yard could isolate the breath. Is it because it's not Yao Yao's race-specific skill? Li Chang'an looked at Yao Yao's condition and fell into deep thought. Although he just added points for the last time in his own small yard, there is still a difference between core skills and ordinary skills after they reach the origin level. Even if Yao Yao made a big noise, he is not panic at all now. More than half a month has passed since the Lei Falong incident, and Professor Zhou has also returned from Dongguang Academy of Sciences. Because Li Chang'an ranked first in the freshman contribution list, combined with the news about Professor Zhou's search and rescue that made a lot of noise some time ago, it is not difficult to see that the secret realm of Li Chang'an Guide has a lot to do with Professor Zhou. Therefore, many students are very curious about this. Professor Zhou did not reveal too much, but he did not tell the students of Dongguan University that Ji Chang'an has the strength to easily kill high-level beast masters or unified beasts. As soon as these words came out, the whole school was excited. It is not uncommon for a mid-level beast master to defeat a high-level beast master in a place like Dongguan University where geniuses gather together. But Professor Zhou used the word, light, which is what made these geniuses understand. This shows that even the professor of the biology department of Dongguan University believes that Li Chang'an's strength belongs to the top few among high-level beast masters. Of course, during this period, there were also many college students who were high-level beast masters and were unconvinced and came to Ji Chang'an for discussion. But Li Chang'an was immersed in the fusion of Tian Yi 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 and the old man's sword skills, and he was not in the mood to deal with this group of energetic young people. So some people began to spread rumors that Li Chang'an was afraid of challenges and was probably just a fake, with a silver bracelet and a gun head. Li Chang'an couldn't bear it anymore, so he picked out the most popular ones first, then raised the knife and dropped it. Ahem, Dongguang Kingdom is a country ruled by law, and killing people is not allowed on the surface. Therefore, Li Chang'an only killed these people with one move and then beat them for more than 10 minutes. The force was not heavy, but it was better than killing people and piercing their hearts. Before leaving, I gave these energetic young men a red lotus mark. The red lotus mark had the effect of reducing healing and vulnerability, which gave the doctors in the school infirmary a headache. With the purgatory singularity talent, how difficult is it to remove the red lotus mark? For details, please go out and turn left and ask the Lord of the Blood God religion. He has great experience. Therefore, these people can only recuperate slowly in hospital beds and endure long-lasting and unbearable pain. It is said that so far, no one has been able to be discharged from the hospital. Those who came to challenge were so frightened that they all ran away. From then on, no one dared to talk about Li Chang'an's strength. At the same time, in Dongguan University, his reputation as ruthless was much louder than his reputation as a genius. It is precisely because of this that Li Chang'an is not worried about excessive noise. Looking at the two medals of Outstanding Student of Tangulin University and Outstanding Citizen of Dongguan Country, I asked him another question. If the person coming is very strong, then ask Master Bai Suokong first. Li Chang'an is no longer the person who has to be cautious every time he advances to a higher level. Unknowingly, the thighs on his back are not only thick, but also quite large. Ordinary people are no longer qualified to provoke him. Yao Yao's condition didn't last long. When she came to her senses, the weeds in the yard had grown to a height of 3 feet. Li Chang'an harvested wildly with a fei blade knife, one crop after another, and the corners of the yard were filled with haystacks. As soon as Yao Yao came to her senses, the abnormal growth of weeds stopped. After Li Chang'an harvested the last wave of weeds, he asked Shang Yao Yao, "Have your skills been advanced?" Speaking of skills, Yao Yao nodded happily, her ears like moonlight ribbons sparkling, and it was obvious that the eldest lady's mood had changed from cloudy to sunny. Li Chang'an looked at Yao Yao's advanced skills through the soul contract. The nourishment of the moonwood puppet had disappeared, replaced by Yu Ling Fei Bed. The wooden puppet is not directly under the advanced skill Green Spirit Hotbed. To be honest, this was something Li Chang'an expected. After all, the wooden puppet's skills had already mutated, so it was indeed a bit difficult to hope that it could follow its original advancement path. Top-level skill Moon Spirit Embryo Bed. Designate an area and convert it into a birthplace of moonlight. The output quality of wood and moon resources will be plus 100%, and the maturity time will be minus 100% and the output will be plus 200%. An unpretentious top-level resource-based skill. The contact level effect made Li Chang'an happy. No wonder so many people want to bet that their pet beasts can learn the skill of wooden puppet. It can also be seen from Yu Ling Fei Bed that even if Qing Ling Hotbed is not as good as it, its effect will not be any worse. At most, it is slightly inferior to the Moon Spirit Embryo Bed. Even so, the resources produced are enough to support a king-level beast master, allowing him to cultivate all pet beasts to perfection. Guji, Chang'an, I feel like I have another skill. Yao Yao's reminder made Li Chang'an's increasingly arrogant mouth tighten a little. Only then did he realize that there was an additional skill in the mid-level skills column on Yao Yao's panel. Intermediate skill Moonlight Bead. Smelt moonlight into a moonlight ball. While the moonlight ball exists, the effect of moon-based skills will be slightly increased. The moment he saw this skill, Li Chang'an was sure that Yao Yao's mid-level core skill had appeared. Because Yao Yao described that if you use the moonlight condensation once a day to replenish the moonlight ball, the duration will be increased by 2 days. The skill duration is much longer than the skill cooldown, and it also increases the effects of all other skills. What is this if not a core skill? However, the remaining blank skill points were still used by Yao Yao on the newly advanced Yu Ling Fei Bed. In his words, sharpening the knife can make it easier to chop wood. As long as Moon Spirit Embryo Bed is powerful enough, a mid-level skill can be quickly added to the Dominator level. With luck, no one takes up a seat, and Origin level is also possible. Li Chang'an also agreed with Yao Yao's willfulness and added that Yu Ling Fei Bed to the Master level. The selectable area of the Yu Ling Fei Bed doubled. Then blank skill points are not enough. This is the end of this point adding conference. According to Yao Yao, next time it will be Mao Mao's special event, so he should be mentally prepared. The next day, Li Chang'an walked out of his residence with a pale face. The sequelae were so severe that even after a night's rest, his legs were still trembling. Today, instead of going to the training room, he walked out of the school gate and went to the Hunters Guild next door. He came to get his equipment. After killing so many monsters in the Ice Demon secret realm, he naturally kept some of the materials inside to build the equipment he was short of. Among them, there are so many ice and water type materials that even the new member Pao Pao was given the opportunity to create the first pet equipment in the team, as well as the first inscription weapon. The so-called inscribed weapon is equipment that surpasses high-level talisman tools. It is also the equipment used by king-level, throne-level, and king-level beast masters. If the talisman weapon uses runes to stimulate the energy in the material, thereby improving the effect of the equipment, then the inscription weapon uses rune arrays to stimulate the material. Even if the improvement effect of the talisman is large, it is only a 20% improvement. And the improvement effect of any inscribed weapon exceeds 50%. This is a terrible improvement for this level of equipment. Also increasing or processing fees. Li Chenggen's high-end talisman equipment, the total cost is not as much as that of Pao Pao's leather armor that fits the whole body. The leather armor of Bubble is called slow-moving torrent, and its effect is mainly to reduce the reaction force and resistance to itself. This allows Bubble to unleash the maximum power and usage times of his basic core skill Angle Rush without any scruples. The Angle Charge skill combined with the High Yuan Dragon race is extremely powerful, but the cost is also high. Just as the origin level Hell Flame will burn Mao Mao, the fierce demon suppressing Hell Dragon, to ashes, the extreme corner collision can also cause the Abyssal Dragon itself to receive huge counter injury. This set of inscription tools temporarily solve this threat for Bubbles. As for why Li Chenggen himself doesn't make inscription level equipment, the reason is simple: he can't afford it. According to the explanation from Boss Mo of the processing house, with Li Chenggen's current strength, he could use a Taidao of the inscription level and it would be drained after just 2 swings. It's not that the quantity of the mantra's power is not enough, but that the quality of the mantra's power is not up to standard. Compared with the king-level Beastmaster, the purity and level of Li Chenggen's spell power are still a little inferior. But as a High Yuan Dragon, Pao Pao has no such worries. Not only does his body's energy capacity be extremely large, but its essence is also sufficient to use inscription-level equipment. This makes Li Chenggen extremely envious. Although he has the ancient dragon talent of purgatory singularity, he is still a human being after all. Purifying the power of mana and improving its essence cannot be accomplished overnight like Mao Mao. It is a long-term and boring process. Fortunately, Boss Mo's craftsmanship is very good. Li Chenggen's new armor and sword are very popular with him, and they have great potential in the future. The high-end top-grade armor, Ice Fang Knight, is made from a large amount of Ice Crystal Wolf materials and some Snowstorm Demon Horse materials. While having good defense, it also provides the wearer with the effects of cold attack and stamina improvement. Cold Chi clearness is mainly reflected in attacks. Li Chenggen can condense the cold Chi into the sword to attack. The cold Chi will corrode the enemy and slow down the opponent. Action. Endurance improvement, as the name suggests, it improves endurance, and the effect is better in snowy environments. The high-end ultimate sword, Frost Knife, is made from a large amount of materials from the Ice Jade Big Bird and the fangs of the Ice Crystal Wolf. It also adds some materials from the Frost Tyrant, making it even more powerful. Combined with the armor Ice Fang Knight, the power of cold air erosion is doubled. It feels a little thicker than the Kaiden Taito, but it is much lighter than the Scarlet Blade, and it is sharper and can add good ice attribute attacks. The key is that this sword is very good looking, like a white feather blade, shining in the sun. Boss Mo said that this was already the lowest level of appearance for the Frost Sword. Li Chenggen also expressed his understanding that the appearance of ice-type swords was generally good, and he had already prepared for it. Both pieces of equipment can be upgraded to the level of high-level inscribed weapons. After all, the upper limits of the 4 major groups in the Ice Demon Secret Realm are there, and the level cannot be lowered. Before leaving the processing house, Boss Mo also told Li Chenggen the future enhancement route of the Scarlet Blade. Your knife was stained with the blood of the Blood God and has undergone unprecedented changes. The original advancement route is no longer suitable for it. Now this knife has 2 major characteristics, blood-sucking and plundering. It absorbs the opponent's blood energy and feeds it back to you. And I found that plundering has an outstanding effect on creatures with divinity. It can continuously rob the other party of the divinity that they rely on for survival. Quote, after strengthening and upgrading, it is impossible for these 2 characteristics to exist at the same time, even one master and one pair. Which characteristic do you want to retain? Li Chenggen thought for a moment and finally chose the plunder effect. The feature of blood-sucking and energy recovery actually didn't mean much to him. As far as his spell power is concerned, blood-sucking cannot replenish 1% of his spell power in one go. A protracted battle is good, but in the end it cannot compare with the benefits of plunder. Especially when faced with a super-standard existence like the Evil God, the attribute of plunder is really useful. Anyway, he currently has no shortage of useful swords, so he can just keep this sword as a special weapon. Seeing that Li Chang'an had made his choice, Boss Mo still showed an expression on his face. I know that you swordsmen want to kill a god every day, but the price of retaining this characteristic is very high. It is difficult for even me to collect many materials. This is the list of materials. Li Chang'an took the list, browsed it through, and sighed with regret. The new advanced root of the Scarlet Blade knife has 3 main materials and 11 auxiliary materials. Among the main materials, Divine Blood and Dark Gold are the most difficult to find. The former is difficult to obtain because it is either a god or a powerful divine creature. Although he has a drop of pure divine blood dropped by the blood god's clone, it is intended to be left to Yao Yao's path to the gods and cannot be wasted here. The latter is rare, and only the deepest parts of large dark attribute metal veins can be born. Originally, light and dark attribute resources were very rare, let alone large-scale mineral veins. There is also a material among the auxiliary materials that gives Li Chang'an a headache. Blood essence is a kind of condensed blood essence from hundreds of monsters, and these hundreds of monsters all need to be physically powerful. This kind of monster is most common on the border of Dongguang Kingdom, but he is not on the front line, and he is not qualified to entrust soldiers on the border. It is easy for others to mistakenly think that he has gone astray. Therefore, the best way is to collect it yourself slowly. Hundreds of kinds. After walking out of the processing room, Li Chang'an had already thrown the upgrade list of the Scarlet Blade into the warehouse to gather dust, so let it go. After returning to college, Li Chang'an once again began his life of hard work at 3 o'clock in one line. Until 1 week before the end of December, Li Chang'an's state of mind has not changed much, whether it is skills or spell power. But he also knew that he had to stop his hard training at this time, and his trip to Mobei City was imminent. If you miss this time, the difficulty of collecting the Moon Heart Gem will be completely different. After packing his luggage and informing Kong Siwei and Bai Suokong of his itinerary, Li Chang'an took the 3 little ones and boarded the mechanical flying beast flying to Mobei City. On the flying beast, Li Chang'an glanced at the passengers around him and found that most of them were mid-level beast masters or above. There are very few ordinary people. I hope the research on Lei Falong can be faster. Li Chang'an thought silently in his heart. At 10 o'clock that night, Li Chang'an finally arrived in Mobei City. In December, there was heavy snowfall in Mobei City, and the temperature had already reached -40 degrees. Even Li Chang'an, who has a body that can withstand temperature changes. I couldn't help but sneeze. A kind-hearted staff member reminded him, it's better to wear more clothes to avoid catching a cold. Since Li Chang'an became a beast master, this common disease has almost disappeared from him. He didn't expect that one day he would be reminded of this. Li Chang'an thanked the staff for their kindness. He just suddenly came from the south to the far north and was a little uncomfortable. Just now, his physique had automatically adapted. Even though the temperature in the secret realm may be lower, the Ice Fang Knight armor also has the function of keeping warm in extremely cold environments, so there is no need to worry too much. After leaving the airport, Li Chang'an rented a giant-toothed beast unique to Mobei City and let it take him to the hotel he had already booked. The Megalodon is a medium-sized monster, 3 meters tall, with a pair of huge round teeth that curve upwards. It has a gentle personality. It was domesticated by the people of Mobei City and used as a tool beast for dragging sleds on snowy days. Mao Mao stayed in Li Chang'an's arms and acted as a hand warmer, looking at this weak monster curiously. It didn't expect that such cheap meat in the wild could have such value. The Megalodon is not fast, but it is much faster than Li Chang'an walking in the snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Not long after, we arrived at the hotel we had booked. After Li Chang'an took a bath, he fell asleep for the first time in a long time. The next morning, Li Chang'an came to the reception area near the Guu secret realm. He wanted to find a hunting group who was familiar with the secret realm to take him to familiarize himself with the environment. So I also came to the reception desk and asked the staff if there was a suitable candidate. The staff at the reception desk of Guu secret realm randomly pulled out a list and said impatiently, "No, it's all on it, choose for yourself." Li Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he heard from the Hunters Guild in Dongling City about the simple folk customs of Mobei City, But he didn't expect that the official staff were also so simple. Li Chenggen took the list away from the staff and sat on the chair at the reception desk to read it. When the staff saw Li Chenggen looking at the list not far away, he muttered, "Poor guy," in a low voice and continued to receive the next person impatiently. Holding the list given by the staff, Li Chenggen compared it with the opinions given by the hunters in the union who had been here. It was found that only one hunting group matched the opinions given by the union hunters. But the news Li Chenggen received was that the reservation for this hunting group had been scheduled until March next year, which was too late. Li Chenggen was a little distressed. This appearance was seen by a group of people nearby. Soon a well-equipped team came to Li Chenggen. The old man at the head said, "Is this guy thinking about the hunting group? If he wants to familiarize himself with the secret realm in advance, we may be able to help." Li Chenggen heard the old man's words, raised his head and glanced at the remaining 4 members, 3 men and 1 woman, 1 fat and 3 thin. Shaking the list in his hand, he said, "Give me a reason to choose you." A chrysanthemum bloomed on the old man's face, and he proudly introduced himself. "My name is Ping, and these are my teammates, namely Shi San, Ji Yu Rui, Lu Yiqing and Ji Fu." Every time the old man read a name, the other 4 people raised their hands to say hello to Ji Chenggen one by one. Ping also said, "Brother, you can go to the official website of the Beast Mastering Association to check the reputation of several of us. They are all 4-star or above, so we won't cheat you." When did the Beast Taming Association still have this service? The Beast Control Association in Mobei City is already trying to restore its image through this method. Li Chenggen felt funny in his heart, but he still pretended to open his phone, check the information of these Beast Masters, and compared them one by one. The good news is that these people are their real identities, but the bad news is that this kind of reputation score cannot tell whether the Beast Master is good or bad. Moreover, Pao Pao said that these people had bad intentions. Li Chenggen analyzed some of Binglin Xuanling's revelations before his death. Combined with the origin of Haiyuan Dragon, it is not difficult to see that Haiyuan Dragon is a creature with a pure soul. They are very sensitive to creatures that respond with malicious intent, so Li Chenggen is also willing to trust Pao Bu's judgment. But reject it. An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Li Chenggen's mouth. Although the credit score was not reliable, the action records of these people recorded above were quite accurate. At least among the high-level hunting groups, the 5 of them are considered to be the most experienced ones. Li Chenggen took advantage of the situation and asked, "Are you familiar with the GUU secret realm?" Ping replied proudly, "Even the king-level hunting group may not be better than a few of us in the ancient moon secret realm." Li Chenggen stretched out his left hand and said, "Then please take care of me next time." Old Ping had a joyful expression on his face, shook hands with Ji Chenggen and said, "It's a great honor." Next, Li Chenggen signed a contract with the 5-person team at the reception desk and agreed to explore the GUU secret realm in the afternoon. This transaction cost Li Chenggen 200 million Dongguan coins, 100 million to enter the secret realm, and 100 million to hire. Ping and the others applied for annual passes at the reception desk, and they were able to get great discounts when entering the secret realm, so they wouldn't be hemorrhaging money. The 200 million yuan has greatly reduced his already thin wallet, but he does not feel that he is losing money at all. On the contrary, he felt that he might make a lot of money by exploring the secret place in the afternoon. After Li Chenggen went back to prepare the equipment, Ping and his party gathered together and discussed in a small private room. "Master Ping, it seems that we are going to make a fortune again this time. Didn't you see how casually that young boy took out the money? He must be a big deal." Ji Yu Rui, who dyed green hair, said excitedly. Ping waved his hand, asking Ji Yu Rui to calm down, and said, "It is still necessary to be fully prepared, and don't lose the big for the small." Shi San, who looked like a simple and honest man, agreed, "Master Ping is still thoughtful, but the other party is only a mid-level beast master. We have 3 high-level beast masters. How can we let a young boy run away?" Although Ping didn't say anything openly, he already agreed with Shi San's statement with a satisfied smile on his face. In the final analysis, Li Chenggen is just a level 5 beast master. The gap between high-level beast masters and mid-level beast masters is not something that can be easily smoothed out. "Ji Fu, I'm going to trouble you again this time. When Jifu, the fattest one, heard what O Ping said, she put on a shy and charming look and said to O Ping, Master Ping, just look at it. I, Jifu, am good at everything except for the skill of pretending to be disguised, but it is the best in the entire Mobe city. Another level 6 beastmaster, Lu Yiqing, shuddered. Even though he had been teammates with Jifu for so long, he still couldn't stand her pretentious look. Seeing Lu Yiqing's appearance, Jifu snorted without leaving any trace, and continued to please the old man O Ping with her throat pinched. Li Chang'an is also making preparations here. He brought some necessary medicines, put on the Ice Fang night suit, and asked Yao Yao to be ready at all times. Once you find something wrong, come out immediately and use skills to dispel the abnormal state. Li Chang'an can easily crush the 5 opponents with his own strength, but he often walks on the roadside without getting his shoes wet. He still needs to make preparations just in case. In this way, both parties were fully prepared for the next trip to the secret realm. When Li Chang'an appeared at the door of Jiuyu's secret realm on time, O Ping and others who had been waiting here saw Li Chang'an dressed in luxurious armor. His eyes brightened a bit. This is a really rich master. O Ping and others commented in their hearts in unison. Then O Ping greeted Li Chang'an's arrival with a smile on his face. Oh, Brother Li is so impressive and powerful, he is indeed a young hero. I don't think he will be too old in the future. You have to look up to Brother Li, and when the time comes, don't despise me, old O, for my low strength. Li Chang'an laughed out loud and said, No, I will definitely host a banquet for Mr. O for a few days and nights. Under the strange looks of others, the old man and the young man entered the Jiuyu secret realm with their arms. At this time, there was a young man who had just come out of the secret realm. Seeing the figures of Li Chang'an and others disappearing into the teleportation array, he couldn't help but sigh, idiot versus Mung Bean, they are attracted to each other. Eye-catching. Brother, look, this is the ranking of the 10 most beautiful college girls in Tanglein sent to me by my high school sister from Tanglein University. See if any of them catch your eye. The young man looked at the messages on his phone with a headache. This elementary school girl was indeed a little lively. But he still went in very honestly and, looked at it with an artistic eye. When entering the web page, he saw a message on the popular information on the Tanglein University forum web page. Surprised, the freshman king was crushed by an airborne boss. What happened? The young man's finger that clicked on the ranking of the 10 most beautiful college girls paused for a moment, and then accidentally entered this piece of vulgar gossip. Then he turned to look at the door of the secret realm in astonishment and murmured, This is not a tortoise and a pair of mung beans. This is a mantis stalking a cicada, with the oriole behind. After entering the ancient moon secret realm, Li Chang'an and others came to a plain covered with moongrass. The soft moonlight shines on this peaceful and tranquil area, making people unable to help but indulge in it and sleep hard for 3 days and 3 nights. O Ping introduced it very responsibly. When you come to the secret realm at the end of the year, be careful of the moonlight grass here. It has the ability to hypnotize. A single moongrass is nothing, but the moonlight is the strongest on the day at the end of the year, and the moonlight on the entire grassland as the grass will bloom. Hypnotic pollen can charm a strong king-level monster. If it is hypnotized at the end of the year, the consequences will be disastrous. A trace of surprise flashed in Li Chang'an's eyes. It seemed that despite the old man's betrayal, he still did a pretty good job as a tour guide. The group continued to go deep into the ancient moon secret realm. O Ping and his friends summoned their pet beasts and took Li Chang'an through all possible areas of the ancient moon secret realm. On December 31st, the energy in the ancient moon secret realm is the strongest, and the teleportation array cannot accurately teleport. The required Beast Mastering Association took advantage of the unreliability of the teleportation array and added a sense of uncertainty and excitement, which in turn inspired the passion of explorers from all walks of life. But it is indeed a bit unfriendly to those with clear goals. By the way, over there is the most famous Sanyu Gorge in the ancient moon secret realm. At the end of December, you can still see the moonlight condensing 2 moon rings here, forming a spectacle of March glowing with the ancient moon and stars in the sky. And the probability of producing various precious lunar resources is much higher than in other places. How about Brother Li is interested in following me in to take a look? Li Chang'an smiled and nodded. The surprising mood swings of several people around him were completely exposed in his perception. Just like walking with birds and shopping in broad daylight, you can see everything at a glance. It seems that this is where Oping and others are planning to start. Due to the terrain of Sanyu Gorge, due to the mining of ores all year round, there are countless mines here. Li Chang'an nodded slightly. This is indeed a good place to do evil. Oping took Li Chang'an to a hidden mine that seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. To his surprise, there was a crescent spring in the deepest part of the mine. It is spring water formed by condensation of the purest moonlight. This kind of good thing was not taken away by Oping and others. But his doubts were soon answered. Ji Fu pretended to be exclaimed. There is a crescent moon spring here, Mr. Li, you must be very lucky. The eyes of the little golden monkey on Lu Yiqing's shoulder emit strange fluctuations, which seem to be able to stir up the deepest desires in people's hearts. At this time, Oping also looked happy for Li Chang'an, extending his hand to invite, Brother Li, why don't you come and try the effect? Even though several people enthusiastically wanted to do it, Li Chang'an remained unmoved. Oping and others felt a little anxious in their hearts. Why can't this young boy not move? Move quickly. Li Chang'an said calmly. It's just a crescent moon spring, I'll give it to you. Mr. O, take me to see if there is anything better. Oping and others saw that the expression on Li Chang'an's face didn't seem to be fake, and secretly took a breath of air conditioning. You can't even see this. Now they realized how difficult Li Chang'an was. There was a trace of struggle deep in Oping's old eyes, but considering Li Chang'an's possible rich net worth, he immediately made up his mind. Brother Li is awesome, then let's go somewhere else. Let's go. Li Chang'an spoke concisely and to the point. The broken Shisan left a mark on the mine in front of Li Chang'an, and then followed Oping to lead the way for Li Chang'an. Oping walked around in circles and finally stopped in front of a bottomless pit and introduced to Li Chang'an. This is the God of Confusion Cave, which is hundreds of meters deep. It is said that the deepest part has the inheritance of gods. Hearing this, Li Chang'an became interested and said, go down and have a look. Oping was overjoyed and immediately motioned with his eyes to several people to take Li Chang'an and ride Jiyu Rui's green-winged vow to the bottom of the Cave of the Gods. When we arrived at the bottom of Huotian Cave, it was the same as Sanyu Gorge. It was densely packed with mine tunnels. It was obvious that this place had been developed for a long time. After Oping and others came to the bottom of the pit, they stopped pretending at all. The concealment formation was activated directly, and several of them had already summoned their own powerful pet beasts. Jiyu Rui's Black Blade Mantis and Xingyi Fu Xiao, Shisan's Heavy Fist Warrior, and Oping's Shadow Hunter Lizard. Seeing this situation, Li Chang'an looked puzzled and asked Oping, Mr. O, what are you doing? Oping completely lost his amiable appearance, showed a ferocious face, and sneered, what are you doing? Of course I want the treasure in your pocket, Brother Li. Li Chang'an looked panicked and stammered. Aren't you a high reputation beast master from the Beast Mastering Association? Aren't you afraid that I will report you? The impatient Jiyu Rui laughed loudly, as if he had heard some big joke, and said, you also believe that kind of thing? This kind of reputation points can be bought with money, 10 squares and 10. It only costs 4 million. Raised to 4th degree. I only need 20 million to catch you, a rich man with a net worth of at least several billion. How about it? It's worth it. Shisan frowned and said, Jiyu Rui should say less. Jiyu Rui didn't care, waved his hand in disgust, and said, this person can't escape our hands anyway, so there's no harm in talking about it. The expression on Li Chang'an's face was desperate, and he shouted eagerly, don't come over. Jiyu Rui grinned and took the lead in attacking. The black blade mantis behind him slashed out 2 sharp blades, aiming at Li Chang'an. Seeing that the sword light was about to reach Li Chang'an, the cruel look on Jiyu Rui's face became more and more sick. He liked the screams of these rich people before they died. Guji. Video ends. Yao Yao's confirmation made the panic on Li Chang'an's face disappear immediately, and a cheeky smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Facing the attack of the black blade mantis, Li Chang'an turned slightly sideways, stretched out 2 white fingers, and flicked twice on the 2 slashes. The 2 sharp attacks were shattered by these 2 snaps of the fingers, turning into bits of energy debris. Li Chang'an commented lightly, a chop with no sense of beauty. The energy fragments reflected the deep shock on Jiyu Rui's face. What the hell? Oping and others couldn't believe their glasses. This rich second generation who didn't know much about the world didn't even summon a pet beast. He shattered the attack of the one-star black blade mantis with his 2 fingers. For a moment, Ping felt unreasonable uneasiness in his heart. Wouldn't he hit a brick wall? Li Chenggen swung his palms to spread the energy debris in front of him, took the hunter badge handed over by Yao Yao, and wore it on his chest. Then he said gracefully, "Thank you for the confessions and videos, which allow me to let go." Ping saw the badge representing a hunter on Li Chenggen's chest, and his blood pressure rose slowly. A lot of dirty words were held in his mouth. "You are such a dark-hearted hunter, you are blatantly fishing." Shi-san looked solemn. He was not a fool. If the other party dared to play this trick at the level of a level 5 beast master, he must have something to rely on. "Master Ping." Ping took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said word by word, "Kill him, don't give him a chance to ask for help." As soon as these words came out, Ji Rui and Shi-san instantly resonated with the pet beasts, and then released more pet beasts to kill Li Chenggen. Li Chenggen chuckled and said, "Asking for help? Did you misunderstand something? I will not do a loss-making business." As soon as he finished speaking, a bloody light flashed, and Mao Mao's majestic and ferocious form appeared in front of several people. Their pet's forward movement suddenly stopped, and its sprinting movement instantly deformed. They failed to control their bodies properly and rolled into a ball. Mao Mao's prison-splitting tail accelerated, and the flashing crimson color on the tail rapidly expanded, gradually occupying the site of the 5 Pings. A crimson arc-shaped light blade cuts through the turbid air along the space. The world at the bottom of the Cave of the Gods is like a still picture. Split into 2 in an instant. Top-level skill, Crime Punishment Blade. The last consciousness of the 4Gu Rui people was on getting the bright light blade 0. What kind of monster is this? Plus 14 strength. Plus 11 agility. A series of attribute gains came one after another. Li Chenggen looked at the shadow behind Shi-san and teased, "Oh Lao, it's a bit unethical to use your companion's body to block the attack." Ping's old figure emerged from the shadow of Shi-san's body. At this time, there was a lot of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, and there was a scar deep into the bones near his chest. Li Chenggen had long discovered that Ping had merged with the shadow lizard at the moment Mao Mao launched his attack, activating the ability to transform into dark elements. Only then did he escape the fatal attack of the crime-breaking blade, but he didn't completely escape it. The elementalization could only guarantee that he wouldn't die in one hit, and he would suffer no less injuries than he deserved. Li Chenggen did not expect Ping, a level 9 beast master, to be able to complete the beast master fusion that only a king-level beast master could achieve, and felt a pity in his heart. This kind of character has a high probability of breaking through to the king level, but it is a pity that he chooses to do such dirty work. Ping spat out blood foam from his mouth and said in horror, "Don't kill me, I have many precious resources that can." Before he finished speaking, an icy blue sword flashed past. Ping's head rolled to the ground, and his eyes were full of disbelief before he died. Not surprised that Li Chenggen would kill him, but surprised that Li Chenggen didn't die. Yao Yao stood on Li Chenggen's shoulder and looked at Ping's head with disdain. The powerful vitality of the high-level beast master allowed Ping to remain awake for a period of time even after being beheaded. He naturally understood the meaning in Yao Yao's eyes, but he didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of a rabbit. Li Chenggen ignored Ping. The feedback from the hunting notes had been delivered, indicating that Ping died properly and there was no need to waste time. He turned to Mao Mao and Yao Yao and warned, "In the future, you must not be merciful when dealing with this kind of enemy, but be quick and don't give the other party time to breathe." Mao Mao watched the entire operation of Yao Yao and Li Chenggen, saying that useful knowledge has increased. When Ping begged for mercy, his other dark pet beast launched the Shadow Death skill on Li Chenggen, which was similar to dying together. Once Li Chenggen kills Ping, the backlash of his skills can also kill Li Chenggen. But the real battle of a beast master is never turn-based, nor is it a noble one-on-one battle. Give me a skill and I will give you a skill. Except for competitive games, such fools will not exist in other times and places. Everyone always stood shoulder to shoulder and surrounded each other. Shadow Death, a skill that allows them to die together, cannot be activated out of thin air. It requires this special power to link the life sources of Li Chenggen and Ping together. But why would Li Chang'an foolishly let Shadow Death be linked to him instead of doing anything? The moment Shadow Death linked to him, Yao Yao directly resonated with Li Chang'an to control the beast, and secretly activated Moonlight Shine. Purifying this debuff makes the skill Shadow Death less lonely. This time it was the unknown reason for O Ping's death. Plus 10 stealth talent. Several attribute points fed back, and it turned out that Mao Mao had killed all the remaining pet beasts of several people. Although the death of the Beast Master will cause great damage to the pet beasts, and most of the pet beasts will be killed by the death of the host, there are still some lucky ones who survived. Li Chang'an had to guard against it. What follows is a pleasant bag-licking session. Because of the things these 5 people do, they often keep their wealth close to them. These underworld beastmasters have always been like this. Li Chang'an rescued the wealth of 50 small targets in the beast-taming space where 3 high-level beastmasters were shattered and perished. This does not include their storage devices and the wealth of the remaining 2 intermediate beastmasters. The ancients were honest and did not bully me. They killed people and set fires. They were really golden belts. After completely scraping everything, Li Chang'an counted the harvest and found a wealth of 7.9 billion Dongguan coins. I don't know how many rich brothers this group of people killed using this method. But it all ended up being cheaper for Li Chang'an. In O Ping's space bracelet, Li Chang'an also found a piece of dark gold the thickness of his index finger. He didn't expect that as soon as the front foot threw the material list of the Scarlet Blade into the corner, the back foot found one of the 3 main materials from O Ping. The cause and effect of things in this world are really unpredictable. Li Chang'an asked Mao Mao to place the 5 people and the bodies of their pet beasts together, and then released a portion of hellfire. Under his gaze, it was completely burned to ashes. As soon as the cold wind in the pit blew, it rose high and dissipated in the dark mine tunnel. Li Chang'an activated Escape Shadow Wisdom Heart, condensed his mental power into a long sword, and used Tianyi Lingqi's skills to cut into pieces the aura about himself and his pet beast. It was the first time he tried the high-level inheritance of Escape Shadow Wisdom in actual combat, and the effect surprised him. No wonder the people in the Night Watch division saw that I had chosen such an inheritance. They wished they could dig out all the information about the 18 generations of my ancestors and read it. Li Chang'an thought with the corner of his mouth raised. After packing these things, Li Chang'an still had other things to do. O Ping and others were very responsible and took him through the terrain of the Guu secret realm. Here Li Chang'an recognized his ability as a tour guide. The next thing he wanted to do was to receive the resource points marked by O Ping and others in the Ancient Moon secret realm. Not only the Crescent Moon Spring, but also in O Ping's diary, there are 5 better resource points than the Crescent Moon Spring waiting for him to lucky. It just so happens that there is one of the best resource points here in Huotian Cave. Li Chang'an followed the map in O Ping's beast controlling space and searched slowly. Mao Mao stood on his shoulder and looked around. Yao Yao hated the turbid atmosphere here, so she returned to the beast controlling space to accompany Pao Pao. After wandering around for a long time, Li Chang'an looked at the dead end in front of him and said, "This should be," and Mao Mao looked at each other, and a crime-breaking blade popped out from Mao Mao's prison-splitting tail, shattering the stone wall in front of them. There was a roar of rock collapse, and a large amount of dust was rolled up and covered this small mine tunnel. Mao Mao appeared with dragon wings and flapped them vigorously, fanning the dust field in front of him. The blurry scene in front of him suddenly became much clearer. Li Chang'an looked at the cluster of crystals in front of him in surprise that still shone in the dark. "I'll go, there's such a big cluster of crystal moon bamboo shoots." Although the crystal moon bamboo shoot is called a bamboo shoot, it is not a plant, but a precious mineral that looks more like a bamboo shoot. Its value is no worse than the moonheart gem Li Chang'an is looking for. There should be something like that inside a crystal moon bamboo shoot of this size. Li Chang'an licked his lips, his eyes burning. In addition to being a rare ore, crystal moon bamboo shoots also produce a rarer liquid inside the ore when its volume is larger. It's called psychic fluid. The effect is to improve the spirituality of the equipment. Li Chang'an learned about the spirituality of equipment during a chat with Boss Mo of the processing house. When the hunter's equipment has been cultivated to high-grade inscriptions or overlord-level equipment, there is a chance that it will become spiritual. The quality of spiritual equipment will also greatly surpass equipment of the same level or stronger, greatly increasing the strength of the beast master. Li Chang'an immediately thought of Kong Siwei, but Kong Siwei's wallet was recently emptied by her overlord-level armor. It should be impossible to afford such a curio. Forget it, just keep it for yourself. Li Chang'an mined this huge cluster of crystal moon bamboo shoots and looked at the faint flowing luster inside the crystal moon bamboo shoots, and the expression on his face became more and more joyful. After putting this treasure away, Li Chang'an became more and more interested in digging for treasures. In addition to Crescent Moon Spring, the resources of the other 4 resource points also made Li Chang'an very excited. They are a handful of moon soul sand and a king-level spiritual plant, Blood Yuan Ji. Unfortunately, the corpse of the monster that gave birth to Blood Yuan Ji has lost its activity, otherwise the harvest would be greater. 31 drops of century-old earth core stone milk and a small vein of life crystal. The latter two have the greatest effect on Li Chang'an. The earth core stone milk combined with the moon soul sand can temper his body and soul at the same time. The life crystal can help him accumulate magic power, which is the most effective for him at this stage. The Crescent Moon Spring was moved into the beast control space by Yao Yao and used as a water source for daily cooking. In this regard, Li Chang'an can only say that she is worthy of being the eldest lady of Yao Yao, and she has a way of spending money. Although half of the small life crystal veins were mined by Uping and others, he could not finish them in a short time, so Li Chang'an could only be more rough. By measuring the length of the vein, Li Chang'an asked Mao Mao to split all the veins with the punishment blade, and stuff all the soil containing the life crystals into Li Chang'an's beast controlling space. Fortunately, Li Chang'an now has 50,000 cubic meters of beast control space, a breakthrough once otherwise he really wouldn't be able to fit it in. For the rest of the journey, Yao Yao replaced Mao Mao and stayed on Li Chang'an's shoulder, while Mao Mao happily played with mud in the beast controlling space. Oh no, it is to screen out the life crystal. This thing is also of great benefit to the growth of their ancient dragons. After leaving the secret realm, Li Chang'an registered the entry and exit records at the reception desk. Still the same receptionist, he asked with some surprise, "Where are the other 5 people?" Li Chang'an replied with a smile, "Oh, they are so irresponsible. Not only did they charge more money in the process, but they also abandoned me. I have to go to the Beast Control Association to sue them." A gleam of clarity appeared in the receptionist's eyes. Adding money halfway was a routine operation in Mobei, and he was not surprised at all. The receptionist finished registering Li Chang'an's information and waved his hand to dismiss the dumbfounded young man in front of him. In the next few days, Li Chang'an did not receive any notification from the Beast Control Association, which gave Li Chang'an a more intuitive feel for the atmosphere in Mobei City. But he didn't just wait these days, the 3 little ones had already finished sifting the soil of the mineral vein. We collected 791 small life crystals, 51 medium-sized life crystals, and 2 large life crystals. Li Chang'an sealed the medium-sized and large life crystals, which will not be used for the time being. He divided the remaining 700 life crystals into 4 parts and gave them to the 3 little ones. Among them, Li Chang'an has the largest share, 391 yuan. The 3 little ones can also understand that if Li Chang'an's realm is not broken through, it will be useless no matter how strong they are, they will still go to jail. Next is Mao Mao, who contributed the most, 200 yuan. Then came Yao Yao and Pao Pao, each worth 100 yuan. Originally, Yao Yao could get more, but she gave it to Pao Pao. The reason is also very simple. Li Chang'an's actions these days are all for its evolution, and Yao Yao feels a little embarrassed. He is obviously the weakest in the team, but he enjoys the most care from his master. Even the new bubble is stronger than him. This made Yao Yao, who had a strong self-esteem, a little embarrassed, so she gave part of the life crystal share to Pao Pao. It requires no more energy than the ancient dragon. 100 small life crystals are more than enough for her to cultivate to the king level. As for the soil of the mineral vein, Li Chang'an found a remote place in Mobei and poured it all out. The time has come to December 31st, the day when the moonlight is the strongest in the ancient moon's secret realm. On this day, the entrance to Guu's secret realm was already crowded with people who came here to hunt for treasures. Most of these people come with the mentality of getting rich overnight. People like Li Chang'an come to seek evolutionary materials, for great changes. Li Chang'an alone sensed 7 of the auras of king-level beastmasters, which shows the attraction of this Tianguyu secret realm. Fortunately, there are no beast masters above the throne level, otherwise the difficulty would be even higher. Li Chang'an felt a little lucky in his heart. There is a huge gap between throne-level beast masters and king-level beast masters. Most king-level beast masters on the market are king-level. There are only a few throne-level beast masters. The reason is that ordinary secret hunting grounds can no longer satisfy the appetite of throne-level beastmasters. They need to go to the front line or no man's land to find the resources to improve their strength. Although GUU Secret Realm is known as one of the 3 secret realms in MOBA, it is slightly inferior compared to the other 2 secret realms. One is that the overlord inside has been killed by the powerful men of Dongguang Kingdom, and the best resources have been plundered. The second is that after so many years of mining in the ancient Moon Secret Realm, the quantity and quality of resources are far less than before. Throne-level beast masters would most likely waste their lives by entering this secret realm. Therefore, at best, the king-level beastmasters would come to Dachofeng on December 31st to try their luck. Clang! The bell at the door of the secret realm rang, signaling the official start of this Feast of the Ancient Moon. Li Chang'an didn't even know how he entered the secret realm. He only saw a dark patch of back of his head. When I opened my eyes again, it was Gu Yumi's unique moonlit night. This is the Misty Mountains. Thanks to the due diligence of Oping and others, Li Chang'an quickly determined the location where he was teleported. Although the fog in the Misty Mountains was thicker than a layer due to the influence of the moonlight, the unique cloud trees in the Misty Mountains still made him recognize this place. Trouble, the fog demon is one of the most difficult things to deal with in the GUU Secret Realm. Li Chang'an patted his forehead as if he had a headache. On this day every year, the ancient Moon Secret Realm undergoes major changes due to the influence of the moonlight. Moon demons will appear in Sanyu Gorge, and shadow predators will appear in Huotian Cave. The Misty Mountains will naturally give birth to mist monsters. They are energy life forms. As long as the moonlight lasts, they can't be killed. Fortunately, this phenomenon will only last for one day. Tomorrow, strange beings such as the fog demon will naturally dissipate. Ah! Li Chang'an heard the screams of humans coming from a place not far away, and raised his eyebrows without any hesitation. According to the sword technique learned from the thin old man, he slashed a sword directly in the direction of the scream. Haha, who are you fooling? They are all beast masters, let's add some screams of pet beasts. After Li Chang'an slashed with his sword, he quickly left. Not far away, a sullen middle-aged man looked gloomily at the broken fog demon in front of him and his bloody arm. Unexpectedly, today's first order of business actually encountered a problem. A white-green plant pet appeared in front of the middle-aged man, emitting a bright green light. He barely stopped the blood on his arm. The middle-aged man took back his pet beast, flicked his sleeves unluckily, and went to look for the next target. Of course, Li Chang'an didn't receive it immediately. He hid nearby and saw all the middle-aged people's operations. He couldn't help but praise the simple folk customs of Mobei City. As expected of the Holy Land of Killing mentioned in Uping's notebook. Li Chang'an came in less than 3 minutes ago and already gained a lot of knowledge. However, the Misty Mountains also reminded Li Chang'an that on this day, many people would magnify the darkness in their hearts countless times by relying on the special nature of the ancient Moon Secret Realm. You can't trust anyone here, even people you know well. Because there were too many people today, Mobei City's Beast Taming Association couldn't handle it. Instead, they collected tickets and got cramps in their hands. How could they care about such a thing? Anyone who dies inside today can be blamed on the attack of the Mist Demon and his ilk. Li Chang'an originally planned to leave the Misty Mountains, but then he thought that other places had been mined for so many years, and it would be difficult to find the Moonheart Gem. On the contrary, the Misty Mountains, a place known as the Holy Land of Killing, is subconsciously stayed away from by most beast masters every December 31st. Therefore, the probability of the existence of the Moonheart Gem in the Misty Mountains is higher than in other places. So the feet that stepped out of the mountains were taken back. Li Chang'an looked at the mist-shrouded mountains. At this time, the mountains were like a man-eating beast, greedily watching every pedestrian passing by. The Holy Land of Killing. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.